Good evening, America, and all the other lesser nations. It's your boy Donnie, former president of the United States, and really the best president, quite frankly. I'm here tonight to tell you not to be like China and instead donate to the OCA podcast. But don't just take it from me, the greatest and most loved president of all time. Listen to these other satisfied customers.
I think of the host of the OCA podcast as my 5.5 additional children, and like a good American father, I support them by donating to their OnlyFans.
If only I had started donating earlier, Uncle Ben might still be alive.
I've never met my real dad, but that's okay, because after donating all my savings, the host agreed to be my new dads.
I punched the change out of his coin purse who'll donate to the podcast.
No, not my coins!
Yes, your coins.
It's time to donate to the Patreon!
All right! The OCA podcast needs my money more than my sister Serenity.
Donate today.
Welcome back to the OCA podcast. I'm your host, the Anime Collector, and joining me tonight is Random Blood.
Hello.
And Rishi 753.
Yes.
Great noise. Okay. And not joining us tonight is the doc, which I have not pulled up yet because I'm an idiot. So I will say this, though. Dysfunctional weekend. I got called into work yesterday. Had to work for 5 hours. So we're less prepared than I'd like us to be. But the show must go on, because I'll be
as prepared as we always are.
So, if you guys would like to support the OCA podcast, I would like to introduce you to a couple of links here, a couple of super cool links. Let's look at these. All right. You can head to patreon.com/OCA podcast to fund this train wreck. Or you can give me money directly at patreon.com/anime collector for non-podcast related content that you will only be billed at when I actually release content. Also, we've got the ocapodcast.com/support page where you can find more ways to support us, such as shopping at Tenga. Oh, premium Tenga. The Fresher's Cup. The Coming of Age Cup. Not how I would have spelled it. All right. So, jumping right in as I consume my poke bowl of delicious wonder.
Your Pokeball?
Yep. Lots of wasabi.
What Pokemon have you chosen for your Pokeball?
The tastiest one, Magikarp.
I thought Tauros would be better. Get that steak.
Miltank.
All right. Mr. Mime.
Oh, no.
The closest thing to cannibalism. All right. So the appeals court has upheld a ruling against the Internet Archive. You might know this by its other name, the Wayback Machine. Federal Appeals Court has upheld the lower court's ruling. This monitor, stop. It's cycling through all the settings right now. So it's flickering. And there's a tiny fucking bug inside the monitor. It may be time to get a new one.
That is its home now.
Yep. He's looking for food and he ain't going to find it on these pixels. So Federal Appeals has upheld the lower court's ruling that the Internet Archive's virtual open library program is considered copyright infringement. 4 years ago, publishers Hatchet Book Group, HarperCollins Publishers, John Wiley & Sons, and Penguin Random House filed a lawsuit against the Internet Archive for providing over 1.3 million books to Internet users just as the COVID-19 pandemic was getting underway. The publishers claimed the Internet Archive engages in willful mass copyright infringement and that the website services, quote, grossly exceed legitimate library services, do violence to the Copyright Act, and constitute willful digital piracy on an industrial scale. Unlike conventional ebooks, the Open Library program allows users to check out books online that the Internet Archive actually owns in a warehouse. The digital copy represents an actual purchased physical copy hosted off-site, much like how paper currency was originally meant to represent gold and other precious metals, meaning the virtual books in the Open Library are more real than today's fiat currency. Whoa, shots fired. But that's a conversation for another article. Chris Freeland from the Internet Archive shared his disappointment with the decision, saying, quote, "We are disappointed in today's opinion about the Internet Archive's digital lending of books that are available electronically elsewhere. We are reviewing the court's opinion and will continue to defend the rights of libraries to own, lend, and preserve books." He ends his message with a call for supporters to sign an open letter, which you guys can go here and get, asking to restore access to hundreds of thousands of books. However, this needn't be the final word, as the Supreme Court could possibly be activated to consider the case. Anyone interested in supporting the Internet Archive can find out more here. So they also went on to say, that is correct. Publishers have removed the 1984 from our library. Orwell warned us about this, but you can't read him now. Yeah, so it's kind of interesting. I didn't realize that the actual thing they were doing.
Different.
I didn't realize that they were being sued over the fact that they did like a digital library. So when they say that they had like a physical one in a warehouse, do they mean that they allowed you to rent it, but only one user per book at a time?
I don't think they were doing that. That's part of the problem. And then the other part of the problem is, from my understanding, they were the ones that were digitizing the books. Like they were scanning the books themselves. And that was deemed as a no-no, because if they worked out a deal where they were licensing the digital copy for every physical copy, that'd be one thing. That's what actual libraries do. But they were scanning, digitizing, and lending out. And I don't believe they were limiting it to, well, we have one copy in the warehouse, so we're going to have one copy lent out.
Well, the thing is, I know that other users could upload stuff. So I wonder how much of it is, other users uploading that content.
Yeah.
You know?
I don't think it's that. I think they were working on getting their own copies made, but like people working at Internet Archive. But I mean, it's possible it could have included user submissions as well.
Was he choppy as all get out for you, Reese? That's a great sign.
Reese,
that.
where are you, Reese?
For that? Sorry?
I'm at 1 megabit, less than a megabit per second upload right now.
Oh, that's not good.
What a great night. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah,
Yes.
we can hear you.
My upload is really good, so I guess
That's nice.
I just can't hear you. That sucks.
For me, you've been stable this whole time.
Yeah.
I'm just going to leave the call and come right back.
Oh, yes, I sound fine, do I? Yes. That is good to hear. With all the anti-pirate propaganda, there's no way this gets by the Supreme Court.
Oh, fuck. This is not good. Shit. You guys want to go over pickups while I jump out of here and restart my computer?
What's
Sure.
like? Okay.
I
You
guess
seem
we have
fine.
to.
I don't know what his problem is, but
We have no choice.
okay.
Let me find the pickups channel. Where are your pickups? All right.
We're winging it. We're winging it.
We are winging it. Hold on. There's 273.
He was pausing, but that's just his
Oh.
speech. Yeah. Whoa! Wow! You say I pause a lot? Is that it? Maybe I do. I don't know.
I thought you were
Lewis?
going to restart your computer, AC.
Yeah, I don't know. He's working out and he's working. He's fucking around in the background. I don't know. Lewis Rossman monitor right to repair. Yeah, send them the bugs. Let him fix all the bugs.
So that I didn't listen to that video when he said it. So that bug was inside the screen, not outside the screen.
Yeah.
I'm surprised that bug didn't get fried in there.
Oh, it's warm. You know, it's nice and cozy in there.
All right. So
You got Discord?
Pickups. Yep, I'm doing pickups. Share screen. Select the window. Pickups. That one. So, Anime Fan 77 picked up Demon Slayer Mugen Train arc. Came in 2 weeks before the earliest arrival estimate. So, doing pretty good progress on that. And then JT Vega picked up El Hazard, The Wanderers on Blu-ray. And then
I picked up Mega Man, Super Fighting Robot, on DVD, unfortunately. But I saw it and I was like, I don't have it. I'll fucking pick it up, whatever. It's kind of expensive for a DVD. It was like almost $40 on Crunchyroll.
I
Sonic
haven't made a
X.
Blu-ray yet for this.
Apparently not. Or I hope they don't, because I didn't see it.
Probably Blu-ray if they do. Yeah.
Yeah, most likely it would be if it was. Sonic X, SD, Blu-ray, bullshit, but whatever. I just was like, whatever, I'll buy it. And then Steins Gate Zero Part 2. The out of print thing that was annoying, and I figured I'll just fucking import it. So now I have it.
Where'd you get it from?
All three of these are from Crunchyroll.
Oh, okay. That's what you meant by your art. And then AC's wife picked up 10 bunches of bananas by accident.
Somehow there was a miscommunication. 10 bananas became 10 bunches of bananas.
Banana.
My understanding is that in previous orders,
purchases. Yeah,
it
they're
was
like individual bananas.
Yes, someone purchased a few bananas and they got exactly that many bananas. So then when they purchased the bananas again, they purchased 10 bananas, wanting 10 individual bananas, but got 10 bunches of bananas.
His wife turned that character in all the math problems in high school.
Oh yeah.
What buys X bananas and then how many buys 10 bunches of bananas and each bunch has 5 bananas. How many bananas do they have? If she eats 14 of them. And I also picked up these Hunter x Hunter noodle stoppers, which I think they were on sale and they just came in stock. So I was like, I wanted something Hunter x Hunter just because I like Hunter x Hunter a lot. And so I was always like thinking about getting like some of these because they just can sit right on the edge of your shelf. And, you know, they look pretty decent. But Randy says they're gay, so I gotta take them back now.
I mean, the image just screamed gay to me. I don't know.
And
would you ever use them as an actual
never? No way.
Ramen
Never.
topper?
Never.
They're too precious for you?
Well, I mean, just the idea of it, like they're supposed to hold the lid down when you pour the boiling water in. I've never done that. I've just cooked them in the microwave. Put the water and just toss it in the microwave. You're supposed to boil water and then pour it into the ramen cup and then let it sit for 3 minutes.
You know those cups say do not microwave, right?
I've never had any issue with them. That's the thing. I've never once had an issue with them.
They leak, they leak chemicals and shit when you microwave them. You're not supposed to microwave it.
No wonder I'm in such good health.
Yeah.
What podcast are we on?
I'm not sure now.
I'm guessing 4.
274 would be the next one.
Alright.
How much were those?
20 something a piece. Like close to almost $30 a piece, I guess.
Okay. I mean, that's right on the line of like it's not quite cheap enough where you're like, I don't care if this gets dirty and destroyed.
Mhm.
You know, if it was like maybe $5-10, then it's like,
Oh yeah, totally.
But yeah, when we start to
Like,
get
they actually have like a pretty decent weight to them too.
yeah, when you start to get to $30, you're like, I don't want to get this wet and like
I don't want to
steamy
get
and
that. I don't want to potentially have this thing fall through the lid.
yeah. They have microwavable ramen. Now it's on the label which ones are microwavable, I guess. Fair enough, I suppose. The ramen I know of is the boil water and do not microwave, but if you got specific instructions to microwave it, then you may be safe.
Like the paper bowls are definitely safe to microwave. Like the styrofoamers are ones I'm thinking you're talking about, like we microwave and they leak chemicals or something.
Yeah, probably.
I haven't had ramen in years.
I like ramen, like actual ramen. There's a few ramen places around here.
Over the instant ones?
No, like a restaurant.
No, you like the restaurant ones over the instant ones.
Oh yeah. But like, so that's what I was gonna say. I hate all instant ramen. Like, it's all gross. I don't think I've had an instant ramen that I've liked.
AC wants to banish you to the Shadow Realm.
What if Mike banished himself?
I did it on purpose.
Going on.
I was just leaving so you guys could fight it out. Oh yeah,
Right, so
I'll let Mom and Dad sort it out. I'll go to the other room.
turns out Ethernet doesn't work when the other end of it's not plugged into anything.
Yeah, it would be a problem.
Yep. That would explain my speed test of nothing, literally 0. Cool.
Wow.
That's much better. Cool. All right, I like that. So you guys got through pickups?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Oof. All right, let's get back to this. I did see the you added that. Thanks. Awesome. Okay, great. Pirates Side nHentai sued in U.S. court for copyright infringement.
No.
Pause for dramatic effect.
Randy's spider senses tingle. Forget.
So, nHentai, a popular adult site with dozens of millions of monthly visits. Why don't you say tens of millions? Like, dozens of millions of monthly visits, has been sued for copyright infringement. The lawsuit was filed by California company PCR Distributing. Piece of crap. That's what that stands for, right? Which operates several hentai brands. The complaint alleges that nHentai doesn't respond to takedown notices. The site attempted to settle the dispute confidentially months ago, but that attempt failed. This is just an explanation of what anime and hentai are. We don't need that. As with any type of media, not all consumers are paying for access. Anime and manga piracy is more prevalent than music piracy today, which is to be understood because music sucks nowadays.
Well, also, they've made music free.
Yeah, like you can just listen to it on YouTube kind of thing.
Yeah, or Spotify. It's all free, right?
Well, Spotify,
as far as I'm concerned, so is hentai.
Isn't Spotify like a subscription?
But it's free with ads.
Yeah, there's free with ads and stuff.
I've never used it, so I don't know.
So anyway, anime and manga piracy is more prevalent than music piracy today, and hentai is no exception. One might say hentai is the rule. The nHentai.net website, for example, had nearly 80 million visits in June this year. Copyright holders are not happy with the unauthorized distribution of their content. Many take countermeasures, which often involves sending DMCA takedown notices to the pirate platforms, but not all recipients respond by taking content offline. I just love the idea of getting a cease and desist DMCA takedown notice that says, listen here, young fella, if you don't remove access to hot MILF gets cream pied in her asshole this instant, you will be hearing more from my lawyers, right? Like, just like these filthy, disgusting, light novel length titles, right? Rights holder targets nHentai. So California company PCR Distributing is one of the affected copyright holders. The company does business under various brands, including J18 and Jast USA. Not J-List. Pardon, we're not going to have J-List come in here. It's going to be Jast. And sees nHentai as a major threat to its operation. PCR obtained a DMCA subpoena a few weeks ago requiring Cloudflare to unmask the people behind the site, which allegedly failed to process takedown notices. As is frequently the case, a court clerk swiftly granted the subpoena, requiring Cloudflare to comply. In this case, however, that wasn't straightforward. It's nice that they left the titles. I guess none of them are funny like I was memeing earlier, though. A few days after the DMCA subpoena was issued, lawyers representing nHentai slammed on the brakes. They argued that no personal data should be disclosed, as the subpoena should never have been granted.
I like how they blurred the shit out of those things, but you can still tell what's going on. At least in that one.
I don't know what's happening in this one.
At least in the one on the right, you're like, you know what's going on there.
And just in case you don't know what's going on, the title is right there. At the time of writing, the matter is still pending in court. nHentai's opposition is well argued and certainly has a chance of success. However, even if the subpoena is quashed, nHentai's legal issues are far from over, as PCR has just filed a full-blown copyright infringement lawsuit. PCR sues nHentai for copyright infringement. In a complaint filed last Friday at a California federal court, PCR describes nHentai as a popular pirate site with dozens of millions of visitors. The site shares copyrighted material without permission, taken from digital and or physical books, while the operators don't allow users to upload content. See, that, believe it or not, is how they got in trouble. Because users cannot submit their own content, then they are not a platform, right? They're a publisher. nHentai.net is a widely visited platform for adult manga and doujinshi content, attracting over 79 million visits per month, the complaint reads. God damn it. Fucking bug is having a disco because the settings are cycling again.
Disco party.
I think he died. I think the bug died. Oh no.
That will be his grave.
Yeah, well, I wish he had died not
Somewhere
in the middle
else.
of the screen.
from house to grave.
I know you guys can't see it, but right here is a dead bug on my screen now. And when I scroll, he scrolls with me. All right. The lawsuit emphasizes that nHentai doesn't rely on user-generated content. Those types of services can typically rely on a safe harbor under the DMCA. In this case, however, nHentai can't claim this protection, PCR argues. nHentai is not a user-generated content website. There is no user upload capability. Defendants are not service providers, are not engaged in the storage of content at the direction of users, and thus are not entitled to any of the safe harbors afforded under Section 512 of the DMCA. failed settlement attempt. Okay, so the complaint doesn't identify the owners of nHentai, who have yet to be named. I can't wait to find out what they're called. However, PCR and nHentai are certainly no strangers. Last October, attorneys for the alleged pirate site offered to confidentially settle all copyright infringement claims with PCR. The proposed terms of the agreement are unknown, but PCR declined and insisted that nHentai should take down pirated copies of their works. In October 2023, the nHentai defendants attempted to have PCR enter into a highly confidential settlement and release agreement to settle claims, including copyright infringement between the plaintiffs and defendants in this case. PCR declined the agreement and further requested the removal of its works from nHentai. Despite these efforts, nHentai allegedly failed to remove any of the infringing works in response to PCR's takedown request. Plaintiff or its agents sent DMCA complaint takedown notices identifying infringing works on defendant's website to the email address provided for reporting abuse. Additional DMCA complaint takedown notices were sent to nHentai's known service providers. However, 100% of the reported URLs remain active. Damages and broad injunction. PCR accuses nHentai of various forms. Fucker, disco party again.
From the grave.
No, I bet you that Bug's brother, like his carcass is right here under the buttons on the side of the computer or the monitor, and that's what's like causing this short circuit that causes my visual magic bright dynamic settings to cycle. The injunction should prohibit the site's operator from infringing the copyrights of PCR's works going forward and require the registrar of nhentai.net to transfer the domain to PCR. See, this is the big thing. Where have we seen this before? Not Faku. What's the other one called? Hentai Haven? Did Faku or did they not? Force Hentai Haven. This is exactly what they did there, right? They basically were planning to shut the site down and instead just basically bought the site, made it legit, and stole the URL, right? Effectively, Jast is trying to do that with nHentai because nHentai gets so many millions of views every single month. They think, well, shit, if I could throw ads that I make money off of on that site and I already own all the stuff for the licenses, that seems like a good idea to me. To be honest, it is a pretty fucking good idea, but also, fuck you.
Get all this fucking money and just buy all of them.
Gotta buy all the legit companies and shut them down.
This is one of those cases where, like, I just think that piracy is
the greatest.
Like, what are you gonna do? Just let it be. Like, you know, they go after them. Okay, fine.
nHentai, X-Hentai is gonna show up.
Yeah, or not even like X-Hentai. It'll be nHentai, but .to. Like, you know.
nHentai.si.
Somebody's predicting the future. All right. Now that I'm done eating. So the injunction should prohibit the site's operator from infringing on the copyrights, right? And they're demanding the transfer of the domain. If a domain transfer isn't granted, the proposed injunction requires third-party intermediaries to block the domain in the United States. That would apply to search engines, hosting providers, ISPs, domain name registrars, domain name registries, and other service or software providers. Look, man, I know that you think you can stop, but believe it or not, dark web. Like, let's go on tour. If a domain transfer isn't granted for a third party, I think I just read that. Okay. At the time of writing, nHentai has yet to comment on or respond to the complaint. However, Given the site's previous opposition to the DMCA subpoena request, we expect that it will file a response in due course. Okay. So I learned of this through this tweet. Damn. With all the stuff that happened yesterday, big corporate got nHentai. From what I discovered, it seems that the U.S. sued them for copyright infringement. Goodbye, nuke codes. You'll definitely be missed. So if I understand this correctly, I think this website had these codes that they were basically like unique identifiers for the doujin.
Yeah,
and so
6-digit numbers.
Yeah, basically like a hex code is for color, but it was a way to access the stuff. So you could keep, I'm guessing this is what they were for, like a spreadsheet or like a document, and you could organize all your porn and nobody would have any idea what it was because it's just a bunch of numbers. Right.
And every time somebody asks for the sauce, you always see.
Yeah, you just see people
codes.
giving 6-digit numbers or whatever. Now, they also said, for some, the site may still work, and if using alternatives like .io or .to, it will work, though ad block is more than needed. But typing it in and putting in .net would basically be inaccessible, as you can see here. Here's the thing, though.
On whatever, I'm guessing whatever mobile network, whatever mobile service provider they're using, locked it on them. Because they're obviously on the phone.
Yeah, because here's the thing. I checked nhentai.net on my church's Wi-Fi this morning, and believe it or not, it is still up. So, and you know what's really funny?
I also just checked it.
What's really funny is that as we were just talking about with Internet Archive, Reese and I were looking at it yesterday. We pulled up the literal most recent thing uploaded to nHentai, and I searched it on Wayback Machine. And it was archived the day previous, and you could read the entire thing on Wayback Machine. So I'm just saying, you're fighting a losing battle here. You
know? When I said .to, like, it was literally a random domain.
Yeah.
That I just like whatever. I didn't know that was actually a thing that they already had.
He said, trying to distance himself from the version of the site he uses regularly. Is this where we left off? I'm guessing. Yes. What does the N mean? You know what it means.
I've looked on Reddit, and nobody seems to have given a definite answer, but my favorite one was Nintendo. Like N-I-N-T-O.
All right. Is it piracy if there is no official translation or subs aren't those transformative?
No translation or subs, aren't those transformative?
Oh, no.
There is an argument that I've seen where if you are translating work, that is fair use.
Mm-hmm.
But I would imagine it's a weak argument.
Yeah.
Because you're still like of the pillars of fair use, like you're still replacing the market, like especially with the product being mostly visual and no one really reads the shit anyway. Like
how dare you?
Yeah, so I don't know how far that'll get you. It would go towards the fair use though, yes.
Did I ever post the comment telling people to join the Discord? Because I typed it up on my phone while I was trying to get near. It doesn't look like I did. Doing it now. That is not the ampersand.
I don't use NH site because they censored certain tags, making the site unusable. What tags did they censor?
Did they block you from searching up Ugly Bastard Plus conflation?
Yeah. So, while I was doing research on this, I did hear that the .io and .to versions they were suggesting you would require ad block. I did learn that those versions, for some reason, don't have as many tags. I think they still have the same database, but you can't search as effectively as on the .NET version. So make of that what you will. I am now going to pin this comment. Pin. Cool. All right.
Wait, I thought the U.S. government hates pornography. This isn't the U.S. government; it's a company.
Well, I mean, it is the U.S. government. If not the
Copyright
US
law
government.
gets involved.
Yeah, you're right. Technically, he's right. All right.
They don't. What they hate is heterosexual attraction. Oh, this is true.
Just so you know, there's a lot of gay shit on nHentai, so
they have
so
a
maybe
lawyer.
That would explain it.
What is the point of exposing the coins?
Referring to like getting their owners disclosed through Cloudflare. Jast might not own the translations though. Well, most of the translations I'm guessing are fan translations, so yeah. Yes. Archives will never die. Digital dies faster. Okay. JT Vega, the government has enough porn to look at. Yeah, child porn. What?
Whoa. So with this comment, if they only own the license for the American English translation and the Japanese and all the other languages that are posted, in theory, they'd only have the right for the takedown of the English one. But if they owned, I guess in theory, you could argue that the other ones, like they would have the potential to also translate those other languages, so and potentially sell them. So it's you're still taking away from the use of the original or the authorized licensor. So yes. I don't think that's a get out of jail free card. Like, well, you only own the English thing. I think they could still sue.
I just don't think there's any use in trying to stop people from.
I honestly, who buys these? Like, someone has to be buying these.
And see, that's the thing, right? That's the thing is that a site like nHentai probably exists for people to quickly relieve themselves, utilitarian style, as we know, because of your usage of the .to version of the site, right? And so if you try to remove that from the market to get people to buy the shit, ain't nobody thinking like, oh man, yeah, I'm going to order this one and this one and this one, right? And I'm planning an evening of reading erotic literature to myself, right? Why did my lights get turned off? That's weird. Anyway, like it's just like the market for the site is, I'm guessing, people who are trying to rub one out quickly, right? Or just utilize it. Yeah, exactly. It's not like there's not really going to be a fair market difference. If you remove access to it, it isn't all of a sudden going to drive up sales dramatically. Like, you're not going to get 80 million people a month.
There's already
going
so
to
much,
you.
So many other porn outlets out there.
They'll find something else. Number one, before they jump to you, because the reason they're using it to begin with is not because they've got their favorite shit. It's so that they can find degenerate filth that tickles their pickle on the specific fetish that they've developed from their crippling porn addiction quickly in order to utilitarian levels rub one out quickly, right? Like, they want to get that shit out and then they get on with their life. So I just don't see it. I don't see it working in Jast's favor. Anyway. Oh, some of them can only be bought in Japanese, and you couldn't even search them. Wow. Nobody relieves himself when watching Okama porn. Even a woman would never watch female characters fuck each other.
I don't know. I think a lesbian would watch it.
Yeah, man. I don't know about that. Japan can do translations themselves. I am fine with One-chan being used. Okama can be kept if it can mean pot and kettle, which is confusing. Wow. All right, I'm going to move right past that and talk about Dagger of Kamui. 14 days to go. $93,000.
What's the goal again?
The goal was 50K. They have 0 stretch goals. They said we're putting everything in this. We don't need no stinking stretch goals.
The most annoying thing is after this comes out and it's done, there's going to be a
media OCD release. Yeah. Isn't that going to happen?
With exclusive slipcover.
Mm-hmm.
Although you don't get the chipboard, at least.
Yeah.
I think it'd be worth just getting this one because, as far as from my understanding, Justin's gonna be involved with this, and it's gonna be the best that he can currently make it.
Yeah. That might explain the stretch goal thing. Like, we don't need it because we've already got the A team on it. Anyway, in other crowdfunding news, Feminist crowdfunded woman-only town project canceled. Crowdfunding for a woman-only town project began in August with a target goal of 500 million yen to make a town exclusively for women has been canceled. And seething feminists are blaming men for its failure. Of course they are. Goddamn, women can't do anything themselves. The woman-only town project came to light in August when the crowdfunding went live. The project's goal was to move to a deserted village and rebuild it while ensuring women's safety by making it a town where only women could enter. Project managers were recruiting help from women only, and they planned to take action as soon as they had enough funds. But they found there were no women-only construction crews. However, the project appears to have been canceled without word from the organizers, with the crowdfunding page now showing an error. An angry feminist reacted to the news. No! The woman-only town project was canceled! It's misogyny! Somehow men are to blame, right?
Someone's always got to be holding you down.
Yeah, I just like the idea that they make a town that's for women only, right? But they can't keep the bears out.
Female bears only. Female bears only.
Like I mean, even hypothetically, they could get that, and they could hypothetically bar all men whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
That town dies in one generation. Like, what's the point?
It dies sooner than that, Reese. Oh. Another angry feminist blamed men for why the recruitment failed. Reason: the recruitment takes place on a platform created by a company founded by a man. Wow, a free harem town. What about the women who get raped by bears? Wait, no, what? Women who get raped by women in female-only train cars. You know they cannot keep everybody safe. Wow. Seems like now might be a good time to randomly grab something from off screen.
I'm in, before you get to that,
Go ahead.
I'm in a Discord that talks about like One Piece and anime and stuff. More specifically, a One Piece. Anyway, There's this random guy in there that's like, I'm building an anime town. Can anyone help me build an anime town? And I'm like, what are you gonna do? What do you mean you're building an anime town? And he's like, well, I have no experience with anything, but I'm a woodworker, and I want to build an anime town the size of Singapore, and it will be. And it will be. So I need to buy a bunch of acreage in the States, and we're gonna start building. Huh? Yeah, we're gonna start building anime themed buildings and licensed anime like streets and landmarks and all this kind of stuff. And I'm like,
how much money do you have?
What are you doing? Like, how are you going to do this? Well, I'm going to make a non-profit, and so I need someone to sit on the board of my non-profit with me. So I'm looking for a few people that would know how to create a non-profit and sit on the board and collect money. I'm like, buddy,
This
I don't
guy's
think-
entire life lives off sunshine and rainbows.
Yeah, I don't think you know how any of this works. Like,
Yeah.
You're
He
not.
clearly says, I don't know anything.
Who's going to be donating to this nonprofit? Like, what?
So-
You're not even a charity.
I
Are
have a
you
question.
giving away these buildings? Well, how are you going to work out the licensing to any of these buildings? Do you think that they're going to take out like liability insurance on you? Because if someone goes down and kills someone at the like Naruto ramen shop on your like, that's going to damage the brand.
The Shuriken Triumph.
There's been a rape reported at Naruto ramen shop. Police are on the scene. So it stands as I'm building an
police ninjas are on the scene.
Yeah.
They have to
Question: do you think that at this women-only town that trans women would be allowed in?
Depends if they're turfs.
Yeah, but what do you think? What is your gut telling you?
My gut says no.
Yeah, you don't think they'd be allowed in?
It's Japan, so no.
That's good because
So it's like a no penis policy.
Because the sex offending rate of women is 3 per 1 million. The sex offending rate of men is 395 per million. And the sex offending rates of trans women is 1,916 per million.
That's not surprising.
Would you rather meet a man, a bear, or a trans woman in the woods? Right?
You know, like, obviously, I'm just going based off of this one random tweet, and I've not looked into it any further. But it seems to be it fits my logical like sense of it, where it's like, okay, if you're gonna become a trans person, you're kind of like obsessed with sex and like being the right sex and all that kind of shit, right?
I guess
And
it's,
so
yeah,
it's like a self-selecting group of
a lot
people
of
that
it
are
is-
like,
what do they call it? Gynophilia? Like there's an actual sexual, what do you call it? Stimulation, I guess, over the idea of becoming a woman.
and it's also another self-selecting group because a lot of, well, I guess it's not totally self-selecting because some of it's targeted, but like a lot of trans people are autistic, right? So
Yes,
autistic people would not have the social cues of like boundaries. So I would, like, if you told me what just in general that autistic people had more sex offending rates than non-autistic people, I wouldn't be surprised about that either. Right?
Sure. We're here already. Not even an hour. Can we read some comments real quick? While I find the fucking thing I just, here it is. Is it here? Oh, I guess oh, hold on.
When you said woodworking, I thought you meant model town. No.
Just because the guy's a carpenter thinks you can build an entire freaking town.
I forget the exact acreage he said, but like
he said Singapore, right? So
no, he didn't say Singapore. I said Singapore.
Okay.
So I forget the exact acreage, but we looked it up and it was like comparable to Singapore. I'm like, okay, you're insane.
That's never happened in the U.S.
Unless he wanted to do it in like Montana or something. Unless he means an anime version of Disney World. No, he didn't want it to be a theme park. He wanted it to be like you go buy a house. He was going to set up anime themed schools.
Dear God, he needs to do it at Mount Rushmore and make that, just recarve it into the Hokage.
He also wanted you to be like he wanted it to be a vetted thing where you had to be an anime fan to join the city.
Good friggin' luck finding an anime fan to do all your plumbing and electric.
And thus the reason it will never be a thing, Luigi.
Yeah. He wanted it all licensed. I'm like, if you get a small like 2-block town, like of like 5 people that would do
be
this.
A fucking miracle.
Yeah, I would be surprised. You're not
right. A
you're not
trailer
getting
park, an anime themed
anything
trailer
bigger than
park.
that.
That sounds more doable.
Why don't you start with an anime themed dog park, man? Like,
Anime Town the musical.
you know what to do. All right. So, the Minecraft movie revealed an April 2025 premiere and first teaser trailer, and the world literally decided they didn't need to see it. Warner Brothers Pictures has shared a premiere date and the first look at their long-awaited Minecraft movie, the live-action adaptation of Mojang's popular sandbox game, simply titled A Minecraft Movie. Worst fucking title ever. Just call it Minecraft. Is it that hard? The new live-action adaptation
or
of
the
Minecraft
movie.
Yeah.
Or Minecraft the movie.
Whoa. Starring Jason Momoa and Jack Black, a Minecraft movie directed by Jared Hess. What? Wasn't Mac from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia working on it?
I have no clue.
Did he write it?
I do not know. I just said I don't know.
I'm looking it up. A Minecraft movie.
The only thing I knew about this movie was that Jack Black was going to be in it. I'm Steve.
All cast and crew. Where is the writers?
The jackets in the live-action Minecraft look stupid. T-shirts and cargo pants are fine. I think, in general, it has an art direction issue.
I see the director.
Overall,
I see the. Okay, what's his name? Rob.
Live action is trying fantasy to reality.
Time fantasy.
Oh, tying. Okay.
Man, I could have sworn he was part of it.
That is why anime is the best at suspending disbelief. Even 3D movies are able to make people dizzy, but not blind. Well, if you watched a movie and it made you blind, I think we'd have a problem. Although, if you watched enough hentai and masturbated enough, you might go blind.
Yes.
And then you knew
hairy palms.
Then you knew you did it the right way.
Make the city from Projekt Echo. I still have not watched that. I bought it, but I never. Weeb Town, USA.
All right. Rob McElhenney was once attached to direct the Minecraft movie. He spent around 2.5 years working on the project with a vision centered on giving people agency in a digital landscape, much like how players have freedom in the game. However, in 2016, after Warner Brothers underwent leadership changes, McElhenney's version was shelved, and he eventually left the project. Well, fucking thank God. When I saw the actual trailer, I'm like, man, you've lost the touch. Wow.
You got the touch.
His
You
take
got
was
the
replaced
power.
by director Peter Sollett, which is not Jared Hess. So I'm guessing they went through another shift. Wow. Holy shit. I can't believe it. Okay.
I mean,
Anyway.
you look at one screenshot of this and you think this movie had no issues in the pipeline.
Right. Oh,
This is
man.
a masterpiece.
As a fan of Minecraft, let me look up Jared Hess real quick and tell you. Wow, he directed Nacho Libre, Napoleon Dynamite, and Thelma the Unicorn. Wow. Suddenly, the art design all makes sense. Thelma the
I
Unicorn.
like Nacho Libre.
I love Nacho Libre and Napoleon Dynamite, but Thelma the Unicorn looks like the trash in this thing. All right. Anyway, I don't know if that's actually something he directed. It just comes up under his name. I don't know what he did, but whatever. Let's look at this.
One sec.
I wouldn't-
Luigi says Projekt Echo has Blu-rays by disc. Yes, I have those Blu-rays.
Yep. Okay. So let's watch this trailer, will we? Shall we? Will we?
Oh,
Yes.
no.
It's 4K.
Right this way!
dream about here, you can make.
Who are you?
I am Steve. Okay.
Okay.
This guy is such a tool bag.
That's Enid from Wednesday, by the way, for anybody who watched that show. And
That's a Whedonism.
yeah, man,
Joss Whedon poking his head in.
holy fuck. So, as a Minecraft fan, I'm gonna point out some shit that drives me up the wall. All right, let's take a look here. What do I see? What do I see but a lip hanging off of this staircase, which, by the way, no, that is not how these look. How? How the fuck? That's not how it works. You've got to trim. These are not trap doors. Well, actual goddamn windows.
For people, hold on. For people who don't know,
yeah, that's right. You guys can't see my.
The window in normal Minecraft, there is no window, so people use trap doors.
Yeah, and then so the window should be.
But
like
a trap door would be square,
or trap doors on the side of the building to create the depth that they're getting by the wood framing. And look at the goddamn roof. You use stairs as the roof in Minecraft most often, right? But these are not stairs. They are shaped somewhat like stairs, but you'll notice that they're one thick. In order to have the staircasing
I think they're
effect
too
on the
thick,
top,
actually.
No. In order to have the staircasing effect on the top and bottom,
I'm gonna blow your mind. I'm gonna blow your mind. They're too thick.
They're not too thick.
Yeah, they're too thick, one wide or one tall.
No.
Those are
No,
two
they're
bricks next to each other.
Okay, fucking. You, my friend, are fucking insane.
Did you see the windows? They were actually trapdoors. They're just two trapdoors on top of each other.
No, they're not.
Yeah, they are.
Look. In Minecraft, this barrel is 1x1 block.
Yeah, the
this
barrel's
back
not to
here
scale.
Is 1x1, or
No,
not
that's
1x1,
two.
but this is
That's
a
two.
one. This is a stack of one block. So
Yeah, that's two.
therefore, this extra lip, I don't get to have that in the game. That's not fair. You've immediately broken my immersion. Also, there are
I can't explain
fence
the lip.
posts. There are fence
The
posts.
lip is artistic
Bullshit.
liberty.
Fuck that. I don't get to have that. They don't get to have that. Right? So no,
Look at hold on. Look at the step in the ground, right? Look how
I
thick
see that.
step is.
That's also bullshit because that's
Right?
like a grass slab.
But that's one block, meaning that
No, it's not.
the wood, but it literally has to be.
It should be. I'm telling you that they're breaking the rules of Minecraft because I
Yeah,
don't
but
get
I'm
a
saying-
dirt slab.
It's a grass block.
It's not.
It's
A grass block would be this height. You know what it is? Both of these combined because it is a slab.
It's a grass block. You just can't get out of their head that the scale is their blocks are smaller than you think. If you come at it from the vantage of the blocks are smaller than actual Minecraft, then it all works. Except the lip on that door or on the wall.
This is how it should look. If you're going to build the roof, it's got to hang off the edge by a full block because right here is a line of stairs. And then right here is an upside down stair sitting right behind the forward facing stair. What they have done is one single step up, like that should be double the thickness. And it should be shoved out way over here. They are breaking the rules. You're gonna watch the whole movie and be so excited to go home and build something and then not be able to do any of it because they couldn't stick with the rules. Oh, by the way, the pink sheep is one of the rarer animals in Minecraft. They do spawn naturally. It's got a crazy low probability rating or whatever. I think if they get struck by lightning, they also turn pink. So there you go. Also, I just like annoyed at the actual flowers and the square, like whatever the fucks. Anyway, yeah, I'm not thrilled. And it very much seems like it's a excuse to make a movie that is attempting in the most asinine way possible to get people to go play the game. But the only people who are going to go see this movie is nobody, right? So, I don't know. It looks awful.
Just another excuse to have Jack Black act as Jack Black and not shave his beard.
Yeah. Well, see, because the thing is that the original Steve, the original texture for him had a very bizarre like texture, like goatee, right? Give me this. Make a movie about this. That's all I want, right? So Kangman Lee said, it looks like Concord is getting a live action, LMAO, right? He said, seriously, it's uncanny, right?
I don't know what they did with Jason Momoa. Like, is it supposed to be like a girl playing that character?
Are they player characters? I thought they just got. I don't know. I thought they got isekai'd.
That I mean the
bangs
no
are
normal
ruining it.
no normal person dresses like that. So I have to imagine it's a player character. I have to. I cannot imagine that this was like a.
Oh, the bug is moving.
He's alive.
Yeah.
No one knows what your bug is though. So
get way over here and yeah, you can stop moving in that area. That's cool. Stop over there. Okay.
For the people that don't know, there's a bug in AC's
There's a
monitor.
bug in my monitor right now. Anyway, yeah.
There's this comment by Mirage,
which says,
AC, I just got off work, have to shower and eat. Did you want me to pop in later, or are you not doing guests? Well, either way.
We'll see. It's been kind of a rough weekend with me having to work yesterday, so I'm trying to keep things light tonight. But we'll see. Make sure you watch to find out. All right. So anyway, beyond this, we have sorry, the Minecraft movie isn't meant to be for you.
This is the most infuriating thing.
When has this ever worked for them?
As a production company, I would start sending takedown notices and cease and desists to these people. Like, stop putting this out there. What the fuck? My movie is for anyone who wants to pay for it.
Yeah.
Stop antagonizing our potential customers.
As Lady of the Nerds put it, they are preemptively coping on its failure. Uh-oh. Notch said, okay, I'm in. Wow, this is a weird feeling in response to the trailer. It's going to make 64 million emeralds in the box office. Fucking legendary comment, right?
Do you see Notch's comment?
Boo. All right. And then somebody else said, got a feeling they're going to put politics and woke in this one, Notch. I wouldn't hold my breath. Good duh. Anyway. Let's talk about this. Anybody got any more to say about Minecraft? Actually,
Nope. Looks like crap.
looks awful. Like I can't wait to pirate it.
Are you going to cover the articles covering this trailer? I think we did. I don't know if those were the.
I think he
Yeah,
asked that
it was
before we
posted
got-
before, but I don't know if there was a specific article you were talking about.
Yeah, if you share it, I might cover it. If you get to it before I move on to this next topic.
Not a fan of Minecraft, but I find myself cringing with the usage of the Beatles
Yeah.
song in this trailer. I love the Beatles. Okay,
No,
that's
seriously.
actually something I wanted to bring up. I like that song, right?
Mhm.
I think it could fit like a wonderful, like a fantastical,
Whimsical, sort of,
yeah. But like, that wasn't the normal song. That was a
right.
slowed down, like,
Yeah.
and like, how many times are they gonna do, like, that's the trailer, like, algorithm, right? Take like a popular old song, slow it down, make it kind of like a little bit more moody, and then
I'll
put
give
that
them
in
this.
the trailer.
I didn't get copyright claimed for using the trailer because
Yeah.
they used the shittier version of the song. So I'll give them that.
Yeah.
But one thing I will say is that for me, as a person who played Minecraft for fucking years, right? Like who has been there from when it was in beta, right? The goddamn music is so iconic. You absolutely should have just used it, right? Not only that, but dozens of people have made incredible tributes to Minecraft on YouTube, like music-wise, and like written entire songs about the game. Use that. Get the rights. Like pay those people for their hard work and do a remix of it or whatever, right? People would be singing along in the theater when they saw the trailer. Instead, you use the Beatles, like fucking tone deaf executive.
Is there lyrics to the Minecraft music?
No. I'm talking about the ones that other people have written. Like
Okay.
Minecraft. I play Minecraft every day by Victor Cepeda. There's like a fuck ton of them. There's the ones by Captain Sparkles that are like riffs on the Coldplay When I Ruled the World song, right? Like there's all sorts of them, right? Either it's not the RTX version, dude. It looks terrible. Motorcycle just backfired.
I just
Okay.
transition to 69 sort of block.
I mean, I didn't play Minecraft on 4x3, so yeah. Oh man, it looks awful.
They didn't even try to make them look like they're.
Why would you do it live action?
Yeah.
You have the characters like the hoglins and the piglins or whatever. You have those characters depicted as like the voxel type character design. Why would you not just make avatars for the characters voiced by, Jason Momoa and Jack Black and all of them, and just have them in this and do it sort of similar to the Jumanji movie where they're in the video game, the Jungle Cruise-y type. You know what I'm talking about?
Mm.
Yeah,
you could do that,
the newer
and like-
Jungle Book.
And like the what is it called? South Park episode where they had WoW characters, and you just kind of like let them riff as those characters and stuff. And
Yeah, I think the reason they didn't do that is because that would put it as just an animated movie, right?
Okay.
And there's
when
a
I
stigma.
was a child.
When I was a child.
When I was a child, I went to the movies every Friday night. Okay, that was something my family did. Every weekend, every week we would go, right?
How did you find a movie to watch at the theater every week?
Well, we would literally go and look at the posters that were out, right? And pick a movie and go see it, right? And my parents wouldn't ask us if we wanted to go see the movie. It was expected we were going to the movies, right? Sometimes they would tell us on the way what we were going to go see. And as a child, When it was a fucking live action movie, I'd be like, I don't want to sit through that crap, you know? Even if it was a kid's movie, right? So if you're going to make something like this, and you're saying like, well, see, but if they had done that, then it wouldn't be like, you know, half live action. It's like, good. That's the part that kids like. That's the market. You need to do it like the Mario movie. You know, the Sonic, imagine the Sonic movie if Sonic was a guy in a suit, right? Instead of the CG aspect of it. That's effectively what they've done. They took the main character and made him insufferable, right?
Yeah.
Anyway.
Did you guys play on default or because the 5 does cause distortion?
Rephrase the question.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I played on default. I didn't really change much.
Yeah, I don't play with mods, if that's the question.
Imagine
if it was just Jack Black in an ugly Sonic original design as a suit. Imagine if it was just Jack Black as a furry, right?
Oh, no.
With his Sonic OC. That would be the funniest fucking thing ever. If they did like a, you know how they're doing all these multiverse kind of things in all this different media? If then like they run out of stuff to do for the Sonic franchise, so they just do like a multiverse where he meets all the Sonic OCs and Sonichu shows up, right? That would be horrible. FOV. Oh, okay. The default field of view. What is it set to? I think I played on default. There's Quake. There's like a level where you slide all the way. It goes to like Quake Pro or whatever. And it's like, yes, it does distort it.
Yeah, if I find that if I play with too high of a field of view, it gives me a headache. So I don't play on the highest one.
I will say this as we wrap up the topic of Minecraft. Minecraft introduced me to a phrase called view bobbing. Are you familiar with this?
Yes.
Basically, the idea is that when you're playing the game, the camera does not move in terms of like, it doesn't like kind of move around. It stays straight, but the character's arms will do this like swaying. God damn it, bud. Okay, good. The character's arms will sway, right? And that's considered view bobbing. It's more immersive because it feels like if you go into creative mode, it removes the view bobbing, right? So it indicates that you're like in creative mode, you're flying, especially when you're flying, right? It doesn't have the view bobbing, right? And so I recently played that game that I bought, Madison. That game has some of the most egregious and worst like camera first person effects. The view bobbing is like you're drunk the entire time in Grand Theft Auto 4. It is so fucking awful. Like literally at times the screen will start to turn and it's like, fucking why, you know? It also doesn't have an inverted y-axis, which makes the game practically unplayable.
There are some games that just
overdo it.
Yeah, superliminal, I think it's called.
Yeah.
It's this game where like you take an object and you can like move the object and
you
if
can change
you move
the scale by
If
looking at it different ways.
Yeah, if you get close to it and pick it up, it's going to be huge.
Yeah.
But if you like back away from it and pick it up, it'll be tiny.
Mhm.
Anyway, that one, I played that and it was giving me a headache. I don't know what the fuck they were doing with their first person, but I couldn't play it.
Yeah.
I had to stop.
Anyway, I won't rant about shit for too long, but if you really want to hear my entire thoughts on literally the worst game I've ever played in my entire fucking life, I put it in the recommend games for Boomer AC thread of the gaming channel on Discord.
What
Anyway.
What do you know what channel that is the thread of?
Gaming.
Oh, gaming. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
All right. Cool. Let's go over here. So, Spy Family Code White anime movie is going to be streaming on Crunchyroll starting September 5th.
I mean, it has been streaming on Crunchyroll for the last 3 days.
Yep. Thank you. Keep you on your toes. All right. Also, all right. We are not going to do a lot of reading tonight. Just a heads up. But this topic, I had to kind of throw in at the last second. And we're going to read this. And it's going to be a little bit of a struggle, and I apologize for that. But I feel like it will make later parts of the podcast more beneficial to have done so. This is a rather old article. It's from August 7th. I don't know if you guys saw this. Did anybody see this tweet get showed to them? Nerdrotic is a piece of shit that we've allowed to operate amongst us for too long. A thread. Because I saw this post. I have never searched Nerdrotic. I've never listened to a Nerdrotic video. I don't have anything to do with Nerdrotic. I don't follow this Minute Nerd News. I don't follow any of that. It showed up on my feed. Okay? That's what this article is about. The manipulation that got it to show up on your feed. All right? So, social media investigator determines attack on Nerdrotic YouTube channel was part of a coordinated campaign. The Nerdrotic channel on YouTube is one of the larger pop culture pontificators on the web. The commentary is enjoyed by a wide variety of viewers, but not everyone is happy about that. A post from a mostly obscure Twitter went viral recently, and it was none too happy with Gary, the man whose voice you hear when you watch a Nerdrotic video. So how did a Twitter account with only a couple thousand followers post a thread of hateful statements, and suddenly blow up into a 5 million view trending topic across the internet? Well, it turns out that a social media analyst and investigator has discovered this might not have been by chance. Instead, it appears this visibility could have been the result of a coordinated effort to manipulate the way that Twitter functions. And it could be just the beginning of a campaign intended to possibly create news stories out of falsely trending posts. After all, posts with no appearance of trending status don't make for great news articles. So how does this social media analyst and investigator think this post was made to artificially trend? One of the more surprising aspects of the internet for those who are unaware is that not every social media post that goes viral does so based on merit. It's not always the number of eyeballs looking at a Facebook comment or a TikTok video that causes it to skyrocket. Though social media companies work hard to prevent this from happening, on occasion, we find that some trending social media posts and videos are driven by a more synthetic effort. Though complicated and difficult to understand, bots can be deployed by shady efforts to mimic the accounts of humans and thus artificially prop up visibility of things you would otherwise never find because they would have almost no attention. A deep dive into the account supporting the original poster at a time when the account was largely unknown gives us a major revelation. Master of the TDS, who runs Gothic Therapy on YouTube, managed to discover that the various users following Minute Nerd News shared a very peculiar similarity. But in order to know what was going on, they first needed to develop what is called a node map. At first, TDS and his partners, what does his name stand for again? Oh, Master of the TDS, of course, yeah.
Master Trunker.
Yeah, I know. It's it is the thing I think of every time his account pops up on my thread as well. At first, TDS and his partners thought the node map looked normal, and there were no shenanigans. Who is this motorcycle man on my driveway? Anyway, at first, TDS's partners thought the node map looked normal, and there were no shenanigans at play. This is until they ran another calculation. This time, they created a node map of all the accounts following Minute Nerd News, but they limited the accounts to only those which are publicly available. In other words, they removed private accounts. Normally, this wouldn't change the result much because private accounts are quite rare on the site formerly known as Twitter. At least if they're actively participating in online discourse. But what they found was startling. So this map, when you remove the private users, becomes this sparse, right? It turns out that the vast majority of the accounts driving this thread to great public visibility were private accounts. That was incredibly unusual. But then they also found that there were 2 very public accounts with vast social media followings that also were in the second node map you see in this article. It appeared without any doubt to our social media investigators that accounts with tremendous influence were connected to a conspiracy to make this thread as visible as possible. At this time, the investigators are not yet disclosing what large following accounts seem to have been connected with this behind the scenes. Although the original poster, Minute Nerd News, may not have been aware, it seems to Master of the TDS that the visibility of this post was dramatically increased in a way that was never intended to be possible on Elon Musk's platform. It could even represent a first step in a new way of damaging online personalities by artificially sparking topics online from smaller accounts willing to make bombastic statements. So I'm not sure who this is, but they're talking about different people making their accounts private, right? This is Minute Nerd News, right? This guy, who apparently has a he, him, and as the very first thing in his bio. And a free Palestine, what do you know? And a double deficit dyslexic CBM, whatever that means. All right. I heard we was whacking that fucking weirdo Nerdrotic. Let me get my lick in, says Wanda's attorney. Update 3, Grayson has removed his protected tweet status and has just reposted a tweet that seemingly encourages the whacking of Nerdrotic. I can only hope Grayson and his friends are joking, because that's probably not a term I would use. Although the goal does not seem to have been achieved this time, this is something we'll definitely have to keep an eye on in the future. Okay. So, right, that just sets the stage here. Now, I don't have an article for this, but I'm sure you've heard by now. Apparently, it is being alleged that several prominent conservative YouTube and online personalities have been caught being funded by the Russian government. Oh my God. Oh, who could have seen that coming? Oh no. Except that there was no stipulation whatsoever in the contracts given to them for the exchange of the money. And effectively, it was a tip for doing what they were doing, right? And in fact, let's find me an article about that real quick while I pull something else up. Just so we have something in the doc for it. While I grab this.
I have posted.
Thank you.
An article.
Appreciate that. Whatever it is, it's got to be better than the one I just grabbed. Fuck, it's the same thing. Oh, no, it's not. All right, so we got this. How Russian operatives covertly hired U.S. influencers to create viral videos. All right, well, guess what? I just so happen to have right here from Fox potential Russian disinfo, record inflation, unaffordable prices for food, risk of job loss for white Americans, privileges for people of color. Reality is Russian disinfo. You heard it here first. So, again, I'm just pointing out, we are entering into a different form of warfare. You know, what do they call it? 5th generational warfare. Intended to poison the well on information. Now, I want to jump over here.
Before you do, I just want to point it.
Sure. Let's talk about it if you want.
Unrelated. No. Completely tangent here.
Whatever you're going to say.
5th generational warfare. I saw this video of this drone fighting another drone in the Ukraine war.
With a flamethrower shooting thermite?
Thermite. So I did see the thermite one where the one drone drops a line of thermite across this tree line. That's crazy. But no, the one I saw was it's got like a slow moving like UAV type drone, right? Where it's just kind of like surveilling. And it was a Russian drone. And so the Ukrainians got like one of those little tiny quadcopter drones and just stuck a stick to it. And so the video
to put it into the propeller?
Yeah. So
Fucking
the video
legend.
is just them trying to move the stick into the propeller of the Russians' drone to take down the Russians' drone.
That's fucking hilarious. Meanwhile, the Chinese will hijack drones with technology, right? Like literally they have government like drones, and the US has them as well, where the drone will fly to where other civilian drones are, and it will like wirelessly implant a virus that causes the drone's navigation to get taken over by the people operating the government drone, and then basically that drone will then follow the government drone to another location instead of going back or being controlled by the people who were using it, right? But the Ukrainians are just like, oh, that's too much effort. Let's just attach a stick to it.
Yeah.
Tape a broom handle to it. Right?
That was pretty funny.
All right, so let's talk about this. Again, this is going to be a little bit rough, but I feel like it's going to enrich the latter part of the show here. Let's catch up on chats first. JT Vega says they used bots. Oh, yeah. Marash says, I listened to the whole thing on Tormented Souls. That was hilarious. I did bring up Tormented Souls I called it Tortured Souls because I'm a fucking idiot. In the thing about Madison. But I loved Tormented Souls. That game was incredible, and I recommend it for everybody. Anyway, the general public never care about the internet. When having content that stand the test of time, companies should be protected against the lying bigots. Okay. Drones are unnecessary. They use balloons now, right? Balloons can't be hacked. Okay. So the Acolyte, Cancellation, Backlash, seemingly organized effort underway to have YouTube silence critics of the show. Okay. So for those of you who don't know, because we've never talked about it on the podcast before, because fuck Star Wars, I can't stand it. The Acolyte was such trash that in, I think, the first 3 episodes, the spaceship they're flying in outer space catches fire. And they have to put a fire out on the wing in outer space where there is no oxygen.
To be fair, there have been other previous examples of explosions in space.
Yes. Here's the difference,
Star
though.
Wars.
Here's the difference, though.
Explosions are not long lasting.
Yeah, but not only that, but see, I would be okay with the scene had they not needed to wear a breathing apparatus in order to put out the fire, indicating that they are in an atmosphere with no oxygen, right? So anyway, the point is, the writing is like God tier levels of awful on this show, and it is a virtue signal if there ever were one.
My friend watched this and he really liked it. He said
your friend is an idiot.
he said that the combat scenes were really good.
I don't know. I can't comment on that.
Everything I've seen about it,
everything I've heard about it has made me dislike it even more. Apparently, they kill Carrie-Anne Moss in like the first 5 seconds of the show, even though she was in a lot of the marketing, right? Yeah, it's
I
just
do
fucking
think
awful.
that the bad guy, the main bad guy,
Manny
the Sith guy,
Jacinto,
whatever, that Asian actor, I like that guy. He seems cool.
I agree.
I don't like his helmet. I think
just
his
so we're
helmet's
clear,
stupid, but
just so we're clear, I have nothing against the people who had the misfortune of being cast in this trash, right? But everything I've heard about the show makes me think it's like even worse than I could have ever imagined. I'm glad I didn't sit down and watch it. Even to the point of completely undoing established canon and the miraculous prophecy of Anakin Skywalker, because lesbian witches conceive a baby with the Force, or whatever the fuck happened. I don't know. I don't care. You don't have to correct me. I am not a Star Wars fan, and I don't give a shit. So let's just skip right past this and read here. It's very reasonable to think that the horrid viewership, near immediate cancellation of The Acolyte by Disney, and poor audience review scores are the result of, gasp, a bad show with bad writing doing badly. Despite what should probably be an indictment of Lucasfilm lead Kathleen Kennedy hiring the former personal assistant to Harvey Weinstein, Leslie Headland, to run the show, a new defense has sprung up. Instead of it being the fault of a wayward studio with rapidly declining engagement, it is instead the act of deranged trolls which derailed The Acolyte. Where did I hear this before? Was that not the feminist who blamed men for not being able to make a woman-only town? So Amanda Stenberg, which is this woman, actually, let's skip this. I highlighted all that in red, so I didn't have to bother reading that, actually. She made a stupid diss track. She recently released an 8-minute video addressing the cancellation of Star Wars The Acolyte, claiming they weren't surprised due to hyper-conservative bigotry, vitriol, prejudice, hatred, and hateful language, right? So, like, again, women tried to build a city for themselves and couldn't and blamed men, right? The claim is that folks didn't watch the show because of hatred, not because of poor writing, acting, or anything else. Instead, disliking the show is now synonymous with the worst of society. It's then easy to see how such an environment can breed a new, seemingly organized effort to demonetize and strike down prominent voices who failed to review The Acolyte well. It doesn't matter if they liked X-Men 97, Godzilla -1, not sure why that's included on the list, Star Wars, The Clone Wars, and or Rebels, or any other entertainment offerings. All that matters is that if they reviewed The Acolyte poorly, they must be silenced.
You know, I haven't fully thought this through yet, but like, there seems to be, like, obviously...
I don't know. Sorry, it seems that what?
Obviously, like, logic doesn't apply to these people, but if you're gonna sit there and say that the show didn't do well because the audience is all filled with misogynist and bigotry and all that kind of shit, then by definition that would mean that there is no Star Wars fans that are not bigoted misogynists.
Isn't that weird?
And therefore, if there are no fans that are not bigoted and whatever, then that means you're acting in a series.
Dude, you sound dangerously close to insinuating that it was simply because women couldn't organize the effort to build a town just for themselves, and that it actually wasn't men's fault. Like you sound dangerously close to having made that claim. I think
it's pretty close to that, but like, why are you acting in a series that is that in your own mind is just filled with fans that are bigoted?
Yeah. Like, seriously, this is like saying when we made a show about the Third Reich, but all the characters were flamboyantly gay, right? And then we're shocked when none of the neo-Nazis watched it or something, like, you know what I mean? Like, like effectively what they're saying is that Star Wars fans are such racist bigots that the show was canceled because it didn't make enough money, right? And it's like, then maybe stop making it, right? Like maybe why would you want to be a part of this franchise to begin with at that point?
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
that's my point. Like, if you think that we're all just Nazis or whatever, why are you trying to make content for Nazis?
Exactly.
Why are you trying to convert the Nazis? Just don't make the content.
Every other sentence is, don't watch it, bigot. And then, why didn't you watch it? You're a bigot. Like, you know what I mean? Like, every other sentence is that. So this is what people have been saying. They've been tagging Team YouTube. Now, if you're not familiar, on Twitter, it's very common when you have a problem with YouTube, because there's no way to get a hold of anybody on any social media site for the most part. You go to Twitter and you tag their Team YouTube, right? And say, hey, I'm having this issue. Reese, you've recently had a bunch of issues with them, right? Over your comments getting locked or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So very common. Every YouTuber has tweeted at Team YouTube at some point, right? So they say, hate should not be a career path, Team YouTube. Demonetize geeks and gamers, Nerdrotic, and Ryan Cannell, whoever the fuck that is. I've been on the internet a long time, and I remember what it was like before hate could be monetized on YouTube. Do you? Do you now? What was that, the year 2001? Like, fuck me, man. Hate wasn't monetized. Like, quite frankly, I remember being on a version of YouTube with the most disgustingly racist stuff I have ever seen in my life. Right? So quite frankly, I think that you are remembering things incorrectly.
Do you remember when YouTube just had a bunch of like
annoying orange videos?
No, I was going to say cleavage heavy reply girls.
I remember that on Twitch.
But Twitch doesn't have reply videos.
Yeah, I got it. Like
you ruined my joke.
I remember when you could do reply videos on YouTube.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Before Google bought them or whatever.
Yeah.
I think for a little while you could still do it after YouTube Google bought them.
They wouldn't show up at the bottom anymore.
Yeah, and so that was a good way actually back then to grow your audience, because you could make a reply video to literally any content, right?
Yeah.
And you could kind of seed out there more and more people, right?
That's how I got my first video at 100K views.
Yeah, because not only does it increase your viewership, but it also shows people this video is a reply to, right? And then that other video gets some viewership as well, you know? So they say, I hope that Team YouTube takes this seriously. No one should be able to utilize hate to make bank. This makes the world less safe for all of us. Demonetize hatred. This is the same crew that celebrates Dustborn, teaching you to bully people, forcing you even to bully people, members of your party, because they are not comfortable doing something that you're trying to force them to do. I've spoken at length about all this in the past, but the only way things get better is if Team YouTube does something to discourage this kind of content. Until then, it will only get worse. That's from Molly Damon. That's going to come up later. The fandom menace has run rampant for far too long, and now a flourishing cottage industry of thinly veiled bigotry has been able to thrive while making fandom spaces a cesspool of hatred. It's time for Team YouTube to step up and enforce their terms of service. Were this just a bunch of low engagement voices calling for the silencing of pop culture critics, we might not cover the topic. However, Team YouTube has often replied directly to these posts, and many more we have not included for brevity's sake.
I would just like to remind people of the fact that after, I think it was the 7th movie, The Force Awakens, I think it was. Might have been the next one, but either way, I think it was The Force Awakens. There was a contingent of fans, I think on Tumblr, although now they would be on Twitter, that wanted to see Kylo Ren and Rey together, so much so that they were like delusional and thought that the actor and actress should get together in real life, and they kept pushing for that to happen.
They also pushed for Finn and
Poe.
Yeah, I was like,
Yeah.
I all of a sudden I'm thinking, what's John Boyega's character's name? I'm like, oh no, wait, that one is Finn, so it's the other one. Yeah, so they wanted Finn and Poe to have a gay romance or whatever.
And if you told people that either they're being insane and shouldn't keep going on about the Rey and Kylo thing, or you said no, Finn and Poe aren't gay, then you would get like shouted down and told like get out of here and shit. Like,
yeah.
So
the projection of these people is outrageous.
It's like,
right?
well, we can't have hate in our community and it's
no, they
the
just
hate
want to
by
have
the
a monopoly
definition.
on it.
Yeah, the hate by the definition of my hatred, right?
Yeah. Like it's only hatred when you're putting forth something I don't agree with.
Yeah.
Right? Totally. So they say, well, this may be YouTube's modus operandi to have people follow the normal channels of objection rather than creating a ruckus on Twitter. It still needs to be addressed. That Park Place condemns in the strongest possible terms anyone who treats another person poorly based on skin color, origins, sex, etc. However, weaponizing empathy with false flags intended to prevent negative discourse around a show that some people didn't enjoy is a real issue in today's world. Previously, we have just chosen to not fucking talk about it. Okay? Up until this moment, I don't think we brought up the Acolyte at all, other than maybe to read a comment where somebody said, did you guys notice or did you hear that they canceled the Acolyte? Like, that's like, I think that is the grand total of times we've ever mentioned it, right? This is not something I give a shit about, right? I do care about the out of control discourse among people who are caged animals fighting a losing battle of wokeness and unable to come to terms with the fact that nobody takes them seriously, agrees with them, or wants them around. And they're lashing out like a dying star effectively. I do care about that. That causes, real world harm on, content creators, freedom of speech, any number of things that we hold dear, right? So I do give a shit about that. I just don't choose to not talk about other shit that I don't care about, because quite frankly, I talk about too much shit on the show I don't care about, right? So if there's something I can avoid, it's probably for the best. Now, they go on to say, however, weaponizing empathy with false flags intended to prevent negative discourse around a show that a lot of people didn't enjoy is a real issue in today's world. Now, I know that there are major issues happening all across our planet that deserve our attention. Not a one. Maybe this is currently not the significant threat to civilized conversation that other pressing matters might be. That said, if this campaign is successful, it would have a serious deleterious impact on YouTube. This is an overly fancy word that means harsh and significant, basically. Being critical of art is a key liberty necessary for the improvement of art. Being open to criticism is a sign of maturity, and having debate online necessitates that one side disagrees with the other. Shutting down that debate for the sake of preventing any negativity towards a piece of entertainment is a malignant effort, and one we should not support. While criticism can go too far, and yes, being critical of art based on immutable human differences is awful, we must be careful that we not conflate legitimate critique with something far worse simply because it serves the purpose of the propagandists who wish all those with differing opinions be silenced. So I would like to restate what was just said here slightly differently, because it makes a statement that almost justifies the rhetoric by indicating that it is awful if people are being critical of art based on immutable human differences. I don't believe any of the people being canceled did. Right? Like, nobody, like, they will pretend that all of these, YouTubers and whatnot were hateful bigots who didn't even give the show a chance simply because characters in it are black or whatever. But I don't believe that actually happened. I do believe there probably are people who hold that stance and maybe even made YouTube content about it. But the people being tagged, geeks and gamers and all of them, I don't believe ever held those beliefs or stated them, right? I mean, I don't watch any of their content, but based on prior experience with people attempting to cancel people I do watch, right? I have seen this, playbook over and over again, and it's always the same tune.
Yeah.
Let's skip this part, just wrapping up. We'll go on to this one. YouTube rejects apparent organized cancel campaign from Disney Star Wars fans that targeted nerd-rotic geeks and gamers on Ryan Canal. Some of this is probably going to be recap. I'll try to skip it. So numerous individuals in Disney Star Wars sycophants participated in the cancel campaign, with many of them sharing a letter to YouTube with their demands that aforementioned YouTubers and their channels be demonetized. YouTuber Kyle Katarn participated in the campaign, writing, quote, "It's time for you to be a part of the solution, Team YouTube. While you continue to allow these channels to be monetized, you are incentivizing hatred and racism." Jared the Dark Jedi, who runs the Nerd Academy YouTube channel, also posted, "The fandom menace has run rampant for far too long, and now a flourishing cottage industry of thinly veiled bigotry has been able to thrive while making fandom spaces a cesspool of hatred. It's time for Team YouTube to step up and enforce their TOS." So again, literally, let's just say that instead of woke activists in Hollywood getting access to make the continuation of the Star Wars franchise, that it was instead just simply given to the original teams that made them the franchises they were to begin with. And they didn't insert, and they, well, let's just say, for a hypothetical situation, let's just say that if those people, like let's just say for the sake of argument, that George Lucas secretly actually recorded episodes 7, 8, and 9, and he'd been sitting on it for 20 years or something, and those come out instead of the Disney trash, and it has the same team, the same creative minds, the same narrative that was planned, let's just say, right? Each one of the people who are pretending that, now it's a cesspool of disgusting filth and hatred and bullshit, all of them would have been all over those movies. And they would have loved them just like the other stuff, right? Except for the ones who are disingenuous and are acting like Star Wars is only acceptable now because of whatever goddamn reason, even though Star Wars has always been dramatically diverse, including in the original films with Lando Calrissian and James Earl Jones voicing Darth Vader. I mean, it could go on and on, right? Like it's an absolute farce to say that the franchise hasn't been diverse until this moment. You know what I mean? Each one of them would actually probably have preferred the work done without the woke slant, whether they realize it or not. So they go on to say here, did I finish reading this one? They basically say, it's time for Team YouTube to step up and enforce their TOS. Molly Damon, who co-hosts the Star Wars Explained YouTube channel, posted, "I've spoken at length about all this in the past, but the only way things get better is if Team YouTube does something to discourage this kind of content. And until then, it will only get worse." Right? So the people making, quote unquote, this kind of content are merely trying to push the industry to make content that's not dog shit, right? Literally, all they're doing is voicing a criticism in order for the people making this trash to actually get their shit together and return to what the franchise could have been. That is all they're guilty of doing. And they're treating it as though, things will only get better when YouTube silences these people.
Imagine being so fragile that instead of just saying, "I'm not going to watch that content," instead of just saying, hey, other people that maybe agree with me, let's all not watch that content together. They have to take it a step further and say, no, I want to go to YouTube and make sure other people can't watch that content. Like, that's how fragile these people are.
Yeah, and this is kind of a theme that I feel like we might see a little bit tonight, is that only one side of the aisle tries to control your thoughts, opinions, and entertainment you're allowed to enjoy. Right? Like, we can make fun of Dustborn for being absolute cringe and, in, to use their terms, problematic. In the sense that it literally encourages. You unlock tools to gaslight, sow discord, bully, cancel. Right? That we can at least acknowledge how toxic that is. Right? But we're not saying you can't play it. We're not saying it shouldn't exist. It definitely should not be funded by taxpayer money. But we are not advocating for it to be banned. Right? However, when it comes to Black Myth Wukong, Stellar Blade, or any other game, right, that doesn't fit the woke narrative, the cancellation force comes out in full effect. Only one side of the aisle demands censorship to satiate their worldview. Only one side. Except for fucking That Park Place, who celebrated the censorship of Dead Rising last podcast, or whatever that was. Podcast before, I think. So the Rewriting Ripley Pod account also posted, quote, a handful of YouTubers have jeopardized the safety of our community. We aren't safe anymore. Oh my God, we're going to die, everyone. And the creatives we loved for too long. The Star Wars fandom demands action. Team YouTube, demonetize Nerdrotic. Here's the thing, is that one of the things that I find so hilarious, when Obama was president, and this is something I'd actually like to really fucking point out here. This is really fucking important. I want you to remember, as we look at all of the culture war stuff in this podcast, it's an election year. It is an election year. So I want to point out, when Dustborn can't even get 100 concurrent players. When we talk about Concord tonight being closed down and them refunding anybody who bought the game, just remember, it is an election year this year. Okay? Now, the Star Wars fandom demands action. Team YouTube demonetize them. Hate should not be a career path. In a subsequent post, the account wrote, if you're angered by the above video, take action. Ask YouTube to demonetize the hate on their platform with this letter to the Star Wars from the Star Wars community. Following this organized cancel campaign, trial lawyer Robert Barnes indicated that Nerdrotic, Geeks and Gamers, and Ryan Cannell, quote, have very good defamation claims against Molly Damon and others. I hear they have good lawyers as friends. And some not so good lawyers. YouTube eventually responded to the Rewriting Ripley Pod after the account pressed them to take action, writing, quote, hello, Team YouTube. The Star Wars community would at the very least appreciate. YouTube is responding to this, saying that? Oh, okay. So Ripley wrote this, right? So this is after they pressed to take action, writing this. Hello, Team YouTube. The Star Wars community would, at the very least, appreciate a formal response for or update in regards to our well-documented and pressing concerns about YouTubers pushing prolonged harassment on your platform. YouTube replied, thanks for reaching out. Just heard back and confirmed that this content is not violative and will remain up. We totally understand you may not agree with this decision, but we reviewed this video very carefully against our policies. God damn it. Right, so this is that thing here. Endymion says, LMAO, YouTube shit on the woke Star Wars fans trying to get channels demonetized. Get wrecked, weirdos. Another based win. Let's keep it going, fellas. Update, they are coping and seething hard. Oh, boy. Nerdrotic responded to YouTube's response, writing, how about that? Jeremy Griggs of Geeks and Gamers reacted by writing, it's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Cannell wrote, rough weeks for Disney Star Wars fans. The rewriting Ripley pod did not take YouTube's response very well. It threatened, quote, Team YouTube, this is an admission that you have not reviewed our concerns. Prove it by saying this video when there are 10 plus videos in question. However, thank you for confirming your inability to take safety seriously. You and your advertiser will be hearing more from us soon. The account added, quote, additionally, I would like to point out that Team YouTube, that nobody in Star Wars fandom has requested select videos be removed, simply that a handful of YouTube channels should be demonetized. The lack of clarity in response to address our real concerns is appalling. Anyway, so we got the Endymion stuff. These are the normal people, by the way. Molly Damon and at Star Wars Explained. So, yeah, I guess... is she dressed as the ray gun Olympic breakdancer? Is that what's happening here? Yeah, this is very unfortunate here.
It looks similar, but I
don't think
I doubt it.
Jeff Sayan said, do they think by canceling and deplatforming these people that somehow people won't know their shows / games are fucking trash? Like, holy fuck, it's not complicated. Make shows with the intent of entertainment, not political correctness or DEI. Mark Kern says, in response to Master of the TDS, who we were talking about earlier, remember how I exposed the bot activity behind the campaign to deplatform Nerdrotics? Now there's a coordinated effort to deplatform Geeks and Gamers, Ryan Cannell, Real Star Wars Theory, and others. Funny how the moment I respond with receipts showing their side doing exactly what they accuse others of, the bots that have been stealing my content and spamming my posts for months suddenly swarm in to attack me again. I'm sure there's nothing fishy about this. To which Mark Kern said, the attacks are escalating because they are cornered and losing the battle. Hell yeah. And then Master of the TDS said, I just discovered that the VNXNet bot network I helped Twitter take down is back online as of 6 hours ago. What strange timing. How do I know they're active again? Call it a hunch. And this video of them running the program. I don't know where you got the fucking video of. A little strange, unless you're like in their network recording their screens. Anyway, last thing on this topic, Genshin Impact and Fire Emblem Heroes voice actor Chelsea Rebecca melts down after YouTube rejects cancel campaign against Nerdrotic, Geeks and Gamers, and Ryan Cannell. It's a restatement of the exact thing we just read. Numerous Disney Star Wars fans attempted to get the three aforementioned individuals and their channels demonetized on YouTube, right? As an example, Molly Damon posted on Twitter, I've spoken at length about this in the past, but the only way things get better is if Team YouTube does something to discourage this kind of content. The rewriting Ripley Pod account, basically we already read this. YouTube responded. Okay. Rebecca did not like this response. Did not take this response well at all. She appeared to respond to it by accusing Buechler, Griggs, and Cannell of being bigots. Oh, their favorite term. She wrote, fully realizing what certain people can get away with on YouTube just on the basis of what film/TV they cover is making me go nuclear Joker brain. In a subsequent post, she added, quote, it really feels like if you cover media that's intended for children or general audiences, you can get away with being a full-on bigot. It's nuts. About 20 minutes later, she directly responded to YouTube's post, seemingly confirming she was indeed referencing Buechler, Griggs, and Cannell. Rebecca's comments are not surprising. Back in 2020, she wrote, the majority of our viewer base is this exact demographic. Male, white, teen, referring to Kyle Rittenhouse. Please, 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 YouTube, let creators choose what ads air on their videos so we stop getting ads for PragerU and other gateways to right-wing radicalization. Quote, I love all you kids so much, and I'm outspoken and argumentative on Twitter out of extreme worry. The right is not your friend, and if I make even one of you reconsider that path, then I've done my job as a responsible YouTuber. Huh. I feel like they just said the quiet part out loud. It's almost as if you're just acknowledged. You're not in the business of entertainment. You're in the business of activism. You're in the business of propagandizing and lying and subverting and attempting to manipulate people so that they think like you instead of letting them think for themselves. Sure seems like that's what you've just admitted to me. Unsurprisingly, she appeared to denigrate white people in Kentucky while also espousing a belief in communism back in 2020. She shared a GIF from the movie Bubble Boy and wrote, me going to Kentucky to canvass for Booker in the general. In response to another user, she wrote, good thing I am very white and unassuming. I will make all your grandpas into comrades. Okay. Later that year, she made it clear she was also supportive of Black Lives Matter. Rebecca wrote, do you think it's right to ignore BLM now that your guy is in office? I don't. Okay. I'm sure this is going to be like a breakdown on Black Lives Matter. I'm going to go ahead and skip. Anyway, that was a very informative section here. Let's catch up on chats. Where did we leave off?
Where did we leave off?
The time I got reincarnated as Jack Black's Ridley Diddley Bew Do Beard. Wow. Disney, you just hate strong independent women and Star Wars Acolyte. Me, nope, the show just sucked. Yeah, well, did. Just wait, they will make a live-action Calvin and Hobbes movie, even if Bill Watterson fully owns the comic. The Minecraft movie is not worth pirating. Did you guys play on default? Right, we talked about that part. Imagine if it was just Jack Black in the ugly Sonic original design as a suit. Unironically, would watch. Would not be a good movie, but would definitely watch. I listened to the whole thing on Tormented Souls. Yeah, okay, here we are. The general public never care about the internet. Already read that. Balloons can't be hacked. I think that's the last one. Okay. Although in the Star Wars universe, they don't use liquid oxygen in the fuel. Right. Referring to the burning or whatever. There is oxygen in the fuel lines. Although in the Star Wars universe, they don't use liquid oxygen. When the Acolyte makes Star Wars Ahsoka look good, that's when you know it's bad. R.I.P. Starkiller. Star Wars Bad Batch was great, though. Thankfully, the animated series, I didn't watch it. 180 million for 8 episodes for the Acolyte. That seemed like a lot.
Honestly, like,
No, that's not a lot.
I mean, it is when you consider that fucking what was One Piece's budget?
18 million an episode or something.
Oh, it was
like
18 million? Okay.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, so I guess it's not that much if you think about it. But I
Well-
thought it was like 10 million. Game of Thrones original episodes, like, weren't they like 10 million per episode or something like that?
It is a lot of money, but
Yeah, I mean, technically, this is more than 18 million per episode. But
Yeah, it's 20 million.
the thing you have to keep in mind though is, like, the only actor in the whole show that was anything died in the first episode.
Mhm.
Right? There's the guy from the Squid Game,
Mhm.
but like, he's not like a huge actor.
No.
I can't imagine he's making bank on that.
He honestly seems like he's in there for like K-pop fans too, or like like people with the yellow fever for Asian men who haven't heard the statistic about the Korean penis size yet.
Damn. So like when you look at it compared to like a movie or something like that, where it's like, yeah, we spent $300 million on this movie, but we got like tons of A-list actors. Like,
yeah,
I think legitimately these people that are making these products are just siphoning the shit out of the companies. Like,
absolutely. So right now in American politics, I mean, largely Western politics across the globe, or across the West, I should say, but largely what we are experiencing in the last few decades, basically since maybe not since I was born, but immediately after, like when George Bush was elected president, for example, it has just been a hardcore cutting pieces off of America and selling it to the highest bidder. I mean, like the ship is sinking so fast, and the rats are just grabbing and stuffing their pockets with all that they can to jump off to safety before they drown with it, right?
Yeah.
Like literally that is fucking happening in the West. Meanwhile, same thing is happening on a microcosm scale in the industry, right? In Hollywood and whatnot. The same thing. They're chewing out and taking franchises for everything that they're worth, whether it be Lord of the Rings, whether it be Star Wars, anything that they can. They are going to chew up and spit out just to wring out anything they can get out of it for themselves, right? Same thing with the video game industry, where they are literally profiting off of the grants and the tax incentives and whatnot in order to cut and run effectively.
Well, I think that's like the corporate side. I'm talking about like, I think that when Disney says we're going to pay $180 million for this, then it goes down the line. And as it goes down the sieve, right, everyone on that ship is stuffing their pockets.
Yeah.
Right. So like, oh, we need craft services. Oh, that's going to be $100,000. Really? Okay. Well, inflation, right? I'll here's your 100,000. Oh, I happen to know that guy. He's my best friend, but I'm not going to tell you that.
And that's
maybe
exactly
he gives me $20K just because I gave him the contract, right?
I said Bush earlier. I should have said Clinton is what I meant. When Bill Clinton was elected president is where this really started to happen, because they started the Clinton Foundation in order to help the nation of Haiti, right? And they took all of the donations that they got, and fucking Hillary Clinton's brother was the one they gave money to in order to like his company, in order to lead the effort in Haiti, for which fuck all happened. And in fact, was it Laura Silsby, close friend of the Clintons, ended up kidnapping children from Haiti during this whole scandal, right? It's just been piecemeal every chance they could get. They will literally do the biggest heist right in front of your fucking eyes, because it is honestly so egregious that you won't even believe your eyes at first. Like, until the pattern has happened over and over and over again, to the point where people can't ignore it, right? That it just keeps happening. Life continues to get worse everywhere because the people in charge are siphoning off more and more of your wealth for themselves, literally stealing it from you. I mean, right now, Kamala Harris is talking about unrealized gains taxation, meaning that if you buy Bitcoin and the value of Bitcoin triples, you have to pay taxes on that value regardless if you sold. But if the value plummets, the government's not going to pay you. when the value of your investment drops,
even below
it is
where
a
it was.
one-way street to enrich themselves, and it always has been and always will be.
Yeah,
like it is piecemeal. Chunks of this country are being thrown to wolves in order to enrich themselves. Kutsuti says Rebels was pretty bad. Cater to the bigots. Well, then you make some content that's actually good. Well, people don't like lesbian space witches? What a surprise. I'm sure there is a huge audience for lesbian space witch action figures.
Man,
right?
the fucking the chant that they do in episode 1, the power of many. Like, oh, so cringe.
They must be colorblind. Black people are people with black hair, just like brunette people and blonde people having brunette hair and blonde hair respectively. All right. Always remember, men built a city on rock and roll. Yep. Also,
I'm pretty sure there were girls in that band.
All social media runs on hate. Eliminating hate is the eliminating of profits. Always remember the responsibilities. And keep in mind that a certain group, like, the thing I find the funniest about this is, like, these same people would accuse us of being hateful bigots, and we have more joy than they've ever experienced in their entire lives, right? These are the most depressed, unhappy people on the planet who want so desperately to control you and will not be happy unless they are in the position of controlling everything, right? Old man says, nobody has to attack Star Wars for it to fail. Disney is like that meme of the person putting a bar between the spokes of his bicycle, falling, then blaming the critics. Yes. This is our conversation about Rey and Kylo Ren. The Reylos, those Reylo fans are rabid and crazy. And it's not just with Star Wars. The shippers, again, and it's like this is what happens when you, like, this is a fuck around and find out, right? Like, it can sometimes be fun to try to feed a wild animal or befriend a wild animal, right? You see a stray cat on the road and you it looks like it hasn't eaten for a while. So you open up a can of tuna or something and try to feed it and try to help it, right? And it's like there's like a risk reward, right? The cat may have all sorts of diseases, could even have rabies, right? But the reward of helping something makes you feel good in the moment, right? Now, escalate that to larger predator animals, right?
Have you seen the video of the guy? It's like filmed from the passenger side door in the car. There's a guy behind in the rear seat who has gotten out of the car and is passing food to a bear. And he's like throwing the food on the floor in front of the bear, like, here, bear, have your food. The bear's like, ignores the food and charges the guy.
Yeah. So this is what I'm building to, right? There is a level to which, like, and there's this weird psychotic thing, especially in a man's mind, of doing extremely stupid and dangerous things, like feeding a bear, right? To where, like, if you survive it, it becomes the single greatest act you have ever done or ever will do in your entire life, right? If things go well, like, here's a perfect example. Every once in a while, you'll see a video of an animal that you should not fuck with, who's caught in like a jar or something. You know, like there's like pollution of some kind. Like you see like the sea turtles, they get their heads stuck in the like the plastic
Bottle.
tab for cans, right? And so your instinct is, I should help this animal, right? Now escalate that to a bear, right? Your thoughts are this bear has been trying to eat out of a small trash can and it's stuck on his head, right? Now, I feel bad for this animal. It's so like distraught and it's stuck and it's confused. I can grab that trash can and help that bear get it off of its head. But the risk in doing so is that I could get mauled immediately afterward. And occasionally you'll see a video where somebody will take the chance, they'll get the thing off the bear's head, and they'll survive and the bear will run away, right? And that person feels exhilarated for having done something that was terrifying and had a satisfying outcome. Effectively, that is what these movie industries and the game industries have attempted to do with the shippers and the woke mob, right? Throw them a bone. I feel bad that these people haven't been represented properly in media. So I'm going to throw them a bone. I'm going to go and try to help them. And then you make content for them. And their response is not gay enough. Well, that person wasn't also crippled, right? Like it's, you literally put yourself in the position to have the bear maul you every single time. And it's funny, there's a Japanese like pseudo documentary. It uses actual archive footage from the time period with reenactment actors playing the people you would see in this sort of footage. It's called United Red Army, and it's the story of the Communist Party in Japan. And it is hysterical because this group is exactly what's happening with the modern left in America, where nobody is ever communist enough to the point where they destroy each other and effectively cannibalize their entire movement over the fact that you don't hate capitalism. Fucking bug. You don't hate capitalism as much as I do, right? And it's literally stuff like there's two women in the communism camp, right? And one of them is better looking than the other. So the one who's uglier, who's getting less attention from the men, starts saying that she's she worships the capitalist pigs because she wears lipstick, right? And they actually murder her for being a capitalist sympathizer because she wore lipstick or some form of makeup, right? And you watch this group slowly shrink in size because they kill each other over not being woke enough. And that's exactly what's happened in this movement in the West right now, is that it is a breed of dramatically unhappy people who think that their problems are somebody else's fault and are entitled to something. And every attempt to satiate them is only made the problem worse and drug you in to the problem and make, like, in the sense we've just been talking about, your franchise is killed. You have killed Star Wars. It will never return to the status that it had in people's minds and memory because you decided to try to feed the fucking bear and it mauled you. And that's effectively where we're at. So Kultuti said, AC called out DEI detected and myself. LOL. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Well, I guess you mean like when we first talked about it, we said like, I believe we had a statement about like, I appreciate the effort being made, but I don't like the idea behind it, meaning like the power of wielding this and like, especially because I think this was around the time when they were like take us off the list. Is like, okay, well, give me codes to your game so I can play it and see that it is adequately not woke or whatever, right? All that kind of shit. Close wallet, back away peacefully. Yep, there you go. Jennifer Lawrence is the first ever female action hero, and Black Panther is the first black superhero. These people don't count diversity unless it's woke. Yeah, totally. I mean, not even a few years before that was Hancock with Will Smith, Years before that was Meteor Man. You know, Spawn even with fucking Michael Jai White. Like these people just do not. They will rewrite history so they can be the ones to make it. Is how they. I think it's been well said. They want the Russell Brand, Dr. Disrespect, and full-lying Lauren Chen treatment. What do you mean full-lying Lauren Chen treatment? Lauren Chen, I think there's some aspect of this. I get what you're saying. Lauren Chen's entire internet presence was terminated over being included in the list of the people who the Russian government has somehow funded in some way or whatever, right? And the thing I find funny about this is that you're like the way they treat it, at least you're supposed to be outraged. The Russians are funding them, and it's like, and
it's even funnier.
What specifically about Russia? What specifically about them is so evil, right? Because they invaded Ukraine? Because I don't fucking care. I don't give a shit whatsoever. Ukraine is literally filled with neo-Nazis. Like, literally, you guys have turned around and supported the Azov battalion to the point where even, like, Tokyo Pop or whoever released a manga written by Ukrainians with the Azov battalion with the fucking, what is the Stalingrad or whatever it's called? Fucking front and center on the goddamn manga. Like, how am I supposed to care about the Russian aspect of it, right? Because the Russians are significantly more conservative because they are a much more God-fearing nation. Like, what part of this am I supposed to have a bad taste in my mouth over that just simply because, Russians have funded some aspect of it? Fucking half of the goddamn congressmen have Chinese spies on their staff. Like, what part of this is the Russians going to make me all of a sudden decide that I need to turn away from my wrong ways of believing things that other content creators share thoughts on? Instinctively, that the Russians are involved, therefore it equals bad.
There was some money laundering allegations that seem probably credible.
For Lauren Chen?
Well, it would be on the Russians that were paying Lauren Chen, but I don't know if she's liable for that, but
well, it almost sounds like money laundering in this situation would be fucking Act Blue funding money or laundering it through a Russian entity in order to put it back into conservative commentators' pockets so that then you can come out like months before the election and say, look, Russian agents. I mean, that very much seems like the strategy. Especially because there was no oversight whatsoever on the content they were producing in order to receive the fucking funding.
Yeah. With Act Blue, like, making donations in like random old ladies' names and who knows. But what I thought was hilarious was when Elon bought Twitter shortly after, there was this whole thing about like should news agencies like PBS and CBC, the Canadian Broadcasting Service, CBC, Canadian Broadcasting Channel. Anyway, should they be labeled on Twitter as government-owned media, the same way that RT media was labeled?
Absolutely, they should.
Because they get government donations, and BBC and those kind of places.
Yeah.
And all of those news agencies freaked the fuck out. They're like, how could you? No, we have editorial rights and they don't have any say on. They're just giving us money, and even though that would probably bias our
RT is literally the same. Like
and so they freaked out, and I think Elon backed down and he removed the stipulation on those accounts.
Goddamn pussy.
But when Russia does the same fucking thing, you know, and it's targeting some conservative some conservative YouTubers. Oh, the DOJ! Call the DOJ! We need to arrest some people. Like,
and again, and that's the funny thing, isn't it? Right? They don't want to be associated with the government that funds them because, to use their words, we have editorials like that. We aren't controlled by the government in what we say. Neither is anybody who received funding through the Russian government shit. It's the same thing then, isn't it?
it's actually worse because they know who was funding them, right? The media companies know the government is funding me, so I shouldn't say anything bad about the government.
There is some instinctual censorship occurring because by angering the U.S. government, sowing dissent against them, you will either get fired or lose funding on your program.
Yeah.
Whereas if you are being given like money in the way that Tim Pool's Tenet Media was, right, for the Culture War podcast of all goddamn things, right? Like for Tim Pool's company to get funding in the tunes of millions of dollars from the Russian government, for it to just be on the goddamn Culture War podcast, who fucking cares?
But the thing is with Tim, like, I don't even think Tim knew it was from the Russians, right?
Of course not.
So it's not like he was. It's not like he could say something that would affect his donation.
There were no strings attached. Like, this is literally a fucking honeypot. Any goddamn idiot can see that. Old man says the cancel campaigners are playing a zero-sum game. They think if the competition is eliminated, everyone will watch their stuff. See, and this is the thing: is like there's two different types of mindsets of people. There's doers and there's
not doers.
Well, there's like passive people and active people, right? Passive people want to remove active people so that their passive attempt at making content and stuff is going to be the only market share out there. But when an active person gets banned off of a platform, they build new platforms, right? Like, for example, Rumble exists because of the problems created by YouTube and kowtowing to these types of people, right?
Yeah.
And like, I think about this a lot from the perspective of one of the reasons that Donald Trump was able to win in 2016 is because for 8 years, the media worshipped Obama. They fucking worshipped him to the point where people on the left who supported Democrat politicians never had to ever articulate or defend a policy because the media ran cover for them every step of the way. So people on the right had weights on their legs, effectively, in order to engage in the debate. They needed to have their game down significantly more, because if, for example, Ben Shapiro would ever show up on a news program and debate somebody, the news program is going to run cover for whoever he's debating, right?
Well,
so he's got to be extra, like extra prepared and extra articulate and extra, so the muscle to be a good debater, to argue your points, got stronger and stronger on the right because it was necessary, because the deck was stacked against us institutionally for so long. And so now the left has atrophied so dramatically that they can't even articulate a reason why somebody should be deplatformed or whatever, other than hate shouldn't be a business model or whatever the fuck they said. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, it goes to the election too, right? Where Kamala Harris is not having any platform, and her only platform is basically not Trump.
Yeah, 100%. Same with Biden. Right?
Yeah.
As Tim Pool would say, Biden didn't win. Trump was unelected, or whatever, however he phrases it. Right?
Yeah.
The idea that people voted for Biden because he was not Trump. Right? Cool. He says, what policy did lying Lauren Chen violate? I don't know. Why are you calling her? I don't know. I don't watch Lauren Chen's content, so I don't know. I don't get the reference of lying Lauren Chen.
Before you go on, for this comment, I was going to say, it's a zero-sum game. It reminds me, I brought it up on this podcast before, I think. There's an episode of Recess where they do a spoof on Pokemon cards, where TJ, main character, misses a few weeks of school, and by the time he comes back, everything in the at Recess is like a currency capitalist thing where you have to pay with these Pokemon card things. So you want a ball, you got to pay a card. You know, you want to go down the slide, you got to pay a card. And because he missed those few days, they're sold out. He can't buy any, and he has to work his way up and earn all this money. And he games the system so much that he gets so many cards that no one can play any, like no one can do anything at Recess anymore. And he pisses everyone off.
Yes. It actually destroys the entire paradigm because he was forced in order to have any chance. And this is kind of like when you hear about like people coming from like Ecuador, Nigeria, or whatever, and they literally have nothing but the shirt on their back, and they become extremely wealthy because since they didn't have anything, since they had to work for literally every ounce of food that they put in their mouth their entire life, they have a work ethic that you can't compete with because they didn't grow up in a lap of luxury. It's a similar sentiment to what I was just describing about, you know, like how the media sucked off Obama on a regular basis.
Yeah. So that's not where I was going with it, but what sticks with me is the ending of that episode where he gets such a monopoly that he pisses everyone off, and they need to come up with a way to fix this so they go back to, you know, having fun at Recess. And so one day he shows up to school and everyone's playing and he's like, oh wow, they must have got more cards in so that people can afford to play at Recess now. And it turns out no, they just switched to some monster sticker instead of the Pokemon card thing, and that's the new currency. They said fuck the Pokemon card thing, we're going with these stickers. And sure enough, he doesn't have any stickers, so he can't afford anything. Like they just upended the table and said fuck you, we're doing our own thing. And so that's like if they go and they try and say, well, we're going to cancel all of the like the good non-woke media in favor of our woke things, in terms of like, well, now you'll have to watch it. No, we don't. We'll go do our own thing.
This happens even in legacy
get
media.
Nothing.
Look at fucking Fox News firing Tucker Carlson, and then Tucker Carlson starting his own show and being bigger than Fox News. You know, and effectively what you're describing is a situation where we have people who cannot compete. I guess this is a better thing rather than the passive and active thing I was describing before. There are individualists and there are collectivists. An individualist looks at a problem and figures out how to play the game and to get ahead through hard work, right? A collectivist looks at the problem and says, this is a problem. We can't stand for this. We need to band together and get it banned, right? Rather than competing in the world, collectivists come together in order to rig the game against everyone, right? So in a way that they will be able to benefit from it, right? So you see things like reparations. You see things like affirmative action and all sorts of things where rather than actually compete, rather than actually working hard in order to find a seat at the table, you lower the bar to get to the table, right? Yeah. It's unfair that I don't get to be there. Therefore, you have to make the bar lower so I can join, rather than pushing yourself to reach the level that it means something to have gotten there. So Lady Phoenix says she's dressed as some weird form of Jabba the Hutt. Yeah. Fake weeb girl. They want control over people, hands down. Lies always get beaten by the truth. People are still complaining about Star Wars. Just watch something else. Lesbian space witches use the power of the Force, aka scissors. Oh. Jordan Peterson and Tim Pool definitely aren't miserable. If they have to put themselves into a medically induced coma and spend millions on a DIY skate park just to neglect it. To neglect the skate park?
Well, I think Tim Pool bought a skate park. I guess he's not.
Yeah, I
doing
think
anything with it.
I don't know. I remember I heard a little bit about it. Basically, Tim Pool finally exercised some of his fuck you money, and they had it was in the news cycle for like 3 weeks. Like, feeding wild animals might not hurt you.
Oh
but it will
no,
lead to
that
dangerous
was
food.
Russian money. The Russians bought
The
the skate park.
Oh, that was the plan all along. Right now we own property in the U.S. Right? AC, don't give the people who get their dick stuck in stuff any more ideas. Man gets dick stuck in soda can plastic rings. Will he escape? Find out next time on Dragon Ball Z. JT Vega says, I talked to Lauren Chen back in the day. She used to be a nice person. I don't believe she's the type of woman that would do something like that. What is, like what? Like, what is this? What? Would do something like what? Everybody's like, she's lying, Lauren Chen. Do something like what? Like take the money? That she would get funding for her online performative show or whatever?
There were Discord leaks of her conversations that seemed to imply that she kind of knew that it was Russians and that the money wasn't really coming from good sources. I don't know. I think.
Again, see, this is the thing. I think that people are benefiting currently from a perception, a negative perception of Russia that just mentioning, well, yeah, the money came from Russia. I'm still asking.
No, I don't mean
fucking matter.
I don't mean from Russia. I mean, like, from my understanding, there was like the money was coming in from like shell companies of like laundromats and shit like that. Like, it was not coming from like, oh, random companies paying us.
Regardless, if you've ever held cash, if you've ever gone to an ATM and pulled out cash, there's a significant likelihood that some of the cash you're holding has been involved in illegal activities, whether it be snorting coke through a rolled up version of whatever you're holding, whether it be used to buy things that are illegal firearms, prostitution, drugs of some kind, right? There is a great likelihood that every dollar bill you've touched has been in a stripper's ass cheeks at some point in its existence.
Not
right?
my money.
But what does it fucking matter where the money has been or where it came from if it's being given to someone who's not doing something wrong?
Well, if the money is being laundered, literally laundered, meaning it was like stolen or proceeds of crime and then laundered, and it's laundered and you're facilitating that money laundering, there may be an issue with that.
As far as I'm concerned, if you're on the right and the Russian government is paying you tens of millions of dollars, that's money that's not going to the war effort in Ukraine. I think you should be thanking all of these people, right? Like, if anything, they're helping the Ukrainians by squandering Russia's money, by being ineffectual, by only continuing to do what they were already doing with the investment. And I say again, maybe. I just do not see how the argument that the money is from Russia makes a lick of difference. Who fucking cares? What does it goddamn matter? Has the OCA podcast ever received rubles? No. But I would take the shit out of it if they decided there was too much heat on Lauren Chen now that her show is over and they wanted to give us those millions. Twitch created Kick, and Obama created Trump. Yep. Boycotting merit will make people interested in merit. Okay. The game in Recess was called a Jimbo. Good memory. YouTubers trying to cancel other YouTubers is one of the stupidest things. Eventually, everybody gets demonetized because of the bad publicity. It's crabs in a bucket pulling each other down. Yeah, and again, this is kind of what I was saying before, right? When you put unnecessary boundaries on people, like for example, WikiLeaks was banned from payment processors. So then they were forced to take donations in Bitcoin. In doing so, they got more money out of that than they ever would have gotten if the payment processors hadn't denied access to them. Because the value of Bitcoin shot up dramatically once people were donating it to WikiLeaks. And then the value shot up from like 8K to 17K or whatever, 19K in like 2017. It's like, this is the kind of thing that happens when you put a barrier in front of somebody and they have the drive to come up with a solution around that barrier. You actually do them a favor. Hardship is a workout, right? Even I'm not fuck it. All Lauren did was not disclose and lie to her friends. I don't know. The George Floyd bills were not used for any of those things since it was freshly printed. JF made the same argument. Who's JF? When talking Jeffrey Epstein's cash by taking the money, it couldn't be used for evil. Who's JF?
I don't know. Maybe you meant JE, Jeffrey Epstein. I don't know. I do want to correct something, or well, actually it, I guess. A Jimbo was a episode of Recess that was based off of this like tile matching game where they all become zombies, which may have also been a poke at Pokemon cards. I don't know. That is not the episode I was talking about. The episode I'm talking about is was called Economics of Recess, and it had to do with Mon stickers, and at the end, the new thing was the lick and stick alien stamps. So, just FYI.
Cool. All right.
Well, JF is the streamer. JF.
I don't know who that is.
He's a French Canadian guy, I believe, and he had like his wife was like mentally challenged, and he like dropped her off allegedly in the woods, and no one has heard from her since, as far as I understand it. And he like cleaned his house like professionally and like repainted everything shortly after she left. And he basically said, yeah, she's you know, she wanted to be on her own and she didn't want to be with me anymore. She just left. And like when asked, the cops got involved, and like he couldn't tell them where exactly he left her. Anyway.
Did the bears get her?
I believe that's the JF that you're talking about, now that you say that.
God, this bug. I swear. I've got one in my screen. I got one in the air. All right. Good. We're caught up on this, and the doc is already updated. Perfect. All right, let's get into theater news. Trapezium anime movie North American tickets are now on sale. So, again, this is the one that is only for one day on Wednesday, September 18th. And it's also going to be in very select theaters. Like, it's going to be difficult to get into. So, you probably just got to not see it. Anyway, it's in the doc if you guys want to look for yourself.
Canada?
Yep.
Wow.
Also, Gundam Seed Freedom Complete Edition draws ire from fans. So previously we talked a little bit about the Gundam Seed Complete Edition, where I couldn't quite make heads or tails of what exactly we were looking at, because it said weird stuff like there are 500 scenes in it or something like that, and it's like from the original, and it's like, do you mean shots? Because like I can't think of a movie with a scene shorter than a minute, and 500 minutes is a long time, you know, like. So I don't know. Anyway, it says here, while the long-awaited Gundam Seed Freedom opened in early 2024 to much joy from fans, it was suddenly announced recently that the movie is returning to theaters with a new epilogue for the rushed ending, earning accusations of complete edition tactics. While the movie is not the first or last to employ such tactics to earn a bit more money at the box office, most infamously Avengers Endgame, Seed Freedom's story essentially ends right after the final battle ends, with any resolution to the aftermath of the battle being relegated to Japan-exclusive limited edition short stories given out at theaters. Additionally, Sunrise has confirmed that the newly animated epilogue that will be added to the re-release of the movie will not be included in the Blu-ray release of the movie. The epitome of scummy marketing tactics that may relegate another part of Gundam history into becoming unavailable and lost media, at least until the inevitable special edition release. Fuck. Why even start Gundam? You know. All right. Let's jump into this news. Goodbye Dragon Life TV anime premieres October 10th. Yeah, that's what this was. So there's going to be a VTuber. A VTuber is going to voice this character, Karavis, played by Ruri Asano. So there you go. VTubers. I think it'd be funny if they got a English VTuber to play the English dub version. Yaiba anime remake reveals staff and cast in first trailer. So this is from the creator of Case Closed, right? So this is a new adaptation. So like Japan is catching on. Like they're like a couple of years behind the Western, you know, trends of don't make anything new, just remake old shit that was previously already popular and made you money. So they're redoing a new anime adaptation of Yaiba. Oh, wait, am I wrong? Is this not a new remake, or is it just the first time it's been adapted to an anime? Reese, tell me.
I don't know.
Okay. So anyway, yeah, you can tell it's from the creator of Kenshin based on the facial structure and everything and the hair shape. All right, continuing. I left my A-rank party to help my former student reach the dungeon depths. Anime announced for January 2025. So, believe it or not, this guy is the one who left the party. As far as adventuring goes, yes. As far as adventuring goes, supporting your party is a thankless job. Even more so if you're just a lowly red mage like UK Feldio. So, when he gets fed up with his A-rank party of total A-holes, he ditches them for some former students, a trio of girls who just love his company. Thing is, to conquer the world's greatest dungeon and achieve his dream, you'll have to teach these cuties a thing or two, and he may just learn there's more potential within him and them than he ever knew. The potential to cross the bridge of isekai style, I don't know, probably not isekai in this case, but you know, like the medieval, what do they call that? The RPG-esque style thing with a harem. Okay, great job butchering that. I'm amazing. Great. All right, Sword Art Online Alternative Gun Gale Online Season 2 anime drops the hammer and new collaborative art. The collaborative art is with the girl from I may be a guild receptionist, but I'll solo any boss clock out on time. You can tell because of the nice legs. Although, quite frankly, the actual artist for the real show does them much better. All right, WWWave's Deregula label produces a TV anime of Yandere Dark Elf manga. Tsunohara Hinata thought defeating the evil overlord and returning to high school in Japan marked the end of his otherworldly adventures. But when Maribel, his first and most fervent ally from the magical realm, follows him home, his daily life takes a fantastical turn. Just a month after his return, Maribel, a dark elf with a passionate and slightly obsessive love, declares they're meant to be together forever. Now, Hinata must navigate the halls of high school while living with a magically jealous girlfriend who takes school crush to a whole new level. Join them as they tackle life's unexpected twists in this exhilarating rom-com adventure.
Her boobs are big enough for her to get her elbows on top of her boobs.
I can do that too.
Fucking goddamn it.
Like, those are literally watermelon sized boobs.
Holy fuck. The anatomy on that is so broken. This one makes way more sense. It's like the elbow's like all the way down here. Where is that elbow? Her arm is like a broken old noodle. All right. The Exiled Heavy Knight. Let me just load something in here. Oh, fuck. Great job, me. Fantastic.
Kirasu, not you. Get out of here.
We'll look at this in a second. All right. The Exiled Heavy Knight knows how to game the system. Anime adaptation announced. So Studio Gohands did another show recently that had this like unbelievable amount of strands of hair. I think it was something Lily. Reminiscent Lily or something. I forget what it's called. Let's take a quick look at the thing here. I just want to shout out to Chibi Reviews talking about this thing we're about to look at, saying people are crapping on this. Well, I'm just happy to see an animation studio have a unique style that's recognizable. All right, what do you guys think of this? It only seems a little unreasonable.
Every
Lots
time
of CGI.
Yeah, every time you see the CG, it looks like shit. But every time they
looks like
drew it
absolute
2D,
dog shit.
the 2D stuff looked good.
The thing that I hate the most. Okay, so you almost saw it there. If you go frame by frame, you can definitely see this. In fact, I'll do it on the YouTube video. Hold on. We'll do it here, so I can go frame by frame.
Reese, stop typing. Make it so much rattling.
Oof. Okay.
I hear you typing.
So, see that?
What the hell?
Yeah. So what's happening is the CG is rendered on 2s, right?
Oh.
Which is one of the reasons why it looks so awful. Now we've had a problem with GoHands before. What was that show they did? Handshakers.
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 The girl I like who left her glasses up or something.
Yeah, they did do that show too.
Kay and Murdoch Scramble.
So I'm gonna go frame 1, frame 2. Okay, so let's count this as frame 1, right? frame 2, frame 3, frame 4, frame 5, frame 6, frame 7, frame 8. Right? So you can see it's animated on 2s. And you see that the clouds are moving at a different pace. Right? They're also animated on 2s, but they're happening. Actually, yeah, they're also animated on 2s, but they're offset from the movement of the building. So it creates a perception that more movement is happening than is actually being animated, right? And obviously, the reason you would render your 3D stuff on 2s is because it takes less time to render if you're rendering it on basically every other frame. And also because it will make the animation you hand draw look less awkward if it's not being forced into, stuff that's being drawn on ones, right? But the thing that bothers me about this, and this is really the only thing I really dislike about this, is they made these people here who are like moving, they're translating across the screen, and look at how little animation there is. That's where it switches. The leg goes slightly behind, and they're just still moving here. Barely any animation happening on this couple of guys here. Everybody else looks fairly okay. I think a lot of these people are actually 3D. Like this horse is definitely 3D. So is the carriage.
Yeah.
Right? But then because these two specific guys are 2D, as you get close, it's like we need to change the direction they're facing, and we're hand tracking them in. So then it gets weird. And also we did this as a little transition to try to correct the mistakes or whatever. Like the wonkiness is now fixed. Although that guy looks like he got further back up onto the curb. His feet are here, and then all of a sudden they're back here. So they just don't do. It actually looks significantly less bad frame by frame than it does in motion for that specific thing.
Frame by frame, you can see them sliding all over.
Oh, definitely. They're sliding all over the fucking place. And they also don't change the angle you see them at is adjusting. They're like a 2D card, right? They are quite literally hand-drawn animation rendered as a texture on a 2D plane that is moving in space in the 3D scene. And that's one of the reasons it looks so wonky. This looks really good.
This is the best shot.
This is the best shot, right? She's also fully CG here, which is one of the reasons why it looks so good. Because it doesn't, it's literally, it's doing the same thing I was talking about, where it's still on 2s.
They could have given us a better ass shot, though. Could have been better.
It's okay, though. They gave us the cleavage shot. So now she's hand-drawn right here. And it looks pretty good, right? I'm not really a big fan of this hair thing. That's going to take some getting used to. I definitely don't really care for it, but they keep the anime aesthetic of the eyes shining through the hair and stuff. Anyway, this just seems unnecessary at times, though. The camera movements aren't actually making it better. They're just sort of flexing. Look at the eyes, which are also super sparkly and whatnot. Look at that. There's a fucking galaxy in this girl's eyes. Yes, that was the point. Thank you. All right. Breasts blocking the body is taboo. Is this referencing the dark elf thing?
Yeah.
VTubers are VTubers, not voice actors. Saying otherwise is like saying a fictional character is a man. Got me there. Gundam Seed uncut version will never be shown. Oh, shit. What's wrong with the clean room? And his wife left him. Is that a crime now? Bandai Namco has been sucking since the logo change. Okay, I'm not going to read the rest of this. We got to catch up on time. Isn't that the point? Yes, it was. referring to this part. Okay. VTubers are literally voice actors. Quite literally, they are. Okay. Anyway, any thoughts on this, guys, and the audience?
Nope.
Well,
Yeah,
batting 1,000 tonight, aren't we?
I think they could have just put a little more effort in their
Into the
CG
ass,
backgrounds. Well, yeah.
Well, oh yeah.
Could have got
no,
a better ass.
Hardcore agree. Because look at. So one of the problems with doing it like this is that, well, it goes so fast you don't even notice, right? You don't even notice, right? You don't even notice the fact that the texture is haphazardly slapped on here, right? Let me show you again. Not that. This. God damn it. This is the last thing I promise. Okay. I think there is meant to be some depth here, a depth change of some kind, but it's like the texture is just projection mapped on to the point where it makes no fucking sense. It makes no, like right here especially, like it just looks awful. Like they barely even tried on the UVs for this texture. Anyway, yeah, it looks cool on that part, right? They're trying something new. I applaud them for that. At least they've had a very shaky track record with their addiction to using CGI when it came to handshakers and whatnot. These characters look fucking great when they're hand drawn. Look at them, right? The very dynamic, what do you call it? Wardrobe, great coloring. You know, like the striking blues and reds that are. I like it a lot. You know, I just don't think that. I don't think they've quite hit the sweet spot on the CGI. And you know what? AI is now capable of fixing your ugly ass textures. So get on that shit. All right. In other news, CD Projekt RED confirms plans for more animated projects. One of the major successes for CD Projekt RED when it comes to Cyberpunk 2077 came in the surprise hit of the anime series based on the game. So it's no surprise that more plans for animated projects are in the works from the company. The Polish company announced new animated projects in the works via CEO Michael Nowakowski in a recent earnings call. In the Q&A portion of the call, he stated that they are definitely planning to do more in terms of animation. That's not the same thing as anime. He could be talking about another fucking disgusting Witcher anime.
Also, like, they were trying to meddle in Studio Trigger's production, and they tried to get Rebecca.
Yeah, they got
yeeted.
Yes, good call.
And
Good
it wasn't
call.
if not for Studio Trigger saying literally fuck off.
Literally, like it
that character would have been gone.
Exactly, it should be very like it drilled in, right? The fact that CD Projekt RED. I didn't even think Cyberpunk Edge Runners was even that great, but I had a very unique case where I turned off the TV and Netflix continued to play after I turned off the TV. And when I came back to it, I was like 8 episodes in, and it was like the weirdest fucking thing. And I kind of ruined. I mean, it was literally the worst fucking episode to jump to, where a bunch of characters get massacred and shit. But I will say, CD Projekt RED is not the reason that the anime was a success. Studio Trigger is the reason the anime was popular and a success. The character designs, all that shit, none of that shit came from CD Projekt RED. Right? Yeah. That was all Studio Trigger adapting their stuff. No Becca, no point. Was this an autocorrect on Boku no Pico? I still don't get the reference if we do.
No, I think he's talking about no Rebecca being from the show. Yeah.
Thank you. You're right. One of the problems with CG anime I've seen is the drop in production quality. Many times they end up relying too much on rushed CGI later in the season. It ends up looking like an early PS2 game. Totally. While he said we can expect to see more in the future, he couldn't give us more details at the moment. Currently, Currently, it is known CD Projekt Red is working on the release of The Witcher 4 and a sequel to Cyberpunk 2077. So it's likely these animated projects will be related to these upcoming titles. We already know of a live-action project for the latter, and the former already has a live-action adaptation of its own via Netflix. I don't know. Don't like that.
All right, before we go any further, I have to for a second here.
Okay.
Reese,
Yeah.
can you please get up off your ass, go get a towel, and put the towel underneath your keyboard?
Underneath my laptop?
Sure. Every time you type, it sounds like a snare drum is getting hit. Boom, 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 boom.
Are you sure that's not me?
Yes, surprisingly, it is 100% Reese.
Wow.
What, even like right now?
No, I don't hear it now. There.
Anyway.
Unless the noise is 100% coming from Reese. I muted him and it stopped. But unless you got a dryer going on in the background that
might be it. Hold on.
Getting picked up.
I go check, and I'm just not hearing it because I have my headphones in, listening to you guys.
I'm pretty sure it's the typing. But anyway.
Oh.
I'm done my ranting now.
When did we talk about the Ukraine drone thing? Was that during that like stuff about the Russian government?
It was social media investigator determines attack on neurotic.
It got a stick in half. Ah! Like, why not just kamikaze the drone into the which is apparently what they did. Oh, you fuckers. Amazing. All right. Back to this. Okay. U.S. courts collaborate with Japanese manga publishers to identify leakers. The United States is now collaborating with Japanese publishers in order to identify and potentially prosecute manga leakers on social media. I would just like to point out, he says frantically.
I would like to quickly point out while you're doing that, we need manga leakers. Fuck off, US. Viz sucks at translating One Piece. And the scan later people are way better. I like their translation better. And if they fuck off with the leakers, then the scan later will have no purpose in existing and will stop translating the series. So you sit down, US. Go back and sit down.
God, US. Go to your corner.
Isn't there a way to turn off autoplay on a YouTube video? Is it autoplay equals 0? God damn it.
There's really just like a switch.
No, I'm trying to show the stupid thumbnail of the video. Oh, ChatGPT can do it. Can you update this URL so it doesn't autoplay and instead shows the thumbnail? And autoplay. I did fucking question mark autoplay.
Trump should vow
Still didn't work.
to protect scan laters. He should.
How the
protect
fuck did
scan
I do
laters
this before?
and nHentai. There you go.
Yes.
That's
that's
Trump's platform.
If that was Trump's platform, he'd already be in the White House.
I was on website that I read my One Piece scans on, and someone had said like, "Oh, I want to read the colored version," so I had to go back to the main page. I normally live in the like One Piece page for this website, but I went back to the main page just to check out the color manga of One Piece, and I saw across the top of the thing like like they were showing off other series, right? And one of them was the healer ditches the boonies to become an S-ranked adventurer. The boy from the hero's village doesn't know his cheat medicine is unrivaled. And the cover that they had for that manga is a very busty, hugely cleavaged girl making a blowjob sign with her mouth.
Nice.
And I was like, what is this? I'm gonna click on it. Right?
Of course you would.
Yeah, of course. So curiosity, you know? So I click on it, and I look at the first chapter, nothing really going on. I'm like, all right, well, this cover does not match chapter 1. I'm gonna go to like chapter 30 or whatever it was. I go to chapter 30. I start scrolling through just to see like what's up, right? Pages of blackness, censored out the ass, just black bars across all of these panels. And I'm like, why? If you're gonna fucking license a property that's too like etchy
Spicy.
for you,
Yeah.
to the point that you're blacking out 90% of the pages, what are you doing? Like, god damn it! This is why we need pirated manga sites to still exist, because you can go find the scan later and it wouldn't be censored. It's only the official version that's censored at the ass.
Can you imagine buying a manga like that in a store, right?
Oh yeah.
And
god damn it.
You open it up and
imagine the ink cost.
You just open it up and it's literally like a redacted government document where the entire 2-page spread is just a big black printed page.
Oh, and by the way, I believe this is, I mean, I looked at 2 chapters, but I don't think it's like a hentai. I think it's just an ecchi, like cleavage ridden, maybe you see a naked butt somewhere. Like it's not hardcore or anything. So or it didn't appear to be. I looked at 1 chapter.
The sad thing is, those are all like shrink wrapped in the bookstore, so you can't even tell until you buy it and take it home.
Imagine returning it. Like you get home, you open it up, you see all the black pages, you're like, fuck this. Or you go back to the store, you're like, I'd like to return this. Why are you returning this? Because they're all black. It's
because they're black.
Okay, so we covered a topic about the manga spoilers in podcast 40 from November of 2018, which is where this YouTube video podcast clip came from, right? Come over tonight, I'll give you this, and it's a spoiler, right? YouTube manga spoilers are now illegal, right? So we're going to read about this. Now the United States is going to extradite you to Japan. Right?
Oh no! Please. Just make sure you give me 2 seats, all right?
According to Anime, a Japanese news site, the U.S. has issued an order for sites to provide the identity of online leakers. This is a case in which Aniplex and Toho, members of CODA, the Content Overseas Distribution Association, filed a request for disclosure of information in a U.S. court in June 2024 regarding so-called leak accounts that obtain anime before it is broadcast on television or distributed online and post it on social media. The court issued an order to disclose information on August 20th, and the service procedure was carried out on August 30th. This could be the first time that the U.S. has gotten involved in copyright issues in Japan. Western-based fans have historically been pretty safe from consequences when it comes to leaking and disseminating manga materials, especially when they haven't been licensed in the West yet. However, between this and the recent crackdown on manga piracy sites, this may be changing. The leaks in this particular case are allegedly focused on Jujutsu Kaisen and Kimetsu no Yaiba / Demon Slayer. However, this isn't the first time that Japan has asked a foreign government
Demon
to
Slayer is
step in.
over. What are you leaking?
Step in on the issue of manga leaks and piracy. In 2019, a Japanese national was deported by authorities in the Philippines over running pirate site Manga Mirror. Yeah, that was oh man, why is his name escaping me? No, this is from before that. He was an Israeli. It was such a funny thing. Like we read about it. He was deemed as a danger to himself and like terrorist level, and it's like, fucking guy's a manga spoiler. What the fuck? They advised the police to proceed with caution because he was armed. He was considered a danger to himself and others or whatever. It's so weird. All right. Anyway, English localization of classic rom-com manga Stop Hibari-Kun changes protagonist from very feminine guy to transgender female. Of course. Here we go again. In the latest instance of a Western localization overriding the original intent of a Japanese creator, publisher PEOW2's English release of Stop Hibari-Kun has changed the identity of the series' titular protagonist from cross-dressing male to transgender female. See, what the localizers don't understand is that Stop was for them, right? Like, Stop is where Hibari-Kun got into cross-dressing and stopped there, right? Didn't go any further. Oh, dear God. Why the lemon? So, a mainstay of Shueisha's 1980s Weekly Shonen Jump lineup, Hisashi Iguchi's gag manga Stop Hibari-Kun follows the adventures of the titular Hibari Ozora, the son of Yakuza boss, who chooses to live his life as a cross-dressing and extremely feminine man as he goes about his daily life. Originally serialized between 1983 and 1984, the series has never seen any plans for an official English release, that is, until August 24th, when during Anime New York City, great job, Swedish-based PEOW2 announced that they had acquired the rights to finally localize the series. That is a very Dragon Ball hairline, like the way that Toriyama used to draw these. Unfortunately, the publisher's synopsis of the series, as provided by Comic Beat's Deb Aoki, has revealed that English localizers are once again attempting to use a piece of Japanese media as their own personal activism platform. Therein, rather than referring to Hibari as a cross-dressing male, PEOW2 instead declared Stop Hibari-Kun is one of the OG trans protagonists to lead a manga in this classic romantic comedy from one of Japan's most iconic artists. Contrary to the Western publisher's description, Iguchi has confirmed Hibari's gender on numerous occasions, with the first coming in 2009's Stop Hibari-Kun Complete Edition Volume 1. Alongside a then never-before-seen drawing of Hibari from his sketchbook, the mangaka explained, as translated by Hachimitsu Scans, quote, "Before I drew this, I hadn't thought up his name. A story, or even a title. The moment I drew this sample, the thought suddenly popped in my head that this is a guy, a very feminine guy. I'll make him the main character of my next manga." Wow. Then in 2019, the mangaka would respond to a Western Instagram user who inquired, "Is Hibari-chan ever going to do a full transition?" With the explicit clarification, no, his gender is male. He is a man. Likewise, when directly met with Japanese Twitter users' opinions, that he was, quote, "a little disappointed that Hibari-Kun wasn't the winner of NetLab Research's Cutest Heroine in Jump History poll," Iguchi laughed in response, "Well, you know, Hibari-Kun is a boy, LOL." At the time of this writing, PEOW2 has not yet addressed their decision to change Iguchi's original narrative. Rather, in their only statement addressing the series production, the publisher tweeted shortly after their Anime New York City announcement, "Hello, we see many of you may have heard the exciting news. We'll be publishing the series Hibari-Kun by Hisashi Iguchi in fall of 2025. Thank you for all the positive messages we've seen so far." Okay. Wow, that was a very big letdown.
The manga is not coming out until the fall.
Yeah.
I mean, all they did was call the person the first transgender, like did they even say girl? They just said transgender something person, right? I mean, probably not, but there's a small chance.
One of the OG trans protagonists to lead a manga in this classic romantic comedy for one of Japan's most iconic artists.
Yeah. So they could be lumping the like drag queens in with trans, and therefore it would still be a guy. They might actually translate it legitimately.
All right. Well, I'm sure we'll get to cover it again in 2025.
I'm sure if they don't, they'll get enough hate that, they'll probably have to change it.
I don't get this reference.
Pretty sure we can all get Discordia. Guys. Yeah. Got me.
Oh, okay, cool. Unfortunately, Trump is anti-degenerate. All right. So this is going to look exhausting, but believe it or not, we're going to read a grand total of, I think, maybe 2 articles.
You're lying.
I'm dead serious. I have made it as painless as possible. Something I've learned tonight, or confirmed at least a suspicion tonight, is that the length of the podcast is not actually determined by how much content is forced into it. It's largely determined by how exhausted I am when we start, because things are going very slowly and I am fucking exhausted. All right, let's do this. All right, first there's going to be like, I think 3 articles, but this is a shorter one. So
already starting on a lie.
I'm already lying. I'm sorry. Legendary Galgay Tokimeki Memorial gets full remake and visuals. Okay, load, god damn it.
It's Sankaku. You might not want to push it.
So Tokimeki Memorial is one of the most well-known Galgay of the 90s, and it's getting a full makeover remake with updated visuals announced via the recent Nintendo Direct. The most significant relief is likely the fact that Konami has gone for a full upgrade in graphics without changing the designs or outfits of the girls, as modern remakes are wont to do, most out of some sort of political stance. While the advanced artwork is presented in widescreen, the original version is also available in this new remake. This is the only reason I'm covering this. Presented in the original 4:3 aspect ratio, with the sidebars now showing off the protagonist's stats for easy viewing, perfect for wooing the player's girl of choice. So I'm guessing, so this is exactly the kind of thing you actually want when a game gets re-released like this, right? Like I think, okay, it's one thing for you to take an old game I used to play and now make the support so that I can play it 16:9. But if there's no point, like, oh, I can see a little bit more of the map, that's not helpful, right? This is a great compromise. Adding extra UI elements so I don't have to pause the screen as often, right? Just to see what the stats are, whatever maybe your inventory screen is shown or something, what Pokemon you have in your party at all times and how much health they have and stuff, so you don't have to pause the game to check all that. Yeah. That would be like that kind of stuff, right? It's a pretty cool idea. Unfortunately, you'll never get to see any of it because it fucking doesn't load. RIP. Sorry. It's in the dock. I guess you could watch a little bit of the trailer and that'll show.
Maybe just pause it and just click on
So
So
what?
we're not actually maybe just pause it and then click through it, so we're not playing it.
So this is the old style with the 4:3 aspect ratio, right? And now this is kind of like the stuff they're adding. Like what day is it? All that kind of stuff is now going to be included. And now here's the new. So yeah, oh shit, that is definitely an AI upscale back there. Holy fuck. Wow. What is
Everything
this?
you want
James
is
Cameron
in a
4K? Holy cow. Oh my god. Oh my god. Wow. Okay, anyway. Yeah. So as we're gonna see in games news, this is the most white-pilled podcast I think we will have ever done. So without further ado, let's jump right past this and talk about Sea of Stars DLC, Throes of the Watchmaker being announced, and more importantly, Yasunori Mitsuda is returning for the DLC. So there's going to be new music by Yasunori Mitsuda, which PP big. All right. Shadow of the Damned creators Suda51 and Shinji Mikami slam video game censorship. Quote, those who do not play games try to prevent people from enjoying the game.
Yes, this is what happens.
This is the freshest take. This is the greatest news you could ever get. Because we talked slightly about Shadows of the Damned getting a remake, right? And for the creators to know that there's no point in censoring it, that's a good feeling. The only problem is, and this is how the control works, is that when you rule by committee, right, effectively, you get to force censorship on people, which is why they need to leave and build their own games. And this is the greatest thing about it, crowdfunding that shit will be so fucking profitable that just merely saying, hey, remember me from that game you like? I'm going to make a new game and it's not going to be woke. Shut up and take our money, right? Like that's all they need to do. Then you got your entire game studio funded in one go. Like most players who actually care about video games and not just how they can use it as a platform to signal how good of a person they supposedly are, storied Shadows of the Damned creators Goichi Suda51 Suda and Shinji Mikami, who I believe isn't Shinji Mikami one of the creators of Resident Evil as well, are not fans of the ongoing attempts, particularly those made by the Japanese government, to censor the medium. Suda51, perhaps best known as the director of such titles as Killer 7, Lollipop Chainsaw, and the No More Heroes series, and Mikami, who players may recognize as the director of Resident Evil 4, God Hand, greatest game ever, and Vanquish, offered their thoughts on the topic during a recent interview given to Japanese video game news outlet GameSpark in reflection of the upcoming hella remastered release of their aforementioned action-adventure collaboration, Shadows of the Damned. So I just want to say real quick, have you guys ever played God Hand?
No.
So God Hand is a very obscure game that is very hard but very fun, right? And I recently heard a take about it where people described it as Dead Souls before. Sorry, is it Dark Souls? God damn it, Dark Souls before Dark Souls, right? And I was like, oh, is this what people like playing? Because I love that game.
People like to use the word Dark Souls to describe just hard, difficult games. That's not really appropriate.
It's hard but fair. I'll say that. Following a brief discussion,
Dark Souls.
I prefer to God Hand when I said that, by the way.
Yeah. Dark Souls is a specific type of game. Mm-hmm. There's specific elements. If you want to say, oh, this is like Dark Souls, there have to be like enough specifics that it's like, okay, it can't just be this game is hard.
Yeah.
Like you could just say
it's supposed to be like
it's a difficult game.
It's, from what I understand, what makes a Dark Souls game what it is that each creature, it's punishingly difficult unless you know how to take down a specific creature, right? Like once you know their patterns and movement and stuff, like you can defeat them easily, or not necessarily easy, but with like it becomes doable once you know the pattern of movement and everything or whatever. I would not describe God Hand like that personally. But the move sets are very unique and interesting comparatively. And the story is fucking great. Let me put it this way. At one point, you fight a gorilla in a luchador outfit, right? Which is just the best.
Nice.
You also fight a dominatrix whose taunt is "Don't cream your pants yet, baby," or something like that.
Nice.
Following a brief discussion on the improvements made to the Hella Remastered compared to the original 2011 version of the game, namely improved textures and keyboard and mouse support, the creators were met by their previous admonishment for content regulators. Speaking of Japanese outlet Game Watch at the time, the original Shadows of the Damned release, Mikami specifically opined, "I feel that the scope of what is allowed in Japan is narrower than what is allowed overseas. Compared to the freedom allowed in other countries, Japan is narrow. In an age when the internet is so widespread, I have the feeling of, why are you saying this now?" To which they were asked if their current thoughts on the topic were the same as they were back then. In turn, Mikami asserted, "My thinking has not changed at all since then. I think it is a strange situation when there are customers who want to enjoy a game with a unique aspect, and those who do not play games try to prevent people from enjoying the game by restricting their enjoyment of the work through regulations." I almost feel like I just fucking said that. Only one side of the aisle wants to control how you think, what you enjoy, what you do with your time? Huh. That's right, added Suda. If regulations are imposed, we have no choice but to respond to them as part of our job. But I always wonder what people who play games would think. For example, if a lot of people buy the PC version of this game on Steam because they want to play it without restrictions, it would be a bit sad. Even though it is available on a variety of platforms, it makes me wonder what the restrictions are for. Who are these restrictions aimed at? I feel that at the very least, they are not aimed at the customers who play games. To this end, Mikami then raised the example of Dead Space, which at the time of its initial release could not be released in Japan due to regulations. So if you wanted to play it in Japan, you had to get the overseas version somehow. What on earth were they not allowed to play about it? At that time, I had the opportunity to talk with people at the development studio in the US. The original Resident Evil director recalled, "What I still remember vividly is that some of them were in tears saying we couldn't release the game in Japan after all the hard work we put into it. I can say this about the work I was involved in. I can say this about the films that I was involved in. But I am not doing grotesque or splatter films just because I want to express cruelty. I use them only as accents in the direction of the film." I find this baffling. When my dad was in Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2, he told me that they had to add 10 gallons more blood. Like they literally filmed the gruesome scenes twice because the Japanese versions of the film would be tame. It would be boring because the films they were already making in Japan were so gruesome that it required them to go even further. In Texas Chainsaw Massacre, like I find it unbelievable that they're saying like, "Oh, we couldn't even have Dead Space." Really? I mean, obviously, this is like a regulation that occurred later in gaming, right? In Japan, right? I'm just fascinated by it. "This is a difficult issue," Suda further noted, "but it would be great if they could create a CERO-X rating on top of CERO-Z." Oh. So is Z the adult-only level? So that the expressions of the overseas versions could be used in Japan as they are. The only thing I can think of that you wouldn't be able to have is if you have like actual genitalia that needs to be mosaic censored but you can't like mosaic censor it easily because it's a 3D model or something. I'm sure there's
The
a way.
Sims did it.
Yeah, right? To this end, their host then inquired, quote, wouldn't it be quite burdensome to create 2 versions of the game, one for overseas and one for Japan? Isn't that called making the blood white or something? Prompting Suda to confirm, you are right. It is really hard work because we have to prepare and produce 2 versions of the game. For this remastering, we had to merge the 2 versions that were being developed at the time. And the amount of work involved was tremendous. And it had such an enormous impact that the development period was extended. Now I'm fucking worried about this remake. Are they going to give me the remake of the uncensored version of the game or not? At this point, Suda declared, anyway, Japanese gamers who want to enjoy this game without any restrictions should buy another copy on Steam. In response, GameSpark's interviewer asked, I was a little concerned earlier, but is the version of Shadow of the Damned Hella Remastered that will be distributed on Steam the unregulated version? To which Suda outright confirmed, yes, it is. Adding, you can play the game content, the same content as the international version. As this particular point of discussion grew to a close, the interviewer ultimately laughed. You have no choice but to buy it on Steam, prompting Suda to further joke, no, you see, we've made it so you can play it on any platform. So please buy all versions. Yeah, it's coming to PS5, but now I'm worried. And it seems like a great idea to make it so that Sony goes out of business by telling everybody to buy the PC version. All right. Gamers react to Quantic Dream's Virtue Signal over Dustborn by announcing a boycott. So I got some highlights here. In the wake of Dustborn failing to surpass peak concurrent players of 100, and developer Red Thread Games getting lampooned for its push of woke ideology and even encouraging bullying and cancel culture, Red Thread Games claimed that it was a victim of a tidal wave of hate and abuse. Quantic Dream, the publisher of Dustborn, echoed Red Thread Games' post, writing, quote, we want to express our heartfelt support for our partners at Red Thread Games. We stand united against hate in all its forms and are committed to fostering communities built on understanding and respect. In the wake of this post, numerous gamers indicated they would boycott Quantic Dream as a company. Kyle posted, whatever Quantic Dream makes is never seeing my money. So thanks for locking comments in support of a universally despised propaganda game funded by the government that instructs on how to cancel and bully. LOL. Dustborn couldn't manage 100 players at peak. Shut the fuck up. Others echoed this stance. Quantic Dream, gamers stand united against government-funded propaganda. If they make garbage, they should expect garbage. But nah, they convinced they're making gold. So I'm right there with you. They won't get a dime out of me either. Felipe A. Hernandez made it clear he would not be purchasing anything from the company either, sharing a screenshot of him ignoring the company on stream. He also wrote, publishing a game nobody likes about manipulating, harming, and killing people for wrong thinking, facing backlash for what essentially is hate speech, just to blame everyone for the bad publicity and hate. Did I miss anything? Not only did numerous gamers indicate they would boycott the company moving forward, but they also blasted Quantic Dream for its hypocrisy, with many sharing screenshots from the game and the immoral actions it encourages players to engage in, which we looked at before. All these, right? The mouthpiece, fostering communities built on understanding and respect. The game, right? Teaching you and encouraging you to be an awful, toxic individual. This game teaches people that bullying is okay to get what you want. That it's even okay to cancel people and isolate them from friends and family. I have always liked Quantic Dream, but fuck no. We stand united against hate in all forms. No, you fucking don't, or you'd be against the game and those who made it, because it's full of hateful content. It will be interesting to see if this boycott will affect how Quantic Dream and Red Thread Games receive funding, specifically from the Norwegian Film Institute, which has given the company millions of dollars in grants for not only Dustborn, but other games they are working on and have previously developed. Midnight's Edge did a deep dive into how the companies are funded and even spoke with the head of the Norwegian Film Institute's video game division, Kaya Hench Dyrli, or however you're supposed to pronounce that, Durley, who shared that, quote, market potential is one of the assessment criteria for the panel. Market potential is why you funded a game that can't even get 100 people to play it.
Well, there's a lot of people that were, rioting during BLM. Maybe that they were looking for those.
They greenlit
audience.
this game when BLM's approval ratings were up here, only to have them fall all the way down. Right?
It's kind of silly because, those people don't play games. They're busy rioting.
Yeah. Durley added, quote, that means the game is assessed to have the potential to reach its defined target market. Dustborn is released by a recognized publisher, Quantic Dream, which has also made significant investments into the project. This has been done on the basis of the game's market potential. Given Dustborn's epic failure at commercialization, it will be interesting to see if both Red Thread Games and Quantic Dream continue to receive funding from NFI. Midnight's Edge owner and host Andre Einherjar shared his own personal opinion that the panel that approves the grant money should at the very least be questioned and likely replaced. Quote, from where I'm standing, the commercial response to this game and the instant aversion to it was entirely predictable. And if those on the panel didn't see that coming a mile away, then perhaps it should be questioned if they, Resume aside, are too out of touch with actual gamers to serve on any such panel.
I do have a point to make about that game, though.
Go for it.
And that is, did you ever play the game Bully?
I didn't play Bully, but I watched Generic B, a Minecraft YouTuber, play it. I watched a full playthrough of the whole game.
Yeah. Okay. I never played it, but it is a game where you play as a bully.
Actually, it's not. Believe it, I was kind of surprised. The game itself is actually the main character in Bully is a kid that you would expect to be bullied. He's short, he's bald, he's kind of like a.
It's me.
He's Reese. So he's like a character that would be bullied if he weren't already hardened from perhaps being picked on, right? So he's kind of like a tough kid, right? He's short and would be picked on, but he doesn't, let people pick on him without fighting back, kind of thing. And basically the game is you just run around and do quests, right? And the theme is that they're a little bit zany quests that are sort of surrounding maybe the quest might be to pull a prank on somebody or something, to help people pull a senior prank of some kind. So it's not so much bullying. I mean, I think there might be some mechanic to the game where you can give somebody a wedgie or something and get extra points or something. So there's a little bit of bullying in it, but the physical bullying you do in the game has far less consequences than the type of bullying and sowing discord and gaslighting and all the shit that Dustborn has.
Okay. Well, even if that game isn't as what I thought it was, there's still games like GTA where you play as murdering thieves and stuff.
What's the other one? State of Emergency that Rockstar also made, where the whole point of the game is to create property damage and stuff.
Okay. So if the company had created this game as a mockery of what wokeism is,
sure.
I think I obviously didn't play the game Dustborn, and so who knows whether or not it would actually be a good game regardless. But the mechanics of, I learned to bully, I learned to gaslight, I learned to whatever.
So Discord.
oh, I'm gonna get triggered and call this person racist. Like, I could see that game mechanic being used smartly in a good game, but the developer would have to have the trust of the audience to know that, like, this isn't the developer doesn't expect you to go and do this in real life, right? Like, that has to be the trust and respect between developer and
Mhm.
and audience,
Oh, yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Like, if there were a game where I created a game where I'm going to be a bully, and it's like, okay, you can be a bully in my game, um, as long as the audience knows, I'm not telling people, yeah, go be a bully. I just made a game where you can be a bully.
Mhm.
There's a difference there,
Mhm.
right? So I don't necessarily have an issue with a game where, like, oh, you can freak
And
out
the
on someone.
irony too is that physical bullying, like giving somebody a wedgie, has far less like long-standing negative effects on the person being bullied than the sort of bullying where you isolate them from their peer group and make them an outcast and cancel them and all that kind of shit.
Yeah, but like again, I don't have an issue with literally any of that, as long as there would be as long as there would be an understanding that, like, it's the opposite of authenticity, right? Ironically.
Mm-hmm.
Like, when you see someone put Samuel L. Jackson in as the main character of a movie, right? You're not like, oh, that's woke, right? Usually, I mean,
Yeah.
maybe you could get there, but, like, depending on the movie, but, like,
Mm-hmm.
you don't think Quentin Tarantino is woke because he made Samuel L. Jackson's the star of a movie, right? That
Mm-hmm.
doesn't make it woke. You understand that he isn't pushing that ideal, and so just because he has a black person doesn't make the thing woke, right?
Right. So
And
the statement you're effectively making is that it's not the color of the person's skin; it's the reason you chose them for the color of their skin.
yes,
Yeah.
and so
He picks him for Samuel L. Jackson, not because Samuel L. Jackson happened to be.
And that again is like, this all goes back to DEI, that didn't earn it. Diversity, equity, inclusion is that when you choose somebody who's right for the role, nobody questions it. Nobody gave a shit that Michael Clark Duncan played Kingpin. In fact, he was fucking great at it. And
yeah, he's phenomenal.
He was awesome. Like, he embodied the character better than any white guy they could have grabbed at the time, right? So it was the right choice, right?
It's a miracle that they kept him white in the Daredevil series.
Yeah, fucking D'Onofrio did a great job.
Also,
and the only reason that he even, I think, pulled it off is I think that prosthetics got better by this time, right? D'Onofrio doesn't have a towering physique. Like, the thing about Michael Clark Duncan is that he's huge. Like, he's like fucking Shaq levels of giant. You know what I mean? So he's imposing, right? D'Onofrio has a completely different take on the character, an almost sympathetic version of the Kingpin in the Daredevil TV series, right? Or the Netflix series, right? But they make him heavier than he actually is through prosthetic or, like a fat suit that only subtly adds more, but not so much that it's like comically and ridiculous, like the Blob in X-Men Wolverine Origins, right? Anyway, we're getting really far off the topic of what you were saying, but basically the point you were making, again, just to reiterate, is that it's not about the color, it's about the reason behind choosing the person that has the color.
Yeah, if there is a trust, if there's an authenticity to the creator and a trust between the creator and the audience,
and merit behind the person in the role.
Sure. Well, I would even argue no, but actually,
Well, you
but
can
anyway,
still, it's still fine to hire a fresh face out in the industry.
yeah.
But as long as it fits what the story was supposed to be doing.
But so in that situation, you can accept DEI, diversity, not DEI, right?
Sure.
You can accept diversity with an authentic creator and the trust between the creator and the audience, right? And so similarly with this Dustborn thing, if there is an authenticity, but like in a reverse because it's something negative, but anyway, so that's kind of backwards. But and then this trust that that everyone's on the same page, right, with the game, then I don't have a problem with any of the mechanics in the game, right? The bullying, the like, oh, I'm in it. Like if it's all like a critique on the movement, then fine, right? But the problem is we don't have that trust with that developer. Like no one knows everything we know of that developer. They're out there putting out like DEI shit. So it's like, well, no, you probably do believe all this stuff.
As we just read, like, we don't stand for hatred of any kind and all that kind of stuff. And it's like, except you do. Yeah. Because the game that you're defending right now publicly very much does. Right? It is among the most toxic behavior, the kind of shit that you yourself would publicly profess is unacceptable if it was done to you, but you're celebrating the game that perpetuates. Exactly, right? Totally. Anything else?
No, I finished my point.
Real quick, Kotuti says, I've played God Hand. God Hand is similar to Demon Souls. See, this is the thing. I'm always being gaslit on this. There is a game called Demon Souls. Every time I bring it up to you, Dark Souls. It's like, perhaps my understanding here is wrong. Is Demon Souls not like a spiritual predecessor to Dark Souls?
I have no clue.
Cool to see. Let me know. Never played Dark Souls. Now, Old Man says, speaking of old anime PC games, I looked up Graduation for Windows 95. They are asking $350 on eBay. I paid $1 as a filler item on Right Stuff. It was for a sealed copy of Graduation. There's also a VR game called God Hand on Steam, but it's not the same game, of course. Graduation, he later says, Dustborn. Sorry, I meant to say Dustborn. Dustborn couldn't even capture the modern audience. Most of the 100 people playing the game were content creators. Yeah. Dustborn is like a wreck on the side of the road. People are slowing down to gawk at the flaming wreckage and post it on social media. Kotiti says, the woke recognize woke media. That's why they didn't count Blade and Spawn. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Blade's another one. Good point. Yeah.
It's so weird how, like, you can peg, like, there are some false positives, but you can pretty quickly peg wokeness. Like, if, like, the Minecraft shit, like peg off the top, right? Like, they might prove you wrong, maybe, but it seems unlikely.
And the thing I hate the most about it is that, like, the girl who plays Enid in Wednesday is delightful in Wednesday, and that role that she plays, just even in that one line, this guy's such a tool bag. It's like, great, I hate it. Like, yeah, like it's like I can enjoy your character in Wednesday opposite Jenna Ortega, like, very well. You guys had a great chemistry, and it was like a really enjoyable show. But now I see the exact same person set in this other context, and I want to die. Like JT Vega says, it's a game that exposes the issue of society. You're referring to Dustborn? Yeah, I guess so. Shit, I was gonna go somewhere else with this before we moved on. Come on, brain. I tell you, I can't wait till I'm my own boss full time. Because on a day like today, it'll be like, we'll do the podcast tomorrow after I get a full night's sleep. All right, so let's jump into this. We're going to now talk about everybody's favorite game, Concord. Musician Mila Jam makes history as the first playable black trans woman in a major studio's video game. Guess what? You know how they also made history? PlayStation, to end service for Concord just 2 weeks after launch, will issue complete refunds to all players. Now, I've got this clip here.
Can I just see them for a minute? Oh my god, can I hold them?
Yes. Did you design that game?
I'm in the game.
Oh wow. Can I see it?
So yeah, there's a character, her name is Baz.
That's you?
She's a nice martial artist.
What?
And it's me. Yes.
Congratulations.
I'm so excited.
You know the game Grand Theft Auto 5?
Yes.
My good friend is one of the main characters. Luke.
Really?
Yeah.
Amazing.
So you're the second video game character I've ever met. But it's
Mila,
always the
nice
case.
to meet
Mila
you. Mila Jam.
Mila Jam.
Yeah.
Can I take your picture with the game?
Yeah, of course.
This is awesome. You check my battery died. Oh, that's right.
There we go. That's awesome.
Mila Jam. Milajam. Yeah. Totally. Look for check it out. Today's her name is Baz. Bazz. You'll know she's a red jacket with Afro puffs.
Amazing. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Honor to meet you.
Okay.
Yeah. You'll notice he didn't buy the game. he got close enough to see it and was like, yeah, no. Also, damn it. There goes my momentum. PlayStation's Concord appears to have made $1 million. Concord is possibly just 25,000 sales in total. And multiplied by $40, well, that's just $1 million in revenue. If you want to compare that to, say, an actual PlayStation hit like Spider-Man 2, that game sold 11 million units by last count, and that would be about 770 million in revenue. The issue is that Concord is not some small indie project, but one that took Firewalk reportedly 6 to 8 years to develop. The exact budget is unknown. Estimates are around the $100 million mark, but there's no firm sourcing on that. Even half of that would be a $49 million loss. No, I'm sorry. You're mistaken. Perhaps you did not know, but actually, PlayStation, to end service for Concord just 2 weeks after launch, will issue complete refunds. The profit is zero. The profit is we're in the fucking hole, because not only did we spend all the money to develop this, we also spent the money to market it. We also spent the money to produce the physical copies of the games and whatnot and distribute that. And now we're fucking out all that goddamn money. History has been made. When Sony closed down Japan studios, people loved to cope by saying games like Gravity Rush didn't sell much anyways, but they definitely sold more than 25K. Didn't take 8 years to make, and didn't require expensive online infrastructure to maintain. Sony is shutting down Concord and refunding players. It took 8 years to make and 13 days to kill. Not only is Concord shutting down, but every person who bought it is being refunded by Sony. You know what they're about to do. Huge write-off. Concord is worth more to them dead and buried in a landfill. They were so proud of it until recently. Remember last podcast we covered that they removed the LGBTQ plus tag from the Steam page?
That didn't help it at all.
That was their last-ditch effort, right? And Sony has to pay the processing fees. Sony, don't like our game? Don't buy it, bigot. Gamers. Okay, Concord shuts down not even 2 weeks later.
How dare you use my trademark gasp?
I love this. 8 years for a game that stayed alive for about 8 days. PS5 has games, we promise. They just take 8 years to make, and you're only allowed to play them for a week.
But remember, buying isn't owning.
Remember this? Love Live School Idol Festival 2. The game that quite infamously announced both its release and ending date in the same tweet outlived Concord by 4 months.
Ouch.
Oh, and also, this is just a reminder that when the Concord dedicated episode of Secret Level comes out on Amazon, the game will have been dead and offline for 3 months. This is the only thing that came to mind when I heard that they were refunding it and taking it offline. It's like, wait a minute, I just covered the entire episode dedicated. It's going up against Titans like Pac-Man. like that's how special. That is how much Sony wanted to push this woke nonsense on everybody, that they got it included in a Blur Studio production anthology among many other games more deserving, and a lot of them that just don't make any sense to be in there at all to begin with as well.
Did I say this last week? I don't remember, as I was kind of out of it when we covered this stuff, but they needed to be putting, like, for a game that is reliant on the characters because it's a saturated market and they haven't really done anything to distinguish themselves in terms of gameplay against games like Overwatch, who is already massive, like in has a massive user base.
A massive porn scene? What?
Yeah. They needed to. The one thing that they had was their characters. They needed to make their characters compelling. Now, I don't think that's literally possible, but they should have been trying. So, like, whereas when Blizzard released Overwatch, they released it with a huge, like, widely accepted trailer that showed off the characters, that introduced Tracer.
Do you know how they
Winston.
introduced these characters? By their pronouns.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that was before the game came out. And so people were all ready before the game had even come out.
Yeah, they poisoned the well. They poisoned it against themselves in their own marketing.
Yeah.
The game had no chance. This could have saved Concord. From this to that.
I think that's actually a guy.
That's what other people are saying, right? But
still would have been better.
It still would have been, yeah. I mean, I don't know the character's name, but I would guess maybe Pablo, right? It's like Dora the Explorer's older brother, who's a neat gamer. Who's
the fact that it's a question is the problem.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, I there's something about that gender dimorphism, right, Luigi? Anyway, so that's not it. We got more. God damn it. Fucking Twitter. Yeah, so that's the transvestite. Transgender, sexual.
they had boobs, so I think transgender.
Okay, whatever they are, the trans person could have been this, right? Definitely much more playable. Right? That's horrifying.
Not as noticeably trans though, so.
Well,
at least a lot more.
Dare I say it? That's a good thing, right?
A lot more easy on the eyes.
Concord had no day one launch server issues, no pay to win microtransactions, no battle pass.
Hold on.
Weekly story updates. Hold on. 16 playable characters, PS5 and PC crossplay, and a $40 day one price. It had things that we wish other games would launch with day one, and it still failed. It wasn't the $40 fault.
Why is the $40 day one price in the positive? That's a negative compared to every other game being free to play. And it's not like this.
hold on. In response to the no day one launch server issues, Flash said, "It's hard to have server issues when barely anyone is on them."
Yeah, I was gonna make the same point. Like the reason that every company has server issues is because
the game is
tens
good
of
and
millions,
people actually want to play it.
tens of millions of people are hitting the fucking server, not 20.
What did we cover last podcast before the game was canceled? People are waiting like 10 minutes to get into a game because there's so
just
few
to get a
people in the
full
lobby.
queue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or a full lobby.
Yeah, the $40 thing, it for sure did not help them. But whoa,
I'm just prepping.
Carry on, Randy.
Sorry, the flashing.
Yeah. I'm gonna run and grab a Dr. Pepper.
Okay. Yeah, the $40 entry fee for a game that, again, in a heavily crowded market, where every other game is free to play. Like Overwatch was $40, and then they went free to play with Overwatch 2, so now they're free to play. And so like you're not doing anything to distinguish yourself except for being woke, which no one likes, and you come in with the $40. It's like that's not a very good attraction. And then the trade-off generally to paying upfront for a game is that you don't have the microtransaction stuff. And I missed, honestly, I wish he went back to that fucking tweet, but does Concord have microtransactions?
I think it said no microtransactions.
Oh, okay. That's actually like not a good thing, honestly.
Not having microtransactions?
Well, for a hero shooter, I don't know, because generally you want like costumes and stuff, right?
Well, yeah, for skins, but not like a pay to win kind of thing, you know?
Yeah.
Like pay $1,000 and get all the upgrades and just start annihilating everybody.
Well, yeah, pay to win would be stupid, but for skins, like
yeah, for skins, I get in costumes. Yeah, totally. I can understand that. Yeah.
I don't know how that would have worked, but they should have definitely had skins, and the $40, like, I guess the difference between
I stepped on something short.
When they made Overwatch 2, they made it so that you don't get all the characters. That's how they kind of like roped you in, right? You have to pay extra to get the new characters. Whereas in Overwatch 1, because it was $40, you just got all the characters. Whenever a new character came out, you would instantly be able to play as that character.
Like Smash Bros. Well, not like Smash Bros, but
no, Smash Bros. You had to pay.
Yeah, you had to play. You had to play to unlock them.
Yeah, but like the DLC characters, you have to pay extra for,
right?
Yeah,
the DLC ones.
So, like, you could argue that the $40 is good if they allow you to have all the characters at once. But like, I don't know, man. It's a hurdle in a game that you have not made a compelling reason for anyone to play.
Old man says Concord sold so few copies that sealed copies are selling for a premium. It's ironic that, or is it ironic that it's more valuable to gamers when it's unplayable?
I think the ones buying it probably didn't get the memo.
You have to watch out with eBay, because like I can put up a copy of the game on eBay for $1 million. Doesn't mean it's going to sell.
Yeah, no, there are literal copies on eBay selling that are listed at $25,000.
Yeah,
I think what it is, that'd be the most base move. Sony's putting all those up there to try to recoup some of their losses by selling the game for $25K.
If I had that unopened, I would just list it for like $100 or something.
Yeah,
like comparatively, and just recoup and
if
get double my money back.
If I sold that game for $25K, I would feel bad about it for the rest of my life. That swimsuit character design.
I wouldn't lose. I would not lose a wink of sleep.
Remember, they were complaining about AI art. Now we see why artists were mad. Artists gave us Concord. AI made it better. Oh shit! So this guy here is the lead character designer for Firewalk Studios, and he was the designer for Concord we looked at last podcast. So Firewalk is packed with tenacious fighters, multiple acquisitions, an engine upgrade from Unreal Engine 4 to 5, a global pandemic, product delays. The fact we shipped it all is legendary. None of us know what's next, but I do know this team is capable of wild energy when faced with a challenge. Look, man, the fact you shipped it all truly is a sign that you shouldn't have shipped it all, right? Like, all the stuff that you dealt with should have been a sign that your game was going to fail. You know?
Look on the 3 dots.
What, these?
Yeah. View hidden replies. All right. I just wanted to double check.
I didn't know you could do that. That's cool. This person said, you made dollar store. This is in response to him. You made dollar store Overwatch with the 99-cent store Guardians of the Galaxy. Anyone with 2 functional brain cells knew this game was toast from the drop. Your team had 8 years and you came up with that. You need to take a good, hard look at this catastrophic failure and ask the single most important question you can ask. What went wrong? Not blame the audience who never showed up or the one that hated the designs from the drop. Ask yourself, why didn't this game land with anyone but the tiny minority of woke psychopaths? Then, and only then, you might be able to make something worth playing.
Why did they even launch the game? Like, it's not like it was a mystery that no one was going to buy this fucking thing. They would have had pre-order numbers.
Right?
Did they think that these people were just going to show up out of the blue? Like,
unbelievable, right? See, I wonder, have we just gotten to a point? I mean, we've been dealing with wokeness for a while.
Right? Do they not like A/B test character designs, like to make sure that
they fucking should have? I'd hate to see the test that they didn't go with. You know. So, Spider-Man 2 has all sorts of woke shit, right? Like trans flags everywhere, or at least rainbow flags. I don't know about trans ones. The gay, like, you have to help a gay guy ask his boyfriend out on a date and shit like that. So there was like incremental, egregious wokeness encroaching on games. Have we just finally reached the part of this, you know, trajectory where now games have gotten so weak that they're unsalvaged, or so woke that they are unsalvageable because people who are fans of the franchise are just going to say, yeah, fuck no.
That's the thing.
I'm not going to go see the Minecraft movie now. That looks awful, you know?
With Spider-Man, like, the first game they put out had none of that shit, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly.
Then they put out the Miles game, and that was like, okay, it's getting a little bit. Like, Miles himself isn't that, but, like, they had some of it in the background, right?
Sure.
And then they put out Spider-Man 2, and it was, like, way worse, right? Mm-hmm. And it's like, okay, you've made a really good game with Spider-Man, like the first one, right? And you're using the momentum from that game and the mechanics that you built for that game to carry the franchise now, right? Because, like, really, they didn't change much in terms of gameplay mechanics from the first one to the second one, or the Miles game, right? They're all basically the same game with just a different story, right? So as you're going forward in the franchise and you keep getting more woke, you're losing people. Like, I don't know about the sales, but, like, people are getting more fed up.
The modern audience, that mythical thing they're constantly trying to pander to, didn't show up. Doesn't even exist. Like we see on a daily basis the wokeness infecting parts of the internet, but those people don't equal customers.
I'm curious what the sales numbers for Spider-Man PS4. So
They said it was Spider-Man 2 was 11 million.
Marvel Spider-Man series has sold 33 million units in May. I guess it's hard to tell. Yeah, there were 11 units for Series 2. Yeah, I don't know. Because of I'd have to look at like how many months it's been out. But let's say Spider-Man 2 sold more than Spider-Man 1, right?
Mm-hmm.
Even though it had more woke stuff, which I think it, but just quickly looking at the numbers, it probably did sell slightly more.
Mm-hmm.
They have one of the biggest franchises, Spider-Man, in the planet, right? And so people are willing to put up with that. And if Sony is looking at those games and saying, well, we got away with woke here, and trying to extrapolate that and say, well, clearly the people want the woke stuff because they bought more of Spider-Man 2. That is the wrong lesson you're learning from that game, right? People bought it in spite of the woke stuff because Spider-Man is such a great character and the core game mechanics are really solid. So when you strip away the franchise of Spider-Man and the core game mechanics that make it good, and you give it like some random non-interesting game that's super saturated and has tons of competition, and it's instead of riding on a good franchise, it's riding on being woke. Of course, you're not going to sell anything. Like it's not rocket science. I can't imagine how they didn't understand this was going to happen.
Yeah, no, this is unbelievable, right? And the only thing that, like, the only saving grace that Sony has is that other games, Stellar Blade, Black Myth Wukong, have sold so well that they can probably, take this loss and it not be the worst thing that's ever happened to the company. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I don't think that this game is going to kill them or anything. But
of course not. But I'm just saying, like, it's because of non-woke games doing exceptionally well that now the woke shit can afford to fail to this unbelievable degree.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna.
There's another game, I forget the name of it, but it's kind of a heist style game that PlayStation is working on.
Oh shit! It's called like. Oh fuck! I have that actually. I don't have it. Hold on. It's called. It's like you compete with other.
It's like Eat the
teams.
Rich or something.
Yeah, no, it's got a cringe name. It's a decidedly anti-capitalist game.
Yeah.
It is.
Anyway,
it has
that
a dollar sign in the title. I'm trying to remember what it is. Oh, here. Fair game.
Fair game, yeah.
Fair games, technically, because the dollar sign is the S.
That game is seemingly going to get released soon.
Yep, that's going to be the next Concord, effectively. The only, I mean, I don't know. The character designs are pretty awful, but they aren't like I'm a giant tin can robot awful.
If that game does poorly, we might start seeing the ship turn.
Well, since you freaking brought it up, let me throw it at the end of this discussion here. We'll come to it in a second. Okay. All right. Let's go back to here. So this person, still in response to the character designer, said 8 years, and that's the best you could come up with. 8 years to think of character designs, and you created some of the most ugly, bland, boring designs that's ever been seen in a video game. You've got to be kidding me. Imagine still thinking it's a good game. Gamers don't care about the struggle of development. It doesn't matter how hard it was or what challenges you went through. All we care about is the end result. You were in charge of these character designs, and you didn't do your job. Heavy is the head that wears the crown. Concord is now filled with players throwing themselves off the maps as quickly as possible in a desperate attempt to unlock the shooter's platinum trophy before it goes offline. This is from It's a Gundam. This person said, hi. 52 available, 52 earned, right? Somebody comes in and says, one of the Concord dozen. But for real, congrats on the platinum. Definitely the rarest first-party trophy of all time. I can't tell you how satisfying it is to see Concord fail. Sony changed their entire game publishing philosophy for this game. They closed Japan studios to pivot to a more Western game dev cycle, spent 8 years and millions, I'm guessing hundreds of millions, to create a soulless, trend-chasing piece of garbage.
Well, I mean, they did buy it like mid-cycle, so not all of it is their fault in terms of like money. Yeah, in terms of money put towards the game, right? Like they didn't greenlight it; they bought it after it was greenlit. But I mean, they chose to buy the company and continue development on it. So
they still wear that hat.
Yeah.
So this
and the company, it's not like they're getting off scot-free. Like the company that funded the green light, like they bought that company, so they bought that debt. Like they still are on the hook for that 100 million, however you look at it.
At the company that I work for, we have to pick, like basically the events that we do are always going to be on the weekends, right? Typically it's going to be Friday, Saturday. And when that means that whenever we do an event, we only really have 52 weekends a year. And then you got to cut out, oftentimes, like obviously nobody's going to go to an event Christmas weekend. Nobody's going to, what I mean? There's a couple events you can't do. And so you have to choose specifically where you're going to do your event and when. And oftentimes it benefits you greatly to do your event the same weekend in the same city as your competitor, because it forces the market share to choose between you two. And it's a gamble, but you can force your competitor to have effectively an empty room, right? Because you stole all their clients. And then they put on the massive expense of having to host the venue and everything, and not being like coming out at a loss, right? And effectively, that's what it has happened here with, and this isn't a malicious attempt. It just happened to be Black Myth Wukong released the same day as Dustborn, and around the same time as Concord coming out, Mecha Break is in closed beta, right? So the new Mecha game's closed beta is unsurprisingly destroying Concord in player numbers, almost as if modern audiences don't exist outside of Twitter, and gamers still like the same things they liked 20 years ago. Cute girls, cool dudes, and giant robots. Concord beta, 1,116 playing an hour ago. 24-hour or all-time peak, the same, 2,363. Meanwhile, 29 minutes ago, we've got 4,466 playing Mecha Break, all-time peak over 10,000.
I think that Concord beta image is old. I don't think there's a recent screenshot. But
I think once it left beta, right? Because it left beta when they released it, or no?
It was
for Concord.
They from my understanding, the beta was over a while ago.
My understanding was Concord didn't even break 1,000 concurrent players.
Yeah,
it was at like 700.
Yeah,
that was as high as it got. So this all-time peak is even like misleading because it's during the beta. Yeah, that was actually a part of the controversy, is that when the game finally released, it couldn't even touch the player count it had when it had to give the game away for its open beta.
Yeah.
or whatever.
Couldn't even get a third of the numbers. Or maybe just over. No, not even a third of the numbers.
All right. I love this. Invest wisely. 1 carat versus Concord. Price, much cheaper for a carat. Production time needed, only 2 months. Cost, about $2 for a pack of seeds versus the estimated $250 million for Concord. But can you eat it? Well, you can eat a carrot. Is it recommended by experts? Yeah. Is it well received by the public? Definitely. Shelf life, 21 to 29 days. Shelf life for Concord, 12 days. And then the best tweet I saw on this. Did you know the delisting of Concord after 2 weeks is actually a clever nod to the shelf life of Concord grapes, which can last up to 2 weeks in the refrigerator?
When Boris Johnson stepped down from being the UK Prime Minister, he was replaced by this stupid girl, woman, whatever. And then she didn't last long. And then she was replaced by someone else. She had to step down and she was replaced. And I think that person also got replaced. And so it was either 2 or 3 people got replaced in a very short amount of time. And it was so much so that they literally had a head of lettuce on like windowsills or whatever. And it was like, can you outlast the lettuce?
Right.
Can you remain in office longer than this head of lettuce can stay alive? That was very similar vibes to the carrot thing.
All right. And then after this, we've got after Concord gets shut down, gamers take aim at anti-capitalist fair game. So I don't really want to read the article, but I'm guessing they're saying that, gamers are already setting their sights on boycotting the anti-capitalist game Fair Game from Haven Studios.
See, I'm not so much about boycott. Like, I'm just not going to play it. Is that a boycott? I'm not telling other people not to play it. Like, I don't know. Boycott seems to be like, to me, it would be like if I was trying to organize and tell people don't buy it. That's like a boycott. Like,
how do I make it known that I'm not buying a game that I wasn't going to buy a game in the first place?
Yeah, I was never going to buy this game. It looks like a shitty game.
It's
the whole,
like
the
I
literal
was
whole
going to
thing
buy it, but now I'm not.
Is going in and stealing from rich people, right? Like it is exactly what I've been describing in this podcast about, like collectivism versus individualism. And this is the thing. A lot of these commie types, they don't believe it's possible for you to generate wealth naturally. Oh, what have I done? They don't believe it's possible for a person to create value and generate wealth, right? Therefore, you must have stolen it off the hard work of other people, right? And it's like, no, actually, you can't. You don't have the drive or the ingenuity or the merit to be able to do that. But believe it or not, people start businesses all the time. Many of them fail, 90+%. But when you create a product and a service people value, it's highly profitable, right? So their solution is, because it's impossible for anybody to actually create value and become wealthy on their own merit, we should just steal all their money because it doesn't belong to them anyway. They stole it somehow, somewhere, nebulously, possibly I don't know, it's Robin Hood stuff, right? It's effectively what they're trying to do with this game. And then hilariously, you're competing with other commies who want to also steal the money. So it's like the cannibalism thing I was talking about.
And then they still start stealing from each other.
Oh, God.
This is a perfect example of that authenticity thing that I was talking about. Right? Like, if they were to make a Robin Hood game where you got to play as Robin Hood, like men in tights, like bow and arrow.
I got you.
You're stealing from...
Get Carrie Elwes to voice him.
You're stealing from John, whatever the fuck his name is, and like giving to the poor.
Well, you're stealing from the government, right? The monarchy, and giving the money back to the taxpayers.
Yeah, I forget the name of the king, King John or whatever his name was.
No, Little John's his friend.
Yeah, Anyway,
I
whatever
know,
the
we all know
King
what you're
Richard,
talking
King
about.
Richard.
Into Lil John for the
We all know what you're talking about. Come on.
Okay,
Anyway,
that game
The Duke
could
of
sell
The Duke of
a
Nottingham.
lot, right?
yeah.
Because if it was made authentically,
Authentically, yeah.
authentically. But this game is like, oh well, we want a game where you're stealing from the rich and whatever. It's like,
Yeah, like
Just
okay,
keeping it for yourself.
Effectively, what they've done is they've made a version of the Purge, but you're thieves instead. Like you're just going to go into the rich neighborhoods and steal from everybody.
it's giving off like, I don't know how to relate to these kids, but this is what I think that they want to play vibes, right? Like, out of touch people made this game. That's the vibe that it's giving off.
Hardcore. So, moving on from here, as soon as I'm done throwing this shit in the archive machine. Whoops. God damn it. Here it goes.
The cool TT says, so AC is saying boycott all Soini games.
I mean, I guess that's what the articles are telling me. Meanwhile, Stellar Blade developer Shift Up reported record revenue in quarter 2 earnings. Oh, and what's this? Stellar Blade PC port coming in the near future, quote, will perform even better than on consoles. Oh, they mean the game will perform even better than on consoles. I thought they meant the sales. I think both are true, because you know what PC games have? Mods.
Specifically, nude mods.
Meanwhile, Black Myth Wukong tops 18 million copies sold. Last podcast, we were celebrating 10 million. 10 million. Now we're at 18 million copies sold. No expansions planned. Meanwhile, Suicide Squad killed the Justice League's abysmal failure leads to mass layoffs at the developer Rocksteady.
Good for them.
I want to remind you once more that we are in an election year. How's that fervor behind your political party, right? If the games that you're making that cater to your base are actually failing. Oh yeah, what's this? Warner Brothers Discovery CFO says one of the company's biggest priorities is a Hogwarts Legacy successor.
Hopefully
How
it's good.
about that?
Yeah, but they
Meanwhile-
want to make it a live service game and make it bullshit.
Yeah, but the point is, you're missing the point here. The point is that this game is also made by Warner Brothers, right?
It
It's
is
a Warner Brothers IP made by Rocksteady, right?
Warner Brothers owns DC, basically.
Yeah. So they're looking at this and saying, well, fuck, we aren't making a sequel to that. We're going to make a sequel to the thing that actually made us money because we fucking have to make up for the loss in Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League. We literally can't afford to make another game like this. Right?
And there's probably going to be a trilogy of them.
Meanwhile, Bandai Namco all in on DEI after learning about it from Western media. Quote, I realized that not being represented may nullify a person's existence, even to the point of discrimination. Oh, is there enough video of the girl in here? Doesn't matter.
They better not touch the Dragon Ball.
And what happened?
game.
Bandai Namco's failed MMO Blue Protocol ending service in January 2025. Wow. Wow.
Lesson learned.
Get woke, go broke is happening at breakneck speed now. So Mark Kern had this to say about the whole thing. Bandai goes DEI. I can save them billions in losses. All they have to do is read this tweet. Japan is about 2 to 3 years late to the DEI trend. U.S. publishers and movie makers are finding out just now that it is a failed strategy. Would be simple for Japan to look at the Western results on sales this year and easily avoid the disaster. Do the math and compare. Japanese game execs need to come out to the USA and see for themselves. They rely too much on activist feedback and mainstream gaming journalism to try to understand the West. All right. Before we get into this, let's catch up on some chats. Oh, I guess we're done. All right. New, ridiculously bad bug discovered in Ubisoft's upcoming Star Wars Outlaws. Okay, let me show you a couple of these bugs. Like the one on my screen. So the bug, fucking all the tweets don't embed correctly anymore. Something's going on with Twitter. Here's the bug. This is a game where you're supposed to be stealth at times, like this. What? Oops. Hard to be stealth when that happens, huh? Anyway.
Classic.
Let's look at some other bugs here. God damn it. You're not going to love this guy, Random Levin, but let's see this feeder bug.
Oh, yes, my man. I ride in style, baby. Look! Oh, she's using the Force! She's using the Force! Okay, got the Force, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Use the Force, you must, Kay. Okay. Oh, God. I'll see you over there, okay? We'll catch up with you, okay? I'll see you at the base. It gets me rad and dirty. Trying to catch me rad and dirty. Trying to catch me rad and dirty. If you get the gold edition like I got, you actually get a special, see the gold edition, like it says there? You get a special, you get to play as this guy. This guy I've named Carl Jr., this little guy. This little cutie. Yes. I get to play. We get to play as you. So it's actually him controlling this right now. He holds it at the back like this, and he's got a little some pedals at the bottom. Live for this shit, player. Ain't nothing stopping this little guy. Ain't nothing stopping this little guy. Ubisoft is back. Look at those trees, player. Look at those trees, player. Oh God, what are those things, man? What are those things, bro? Can I go through them? And I can, player. Ubisoft is so back, player. Oh God, the crown. Oh God, I'm trapped. I'm completely trapped in a stone. No, I'm not, player. That's the freedom that this game gives you, is like the stones will come and trap you, but then you can fly out of them. Watch this jump. Sick ass, Billy! Boom!
Okay.
So,
wow.
You know what was going on there, right?
Yeah. The character wasn't paired to the bike properly. And so the character model stayed behind.
Yeah. And because the character model stayed behind, the game thought the character was way back there.
Yeah.
And so wasn't rendering the rest of the world properly.
Yes. Exactly. Yeah. So then there's this other one. One more from this guy.
This is how bad the AI is in Star Wars Outlaws. You're not supposed to get through this part up ahead, but watch this.
Tell me where she is.
I'm right here, playa.
No. I mean, I heard she has that place above the cantina. You see her, you come straight to us.
Looks like we have a problem here. No!
Wow.
No way! Ain't no... That's how good I am, playa. That's how good I am. The 3K from LA, Grim Hollywood. They can't see me. They can't hear me. I'm literally Sam Fisher in this bitch. These are the guys that made... These are the guys that... Splinter Cell. Remember that. Remember that.
Yeah.
These are the guys that made Splinter Cell. Playa.
I've been waiting for the new Splinter Cell to come out. They fucking announced it years ago. I am not anticipating it anymore.
Ubisoft is done. Mark Kern has successfully killed them. Star Wars Outlaws players instructed to start an entirely new game to prevent, quote, issues and progression blockers after new patch. No, it gets worse. Pay Ubisoft $110 to play Star Wars early. Ubisoft updates the game. Save deleted. How do you allow this? Like, literally.
Well, it's worse. The save didn't get deleted. They said, if you want to finish the game, you have to delete the save on your own. It's like, no, you have to kill your baby. You worked on that baby. You got to kill it, not us. If you want to, but it's going to be defective if you want to not kill it.
Train wreck.
At least take responsibility, Ubisoft. Kill the baby.
Ubisoft Army of Bots is ready for Star Wars launch. Thanks for the find, Master of the TDS, who we've been talking about, right? Excitement for Star Wars Outlaws is building as Ubisoft gears up for the highly anticipated release on August 30th. Excitement builds as Ubisoft teases gameplay features and possible storylines for Star Wars Outlaws release. Never ending. Right? Star Wars Outlaws subreddit reportedly bans users for criticizing Ubisoft's game. Ubisoft disabled dislikes and comments in their Star Wars Outlaws YouTube video. PR shill networks and bot farms go overtime on release week. If you are wondering about all the increased attacks on your favorite YouTubers and commentators yesterday and this week, this is why. Star Wars Outlaws just released, and it's bad. You are also noticing today many accounts and YouTubers bizarrely enthusiastic or defending the game in large numbers, saying similar things. This is where Ubisoft's biggest marketing budget is going. They did claim to have the biggest marketing budget of any game they've ever done. Star Wars Outlaws creative director tries to spin disastrous launch. Says millions of people are going to play it for years and years following improvements. Steady now, lads. Keep the pressure on. Star Wars Outlaws has been dealt two grievous blows. The Acolyte imploding and canceled. The rise of the Monkey King. The first means interest for Star Wars is at an all-time low, while the second gobbles the market as gamers choose to spend this month's gaming budget on Wukong. Nothing left for Star Wars Outlaws. Hold the line. Let Ubisoft feel gamer vengeance.
I mean, the game is obviously got problems, right?
Yeah.
I honestly don't think that.
You want to know what its biggest problem is? That it continually blames any criticism on racist bigotry or whatever. That's their biggest problem. Because for every time that you can look at an issue and look at criticism and blame racism, sexism, whatever, it's you saying that the problem that you made is not your fault and it's because of racism and bigotry or whatever. But right? You never address your faults. You never correct your faults because that would be giving in to the bigots or whatever.
Have we seen that from Ubisoft themselves?
What do you mean?
Like, has Ubisoft or the game devs for this game come out and said that?
Yeah, I do believe many of the people involved in it, maybe not Ubisoft like CEO or whatever, but many of the people involved have come out and, blamed any issues with the game or any perception of the game on stuff like that. I can't remember the name of the person because for the longest time I didn't cover any of the Star Wars stuff.
Yeah.
But
I mean,
I did look at a lot of stuff where, like, for example, one of the game devs would be like a trans witch or some shit and have all sorts of stuff to say on Twitter about it.
All right. So I haven't been following like the Outlaws thing so much. And so if there were like devs or people from Ubisoft going out there and saying like that as an excuse, then yeah, that's stupid. But like, honestly, I mean, I don't see that much like wokeness from the game besides just the character model. It could be argued as a little bit on the uglified side, right?
I honestly don't think she looks that horrible. To be
no,
honest.
I don't.
I think that's
why I said a little bit.
I think, yeah, and I'm agreeing with you there. I think that there are some shots where she looks real wonky, right? But
Yeah.
for the most part, this screenshot especially is one of the least egregious modern woman takes. I mean, I didn't put the freaking 40K Warhammer stuff in this podcast, but holy shit, man.
Yeah, the BBL chin. Yeah, that's gross. But
The
so
BBLs.
like yeah, the game clearly should not have been released with as many bugs as it currently has.
Mhm.
They should have at least put in another couple months of dev time, probably, at minimum. But this game to me hasn't been screaming woke, so I don't like seeing what's his name out there.
Kern.
Yeah, Mark Kern saying like, hold the line, like don't buy this game. Like I want to see the game fail. Like, yeah, it's got problems. I just don't think that this is like we need to like come on guys, we need to make this game like I don't feel like this is that game. You know what I mean?
I would say it's significantly less overtly woke. There's still like the, you know, slap the back of a stormtrooper's head and take him down like you're fucking Rambo.
Yeah.
And it looks absolute cringe and ridiculous.
But I think that's like
Mark
if
Kern's,
a guy was in it, like what are you gonna do to stealth take down a stormtrooper in armor, right? Like even so, even if it was a guy character, it was.
We talked about this previously. Literally, all you would have to do is give her an item that she grabs on her way up and tase the person or whatever, right in the neck. You know?
Yeah.
Like there are ways to do this where it's not going to be like a what do you call it? A She-Man takedown. You know? Now, but
Yeah.
I would argue, I don't think Mark Kern is not out there telling you to boycott the game because the game is woke. That might be how Cabrutus would approach this stuff. But Mark Kern's effort has been like he has like a 2-year plan on saving the gaming industry. And he's exposed a bunch of things over this time, such as the community managers for games like Helldivers and whatnot. And like constantly pointing to, look at what the community managers are doing. Look at this position. Look at this useless position of people who are activists, right? When it comes to Ubisoft, he's saying hold the line, as in don't buy an unfinished game that is buggy as hell to the point where it's unplayable. These are things in AAA gaming that have become expected that he is suggesting should not be. So he's saying don't buy this game and don't buy Assassin's Creed Shadows, which are the 2 tentpole games that Ubisoft cannot let fail. Like those are the 2 games that they need to succeed more than anything else they're going to do this entire year. And he's saying neither of these games are worth the price point they're asking for because they are filled with bugs. The approach has been from the beginning to treat you as a bigot and a racist or sexist or whatever for any critique you have on it. That they're going to
definitely like with Assassin's Creed, like that's been a lot more evident.
Yeah,
right.
It's definitely been more there for sure. But he's just suggesting that, like, this is kind of like I was talking about before, where by buying Stellar Blade and Black Myth Wukong, especially in China right now, PS5s are out of stock everywhere because the game is doing so well that all of the Chinese are rushing out to buy a PS5 just to play it because it's the only way currently to play it, right? And so
you can play on Steam.
Oh, is it? It's on Steam too, right? Okay, but whatever. The fact remains, the success of the game has driven up the sales of PS5s. Sony is getting that money back, right? Concord can still fail, and it doesn't hurt Sony as much as it otherwise would because they're still bringing in tons of revenue over the fact that other non-woke games are doing well. Ubisoft doesn't have that, right? If Ubisoft failed on Assassin's Creed, but this game, you know, you still bought in spite of how terrible the coding in it is and all that shit, then it would delay the need for the company to pivot back towards the games that were good, back when gaming wasn't shit, right? So I don't think that, like, I have not gotten the vibe that Mark Kern is making a statement like you should hold the line because the game is woke. Although I do think the game probably is woke, and there's probably a lot of, you know, like subtle wokeness in it, just like, you know, just stuff that you almost don't even recognize as woke anymore, just because it's so ubiquitous with media, because they've been pushing it for so long and so overtly and in every single thing, you know, such as the slapping the back of the stormtrooper helmet as a take.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I do want to just point out that Black Myth Wukong isn't a Sony game.
I know, but Sony owns PlayStation.
Yeah.
And I'm saying that because PlayStations are now out of stock in China, the sales of those PS5s has still brought them revenue.
Sure. But it is coming to Xbox.
Mhm.
It's just the Xbox version got delayed.
When is there going to be a good discotheque? I don't know.
There's probably gonna be next month about this time.
She can't swim. I don't remember an open world character that couldn't swim since Grand Theft Auto 3. Well, Grand Theft Auto Vice City. So they. Far Cry 2 is a better open world game with better gameplay mechanics, and that game came out in 2008. There are videos directly comparing them, and Far Cry 2 wins by a landslide. Yeah. And Far Cry was released by Ubisoft, wasn't it?
Yeah. This is Ubisoft's biggest fucking problem. They have taken the Far Cry, like,
hardcore
mechanic and just, like, cloned it everywhere. Like, every game is like, you go to the thing, you go to the spire, you unlock that little camp, you got to beat the bad guys around that camp. Like, that's the game model that they make. Like Assassin's Creed is the same thing, roughly.
And a big problem that Ubisoft is dealing with, and this is one of the reasons why Mark Kern is so adamant about these companies, you know, failing when they're producing shit. Don't buy shit, right? Is that Ubisoft, for an example of the game company we're currently talking about, has had some mega ultra wins in the past in terms of games. Like, they have paved the way and made games that were part of my childhood, you know, playing Splinter Cell. I was just saying, what the fuck was it called? Playing Splinter Cell on PS2 back in the day, you know, Assassin's Creed for a large swath of the population. I didn't really ever play it, but it's like, you know, a recognized major tentpole game in gaming history, you know, Prince of Persia, right? They've done some amazing things and contributed tremendously to the industry. But as they and their leadership became more and more woke, they pushed out the talent that produced the good stuff. And now we've got effectively the B team producing dog shit. And we're expected to treat it like they're still walking on hollowed ground. You know what I mean? I think Mark Kern is correct that it is worth, you know, not buying a game because you deserve better. Especially when you could buy the game used if you really needed to play it, right?
If his point is wait until it's
that is his point. Like
that's fine.
He's I think he's I forget exactly, but he gave a timeline. I don't know if it was on the tweet we were just looking at or if it was a different tweet, but he gave a timeline, like, just hold out for. Yeah, it doesn't say in this one, but he says, like, just hold out for X number of months. All I'm asking is don't buy a AAA game for 2 years. Let the industry, you know, force the industry to recover from their mistakes, right? Anyway, moving on from here, Stuttering Craig said, and this is a anecdote, right? Obviously, I have an insider who works for high traffic game stores in one of the most populated places in the United States. They have 27 stores in that area, and there have been a total of 41 pre-orders for Star Wars Outlaws. 41. There is no hype for this game, and this is something we talked about a couple podcasts ago, right? This is supposedly got the highest marketing budget for any Ubisoft game ever. And then I asked you, did you know the game is coming out this week? It's like nobody even fucking knew when it was coming out. Where have they been wasting this
know
money?
about this game at all until like the last couple months.
Yeah, and they themselves are coming out and saying that it's the highest marketing budget they've ever had. Nobody fucking knows anything about it or even gives a shit.
Remember what I said earlier about how they're all like siphoning the money off?
Mm-hmm.
This like down the line, right? Like the marketing company is like, oh yeah, that'll be like $4 million
We'll push a couple of Facebook ads through Best Buy.
Yeah.
To Facebook ads that no one goes on Facebook anymore. Like
And think about it.
that money's well spent. Grandpa got that's who got all the ads about Star Wars Outlaws is grandpa, 87-year-old grandpa.
So you're siphoning off at every chance. So why would you not if and we know this is happening, right? So why would you not boycott these games so that siphoning that they will run out of that money even quicker? Like you accelerate the process of this downward spiral so that they're forced to face their investors, where both of the games that were supposed to be their biggest successes of the year sold like 100 copies. You know, in fact, the next tweet here, my insider told me that as of this morning, at their nationwide big box chain, Assassin's Creed Shadows has less than 800 pre-orders combined for Xbox and PS5 company-wide. They have over 900 stores. That is less than one pre-order per store. Yikes. Again, this is anecdotal. This is one big box. I mean, it's probably GameStop or something. And it's like, I don't know. Do you go to a physical location like GameStop to pre-order a game? Because I just pre-order shit on Amazon.
Yeah. Shows up day of, no crowds, no rushing out at midnight or whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, I mainly try and focus on GameStop, but they were dicks and they raised the free shipping to $75 now. So
Jesus.
It's a little bit more annoying.
Unforgivable.
I want to support GameStop.
Yeah, me too. I am a shareholder.
I am also a shareholder. 5
right.
shares.
So the point is that the gaming industry is collapsing, right? And all of the woke shit is falling by the wayside, and anything that's not woke, and I will say this one more time. The reason Stellar Blade is not a great game. It's not. I don't actually enjoy playing it. The only reason Stellar Blade was such a success is because it was in a drought of AAA titles producing dog shit with ugly women. Making a game that goes against that trajectory is all it took for it to be a massive success.
Honestly, I literally bought the game out of spite.
Exactly. Same. I don't even really like playing it. You know, I
don't
find the gameplay interesting. I've never been like the Dark Souls type anyway.
I don't even like the aesthetic of the game.
Totally agree. But its success is because it is a oasis amongst an absolute drought in the gaming industry. You know? Now, there's this other thing that happened with this game called Soul Ash. Soul Ash 2 dev stands by decision to not include same-sex marriages for gameplay reasons. Quote, I showed my teeth, the oppressive people left, and now we can continue to have fun in peace. So I'm going to skip all the way down to here. We're just going to read these. How many people you would piss off if you made a game how you truly wanted to? Let players inspire you, not demand how you express yourself. No boss, no publisher, no fucks given about reviews. That's art. That's what's worth spending years of your life to create. My grandparents survived the Nazis. My parents endured communism. I had to live through religious oppression since the age of 10. And now, some spoiled brats think I'll bend the knee to their rainbow flag, or else they'll type some words. I already have a flag I'm proud of. This is the Polish flag. So this person says, I don't believe that it was meant to come across this way, but the way that you phrased this tweet is the same rhetoric that far-right people in the US tend to talk. This idea of people under the rainbow flag forcing others to bend the knee, comparing queer people wanting representation to Nazis and communists is a common tactic of people that actively want to take their rights away. I don't believe that this is what you want, but I see a lot of people getting angry at this tweet, and I thought that I should offer an explanation as to why this is. I appreciate everything that you do, Archer. You're a genuine inspiration to me as a fellow game dev. I think the hate campaign toward you was too much, but I also think that this is too much. Thank you for your explanation. I don't follow US politics, nor do I care what you guys call yourself to inflict anger. For us in Poland, Nazis and communism have an actual deep meaning because our people lived through it. I also don't compare this group to Nazis. If anything, I said they are nothing in comparison by belittling their attempt at oppression. I did use a clear hyperbole by calling them spoiled brats. For sure, I knew that it wasn't your intent to invoke a comparison between these groups. The US is in a kind of weird spot politically right now. It's because a mainstream talking point to deny LGBT folk the same rights as everyone else. I'm sorry, it's become a mainstream talking point. What right are we trying to deny them?
To use the bathroom.
Even in their like destroyed perception of reality, what right are they actually being denied?
Just the bathroom.
Just the bathroom?
And sports.
Yeah. So your right to decimate women, like physically harm them in sports? Damn, my rights to beat women to death. Hello? This is the same crowd that thinks they should have the right to kill babies at any moment in the womb, even up until birth. So, I guess it makes sense that they would think they'd have a right to do the other things too. They have denied the right to your kids. Yeah, right. I just want to be sure that this isn't about gay people broadly, but instead about the people engaging in this harassment. Anyone from any group can be shitty and toxic, but their immutable characteristics don't make them the representative of that group, despite how they act. Yes, this is about a group that imposes themselves on developers to change their games. It is not about people who just want to live their lives in peace like me. Fucking based. Every single statement they made was perfect. Just woke up. The lightning didn't hit me. I don't feel canceled at all. After all, it looks like there was nothing to fear from the oppressive mob. Thank you to everyone who went past a single tweet and offered their support and understanding. This is my response a week ago. After that response, a week-long activism campaign engulfed all of our community channels. So I showed my teeth, the oppressive people left, and now we can continue to have fun and peace. I've heard people falsely claim I intentionally... Oh, actually, I skipped all this for a reason. Oh, no, okay, well, whatever. It's technical stuff about the game. It's not really as important as the rest of it. So then, in addition to this, Scratchpoint had this to say about the dev. The developer of Soul Ash 2 was asked if he would add same-sex relationships to the game. After politely stating there were no plans for it, the usual suspects showed up to instigate, which prompted a harsher and frankly justified tone from the dev. They proceeded to leave bad reviews with the typical name-calling, all because he refused to bow to their impotent demands. And make no mistake about it, these requests are clearly demands given the reaction when they're not accepted. They can't handle being told no. but it's precisely what they need. They have no power over anyone who remains firm in their vision and convictions. And then one more thing here. Cabruta says that the list is working. The small and sad community is actually making an impact, referring to like how they were the DEI detected community of what are we at, like 500,000 or whatever now, have been called small and sad, right? But they're actually making an impact. We are slowly taking back the control of this industry. Keep pushing, gamers. By the way, can anyone link me to this thread? I can't find it. So the thread here is for Micro Tiger at r/games, right? Pronouns can devastate small indie games in today's climate, and Steam isn't doing enough to help. Our unfortunate experience. So they basically talk about how they released their first game after 5 years of development and a $0 budget. Feedback had been overwhelmingly positive, and they're super proud of that. There's a stressful hurdle that caused a lot of pain. Our game features a character encyclopedia of NPCs, and among the numerous details listed, like height and dislike, are pronouns. This single decision has had a purely negative effect on our game. We were placed on a woke alert curator list. A long Steam discussion thread attacking pronouns evolved into transphobic rants and linked from 4chan as a justification for pirating the game. So basically, they put pronouns in the game, and people don't like pronouns because everybody has them. But the fact that you feel the need to disclose them when they should be obvious is how you out yourself as an activist, right? So I'm just trying to paint a picture here that I feel as though the gaming realm, I mean, we've seen other things fail dramatically, like movies and shit, but I think the tide has turned, and it's going to start getting even more aggressive. Like as things go, it's going to continually reach further and further into, like the get woke, go broke thing. And also, can I say it one more time? We're in an election year. We just won that last time there that we're in an election year. I feel like it's safe to say public sentiment has diverted away from all this bullshit the same way that the support for Black Lives Matter died down after the riots that burned down cities. Anyway, let's get to release news, unless you guys have something to say or any chats that I missed. LOL, they are pulling the both sides meme. They're denied. Yeah. Not even Spirited could get me to buy Censored Blade after they removed Hard R, right? All right, let's jump into this. So, in release news, Mario and Luigi Brothership Steelbook pre-order bonus revealed. I don't know about buying Steelbook games, but it looks kind of cool, right?
Yeah. I tend to
that's
avoid
the other side of it. Okay.
It's front and back.
I was like, wait a minute. I thought they were facing the same direction at first. I'm like, are there two?
I tend to avoid Steelbook games.
Yeah.
Steelbooks in general, but if you like that sort of thing.
Sometimes it's unavoidable when it's the only release that comes out with it, like the Paprika 4K or the Sony 4Ks that are Steelbook only, basically.
I guess that's just the motif of the game. They have the little like gradient color here. Anyway, in addition, the Rising of the Shield Heroes author Dimension Wave and more J-Novel Club lineup. So the dorky NPC mercenary knows his place. The trials and tribulations of my next life as a noblewoman. Dimension Wave. So this is the one from the creator of Shield Hero. Dimension Wave, a super popular VR MMO game where players can experience several years of fantasy in just 24 hours of real time. Enticed by the entry ticket his sister won, a young man takes part in the project's second wave. However, as soon as he enters the world of the game, he finds that his sisters have played a trick. He's been transformed into a girl with the cringy name of Kizuna Exceed. But instead of letting it get to him, he decides to chill and take this new life as it comes. Without sparing a fraction of a second deciding, Kazuna immediately chooses to fish rather than fight on the front lines in the fantasy world. Alongside his sisters, Kanade and Tsumugi, a Japanese-style beauty named Shoko,
Don't you mean
Yamikage,
her
the fake
sisters?
ninja,
Come on now.
and other quirky comrades, he works to enjoy his second life to the fullest. I don't know. Doesn't have the same charm as Shield Hero. From villainous to healer, I know the cheat to change my fate. And that's it. And in Right Stuff, there's nothing new. So we're going to skip Right Stuff and move right to Bubblegum Crash. So, the transfer of this looks too good. Like, it looks really freaking good. To the point where I hate the fact that this actually isn't that good of an OVA because it looks so good that I'm tempted to own it. Also, exclusive cardboard slipcover if you order from the Media OCD store.
But they don't give a discount if you own the DVDs.
Because this is a proper upgrade.
The DVD is so old that
I just bought it a couple years ago. Come on.
The DVD is so old that you probably paid $3 for it.
No, it was like
$4,
10, I think.
Like, legitimately, you could buy it for so cheap just to show them that you have it and get a discount worth more than the cost of having spent to get the...
I support Animago. I bought it directly from their website.
Mm-hmm. And I bought it because I support them in Media OCD directly from the website as well. Just now. All right. So, Scavenger here. This is somebody I follow. They're a Dutch anime fan, as you can see by their thing here. They said that The Boy and the Heron Dutch Blu-ray, which has Dutch and French subs, is on a BD25 with an encode in the horribly obsolete VC1 coding format. So they bought the Dutch version of it, right? They go on to say, comparison with the USA Blu-ray, which if you click on this, they've got like the thing where you can see them side by side, but honestly, you're not really... We could like go back and forth for 20 minutes on it, and you're like, literally all that's really changing is that one of them is a lot warmer. Like the color is a lot warmer in one of them, and it's the Dutch one. Like, it just doesn't... It looks a little bit like night shift mode is on or whatever. So besides the bad encoding in the Dutch one, they also use the theatrical master with a slightly different framing. So when you line them up, the frames, like, they're not... The cropping is slightly different, right? The color temperature is warmer than the US and Japanese Blu-rays. Avoid unless you absolutely need the Dutch subs. And is it just me, or are the subtitles somehow stretched from 4:3 to 16:9 or something? I did a quick resize in BD's sub to sub. So this is what they looked like as if they were for 4:3. And this is how they actually look. Like, they're literally the 4:3 ones stretched somehow.
Like they didn't bother to properly resize.
Yeah. Anyway, then Professor Who came in and said, guess they decided to do the inverse of what the British Film Institute does with their subs, which is to take the 16:9 and squash them down to 4:3.
Well, I think that's actually probably better. You want the subs to be in the center of the frame.
Yes, you want them to be closer so that you can read them quicker without having to move your eyes as much.
Yeah.
I agree. The original Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles TV series is getting a new complete collection box set. So if you were a fan of this... Oh, great. Glad I clicked on that. Thought it was a fucking image.
Well, now you can see how much it is.
Yeah, I guess so. $27.85. All right. Anyway, now we get to go into some fun random merch news that you guys will all love.
Oh, I'm so excited.
But first, if you'd like to support the OCA podcast, you can head over to stealthweave.com, where you will find such amazing things like the size chart being broken code somehow, and I don't know how that happened. So there you go. Shop at stealthweave.com or go to ocapodcast.com/store and buy yourself a Bloodbath and Beyond mug. Celebrate Podcast 50 with us. Actually, this one looks really good. I really got to buy this one and drink out of it on stream. Anyway. All right. Also, Doraemon anime inspires futuristic fashion line. Now, I've seen a lot of renditions for what you would consider like futuristic, right? Like it's like a jumpsuit. In the future, everybody wears a jumpsuit. The last thing I would describe this fashion as is futuristic. That shit insane, maybe. Julie, would you wear this?
It's really stupid.
No.
Just in case you're a sphere, you know, like
You're the girl from Willy Wonka's Chocolate Factory.
So I guess this is somewhat interesting about the futuristic aspect. They have clothing where when it's in sun versus shadow, it's a different color, right?
Oh, I thought they just lined it up with the shit.
Right.
So it's like you have to stand in this one specific spot.
So it shines in UV light. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, so it's kind of interesting, right? It probably doesn't look as good as their photoshopping here to
probably look
demonstrate,
pretty
right?
lit in the black light. Go globally with it.
So like they've got this one where in the sun it shows a shadow of them, right? Right. And then why? I bet you when you wear these, you're like, God, no wonder we always make it straight. This is terrible.
I have to imagine like the one side's gonna like ride up on you.
Yeah, right? This is a terrible design. Anyway, even food gets mechified with Azuki Bar Robo. I need a transforming Sonic the Hedgehog popsicle, right? Like, which is effectively what this is. Right?
There was a giant plush of the Sonic popsicle. Yeah.
I need that for the backdrop. All right, are you ready for this? Boom. Yeah.
Whatever that is.
What do you mean, whatever that is? You know exactly what that is.
That's Luffy showing off his banana.
Yeah.
Well, I realize what it is.
It was shared by Funko Pop News. Thanks, Dark Pops, or whatever.
Surely it's legit.
Yeah. All right. Also, Netflix is launching a canned cocktail in Japan. I feel like they should have written Netflix chilled, not Netflix and drink. All right. So it says here, one can features Squid Game and I Know Sato / Love Village, both featuring their second seasons both starting their second seasons this fall, while the other is decorated with illustrations of the Queen of Villains and Talk Survivor. Hold on. I'm going to invite Mirage, if you're watching, to join us for the last part of this. If I can only find, there's the channel.
If he's still awake.
Yeah. What do you think its flavor is?
Coffee.
Who knows?
Cola sour.
Oh my god. That reminds me. I have to go to the convenience store. There was a Coca-Cola Oreo thing.
Ugh.
Oreo flavored Coca-Cola that I want to try.
Yeah.
That's the thumbnail. All right. Okay. Chinese firm turns panda poop into toilet paper.
Oh.
Would you wipe your ass with a piece of shit?
At least
No.
it's not Kleenex.
Oh, is it because they eat so much bamboo that their poo is just paper? Like, is that the idea?
Well, that statement has pulled me to have to grab something out of.
Oh no!
You know exactly what it is, right? It's finally time. Here it is. It's time. Where did it go? Okay, yeah. So you've made me think of something that must now only be shared now. Anime Ninja Girl butt tissue covers to mount on your wall are now on sale in Japan. For some reason, the frickin' tweet doesn't load, so here it is. Imagine this, but instead it's a panda, right? And you pull it out of the...
You need one of you need both of these for the backdrop.
You're right, I do.
How firm do you think those are?
I'm gonna find out at some point. It's gonna have an Ethernet cable going out of one and into the other. I'll put a couple beads on it too. Oh no. When life gave one Chinese company giant panda poop, it decided to make paper and profits. The Qianwei Fengsheng Paper Company in southwest Sichuan province has teamed up with the China Conservation and Research Center for the giant panda to recycle the animal's feces, and food debris into toilet paper, napkins, and other household products.
Napkins?
Yes, I might draw the line.
State media reported Wednesday the goods, soon to be released on the Chinese market, will be. I see it to some degree. It's like, look, after COVID, we can never run out of toilet paper again. Quick, find me a new thing so we. If we had another COVID, it is estimated that the world would die from all the trees we'd have to chop down. So let's find another way to do it. I've got it, boss. The goods, soon to be released on the Chinese market, will be marketed as part of a panda poo product line decorated with a picture of the bamboo-eating black and white bear. They're taking care of our garbage for us, Huang Yan, a researcher at the Giant Panda Center, told the Chengdu Business Daily. Huang told Xinhua state news agency that the 10 kilograms or 22 pounds of bamboo poo that adult pandas unleash daily are rich in fiber after absorbing the fructose from the shoots. In addition to their valuable dung, pandas also produce 50 kilograms of food waste every day from the bamboo husks. Okay, hold on.
That's a lot of shit.
10 kilograms is 22 pounds. Multiply 22 pounds by 5. That's how many pounds of shit a panda is doing daily. Holy cow.
That's a lot of shit.
Yeah. Believe it or not, it is. What would that be? That would be like 125 minus 15. So like 110. 110 pounds of shit a day.
That's like quarter of their weight.
How much do pandas weigh, Joe?
huge.
Do they weigh more than 110 pounds?
Yes.
Maybe. I mean, beans at 80.
Well, okay. I'll just see because it says here 10 kilograms is
holy
22 pounds.
Pandas
Pandas
weigh
produce
over
50
100
kilograms of food waste every day. Every day. That's 110 pounds.
It says Google says 150 to 280 pounds.
I mean, it's not like they're shitting 110 pounds in one go, right? Imagine shitting 90% of your body weight every day.
That's one hell of a weight loss program.
Well, the thing is, they can't digest the bamboo, so they're just putting it in their mouth and then it's just going in and out, right?
It sounds to me like you're in favor of eating corn that they fed the pigs. That the pigs then shat out and it's just straight up corn again.
I have no clue how you think that I said anything close to that.
You said
I
they don't
hear the
even
argument
digest
too,
it.
Randy.
So it's coming out. It's basically just the bamboo.
No,
right?
no, that's not what I said. I said in terms of weight, it's
You
not
said
like they're
just-
actually.
You said they're just basically shitting paper.
Oh, I did say that, but no. I'm right now. I'm talking about in terms of weight. It's not like they're eating 10 pounds of food and then digesting it and then pooping out 100 pounds. They're constantly eating bamboo and it's not getting digested. And so then they're just shitting it out again.
A human centipede where
Yes.
the bamboo goes in, and as it's going in, it's pushing out the previous bamboo. And it's like if they were to just lay there on top of the growing bamboo, they could eat endlessly and it would just constantly be pushing out the back end, like one of those Play-Doh molds that you squeeze the Play-Doh through, right? That's what you're thinking?
Yeah.
Yeah.
How many pages phone book do you think 110 pounds of bamboo?
And then at the back end, you got that Kleenex topper.
Turns out
that's one
there's
hell of
a
an
panda.
idea.
There's a panda under the table.
That's one hell of an idea for the thumbnail. Have a panda and just
God.
Photoshop one of those Kleenex holders or whatever, and just have it just spew out.
All right, so
but this time it's printing money.
Yeah, so they produce 110 pounds of food waste every day from the bamboo husk they spit out after chewing.
Oh, we didn't get that far. Damn it.
Well,
I feel
changes
lied to.
everything.
I feel lied to.
I like. We should have just stopped reading there and ended the whole segment. While the process of turning bamboo into paper generally involves the breaking down of fructose to extract fiber, this step naturally occurs in the panda's digestive tract. The paper company's president, Yang Xiaolin, told Xinhua Fengsheng will collect the feces from the 3 panda bases in Sichuan a couple of times a week. After it is boiled, pasteurized, and turned into paper, it will be tested for bacteria before going on sale. Considering the amount of footage we showed on this podcast of the bugs and shit in the masks made in China for COVID, I don't believe for a second they're testing it for bacteria.
Probably how monkeypox is getting spread.
Boxes of panda poo tissues will be sold at $6.50 a pop. Pandas get what they want, and we do too, Yang said. It's a win-win. Nobody wants a napkin or tissue to blow their nose on formerly poop. Right?
Box of Kleenex that size for $2.
All right, I've got another great article. We're gonna dive right into it. Experience the feel of anime boobs. Sip penguin-humping cocoa to your heart's content at Tokyo Aquarium.
Okay.
Full of sex exhibition opens at Sunshine Aquarium after sundown. Tokyo's Sunshine Aquarium, located inside the Sunshine City complex in the Ikebukuro neighborhood, is a facility dedicated to spreading knowledge and appreciation of aquatic life. Right now, though, that mission is being extended to include aquatic sex life too.
But penguins don't have boobs; they lay eggs.
They said anime. Oh, animal. God damn it. Damn it. Wishful thinking. I read that like 8 times. Fuck. I was so excited to find out how they were going to give you the ability to cop the feel of anime boobs. Damn it. I don't want to know what an animal's boob feels like. Gross.
I just don't like a sicko.
As of September 6th, Sunshine Aquarium is proud to once again be hosting the Full of Sex exhibition. This will be the 4th iteration of the event since its original one in 2019. It's also the first since 2021, making it the first post-pandemic Full of Sex exhibition, which the aquarium feels will have a renewed sense of relevance as lifestyles, including romance and expressions of physical affection, return to normal following the removal of social distancing concerns. That's why the birth rate is so low. In Japanese, the Full of Sex exhibition is called the Sei Ipai 10. It's a play on words with the Japanese phrase Seipai, meaning with all possible effort, and written with the kanji spirit, but instead using this kanji, also pronounced sei, but meaning sex or sexuality. I always like to include some educational content in articles before segueing into illustrations of marine animals humping. Damn.
Are you watching something?
Oh, God.
I'm observing. The aquarium switches over to Full of Sex exhibition mode nightly from 6:15 to 9 p.m., where they inject the water with hormones to get the animals randy.
Oh my God.
No, that's not what it says.
That sounds illegal.
With explanatory panels put out explaining the sex lives of various residents of the facility, such as the spotted garden eel, a type of eel whose Japanese name, Chin Anago, and shape often make people think of chin chin, the Japanese slang term for dick or wiener. Diglett. Diglett enters arousal mode. Right?
Diglett use harden. No, wrong.
But it's the physical sensation of sex, of course, that allows species to continue. And so the Full of Sex exhibition also has hands-on exhibits. One of them is the touching box, which invites guests to stick their hands inside a box and touch the animal's O. It should be noted that the symbol O are commonly used in Japanese to show something that has been censored. So they don't necessarily mean testicles here. But it's clear that the parts or facsimiles inside are somehow part of the mating process. There's also the squeezy box. Oh no.
Oh my God.
Which is more upfront and promises you can experience the feel of animal boobs to your heart's content. Are these switched, perhaps? Like, what? That's the boob? Finally, the peeping room offers peepholes through which you can see animals doing that. Of course, this wouldn't be a proper Japanese event without some special food and merch, would it? So after you've had your fill of feeling aquatic dongs and boobs, you can head on over to the aquarium's cafe, where they'll be serving special latte art cocoa with adorable depictions of tiger sharks and penguins getting it on.
This thumbnail's gonna be lit.
True story, on a previous visit to Sunshine Aquarium, I did see 2 penguins passionately going at it. while all the other members of their habitat surreally stood around with stoicism, the stoicism the species is known for.
Hurry
Oh,
up,
no.
it's my turn next.
Oh no. There are also special food items such as a new salad packed with root vegetables as well as God damn this bug. Packed with root vegetables as well as extra thick mushroom seasoned with extra garlic. Root veggies and garlic broth traditionally thought to give men stamina in the bedroom in Japanese folk wisdom. And if you're looking for a souvenir that will let you continue enjoying the spirit of the exhibition after you're back home, during the event, Sunshine Aquarium will be offering full of sex exhibition condoms, 6 to a set.
Oh my god!
Wow! What is happening right there? Julie, do fish mate like this? Do fish give head?
No. The female lays the eggs in the
In the
male
male's mouth? What's happening
The
here?
male is like prompting her to release the eggs, kind of thing.
I think they
Yeah,
might
Andrew.
actually release the eggs into the other's mouth and swim around with it in their mouth.
I don't think
Yeah,
so.
there is one type of fish. That
Seahorse.
it was on the octopus.
Oh, gross.
Only way I know is
The sex education episode, huh?
the only way I know is that the female lays the eggs, and then the male comes by and shoots sperm at it, and then most of the ocean is like unfertilized sperm.
Most of the ocean is jizz.
I feel like that's a squid.
Yeah.
Do that.
You know, you may be grossed out that somebody may have peed in the pool, but you know, like it's better than the ocean, right? Which is mostly
so
jizz.
salty.
Do you have to worry
That's
about
all.
getting pregnant then?
Shape of Water
Biology
has taught us
doesn't work
everything
that
we
way.
need to know about whether or not she could conceive.
Oh,
All right, well, I hope the next one's better because I thought
that was an
the-
experience.
I was
I'm glad you
disappointed with the anime boobs not being something you could feel. All right. A couple has been rushed to the hospital with man's head stuck in his wife's vagina.
Nice.
What?
The woman felt excruciating pain whenever her husband moved, as he had half of his head inside her vagina.
Why not just pull it out, Laura?
There was a video like when I was in high school that was circulating of this happening. I don't know if you guys were ever shown that video.
I do not recall seeing this, let alone letting it be a part of my mental state as an adult.
Sounds like it didn't have a name like Two Girls, One Cup. It
No,
traveled,
it was-
right?
God damn it.
It was before that the meme virality.
Mm-hmm. I thought when I was reading this that it was going to say the woman felt excruciating pain when her husband stood up with her still with his, and like walked around like Mr. Bean. Like,
wow.
More young people across the world have started getting adventurous in bed with increasing awareness about sexuality and more access to related information. While it's always great to go a step ahead for enhancing the experience between the sheets, one should always be careful not to go too far. A couple from Alabama. Oh boy.
How big do you think she is?
Plenty big.
Midget.
Something tells me she might star in a Warhammer 40K.
Oh, no.
A couple from Alabama in the U.S. ended up in a hospital after their attempts at taking sex to another level resulted in a shocking accident. Samantha Irving had to call an ambulance as her husband's head was stuck in her vaginal cavity causing excruciating pain whenever he moved.
Just rip it out. Like, what the hell?
Use enough lube.
I don't know.
I don't know how you could get stuck in there. Like, you got in.
I don't know why you'd want to get like that. The acidity is dissolving my eyes. Like, one of the paramedics who helped the couple out of their ordeal said the man was also struggling as he had half of his face buried in his wife's vagina. The couple was finally separated, and while the man suffered a few scratches and bruises.
What scratched him down there?
What, did she have teeth down there?
Was it her toenails as she tried to
Ew.
stick
Ew.
and push him down?
Ew. Skip. Next.
The couple was finally separated while the man suffered a few scratches and bruises. The woman is said to be stable despite internal bleeding.
Ooh, that's so hard to ripped.
But I wonder if he came out looking like our newborn baby. Matt. But this isn't the first such case the doctors at the hospital encountered, as they said a couple with a similar situation was hospitalized in 2007. They advised people to stay away from
that was a while ago.
Imagine though, like how do
Maybe
you
that's the one I saw online. The timeline's about right.
How do you get them to the hospital though? Like, how do you get them on the stretcher? Like, do you need to? I don't. This is like fucking how? The legit? Do they airlift them with the helicopter?
Oh my god!
All right.
I was gonna make a joke, but I didn't know how to phrase it involving double wide trailers.
Oh.
But like, you got a double wide trailer. Let's see what else is double wide. Let's see, take a peek. I don't know. I had no idea how I was gonna phrase that.
Dr. Pepper coconut flavor sounds terrible. You, yeah. What were you clicking on before?
This one, yeah. Even a girl turning into a boy will not make me watch the anime. Are there anime where girls turn into boys?
I feel like there's a little bit of a admission there. Like, I don't know. I'm gonna just not draw attention to that.
Yeah, we're not gonna climb that tree.
All right, here we go. Transgender woman gets a new vagina made from fish skin.
Scaly.
At least it will smell authentic, right, Reese?
You want new vagina with a new vagina smell. That's why he had his up there. He was wanting to get that new vagina smell.
It's a neo vagina with that, still has that new vagina smell. Oh no. A trans woman had a vagina constructed using the skin of a tilapia fish after her genitals began to shrink and close up following botched surgery. According to surgeons, Amaju, 35, has the chance of a proper sex life. No! Nothing about that is proper! Are you kidding me?
Jesus.
Maybe you could have sex with fish where you start sucking off the egg sac. That's the most proper sex life you get to have.
Isn't that like desecration of a dead body and half bestiality?
Can you even graft fish scales onto somebody and have it like reject? Imagine shoving something in there and tearing it. You think that's growing back?
Like the skin, like goes against the grain and shoving it in there.
Oh, that's how the guy got scratches, right? She is 35. Is that what the
It's easy to go in, but can't pull back out.
Oh my God. Has the chance of a proper sex life and a boost of confidence thanks to the sea creature's skin. Oh no. The highly complex procedure called neovaginoplasty used a tubular-shaped acrylic mold wrapped with the skin of a freshwater fish in the form of a biological prosthesis to rebuild and extend the vaginal canal in a 3-hour operation on April 23rd. The process involved inserting 2 separate molds to create the new vagina. The first device, mounted with the marine membrane, was incorporated inside the vagina over a period of 6 days. 6 days? Ugh. In contact with the patient's body, the sterilized and odor-free fish skin displays stimulatory cell growth properties. It is rich in type 1 collagen, a substance that promotes healing, and has a firmness and elasticity which is as strong and resilient as human skin.
Didn't really take a pounding, huh?
The tilapia membrane, the real question is she going to get it pierced? With a fish hook.
Oh, God.
The tilapia membrane attached to and recoated the walls of the vaginal canal, acting like stem cells. These were absorbed into the body, transforming into cellular tissue similar to that of an actual vagina. Oh, God. I wonder how long it's going to take before a furry, because, you know, they're all freaks anyway, and sexual deviants. A furry transgender person gets, like, a deer anus installed.
Yeah.
The second device, made from silicone and described as a very big tampon, is designed to remain inside the vagina for up to 6 months to prevent the walls from closing. Not even once. Professor Leonardo Becerra said to Focus on News, quote, "We were able to create a vagina of physiological length, both in thickness and by enlarging it, and the patient has recovered extremely well. She is walking around with ease, has no pain, and is urinating normally. In a couple months, we believe she will be able to have sexual intercourse." Or gangrene, who knows? The device can be removed after this period. And when after this period ends, great. And when desired, the process is being hailed as yet another breakthrough in gynecological surgery, which is tackling sensitive predicaments using the aquatic animal skin, normally thrown away as waste, as a substitute for human regenerative tissue.
Can we skip reading the rest of this? God damn it.
Do you suppose she got to actually eat the fish meat?
Oh, no. Do you think it would help?
From the donor?
Yeah, do you think it would promote the healing if you ate it? Assimilate from the inside. The transsexual patient revealed she decided to transition 20 years ago with the support of her family after realizing in her early teens that she was a woman living in a man's body. Maju said, quote, "I was the 4th person in Brazil in 1999 to have what was then experimental surgery. But 10 years ago, I developed a vaginal stenosis. The opening of my vagina started to get narrower and shorter, and the canal collapsed." Fuck me. 3-hour operations. She suffered constant discomfort, which prevented sex with her partner of 12 years, from whom she is now divorced. He wanted to stop reading. Since developing the technique 3 years ago, Becerra has successfully treated 10 women and corrected the condition that causes the vagina and uterus to be underdeveloped or absent.
The
So
condition
actual women
for
are
the
getting this
uterus,
as well?
yeah, the condition for the uterus to be absent is the fact that it's a man.
It's a man, yeah. Precisely. Oh no. According to
tickets to help
Becerra, vaginal tract closure is common in trans women who have undergone a sex change. He explained, quote, "This is because in the traditional procedure, most of the inside parts of the penis are removed and the penile skin is folded into the space between the urethra and the rectum." Okay. Yeah, okay. Seems about right. The outside skin of the penis then becomes the inside of the vagina. But because the patient has had hormonal treatment to develop female characteristics, there is penile and testicle atrophy, resulting in shrinkage in the size of the penis caused from the loss of tissue. This means the vagina can also be small. To complicate matters, before surgery could begin, the medical team discovered that apparent levels of incompetence during the original surgery had left more than one narrow vaginal canal. There were remnants of cavernous bodies, erectile tissue structures, still in the vaginal space. Turns out the reason the canal is getting so small is he just keeps getting hard. Quote, "The presence of these leftovers of the penis aggravated the closure of the vaginal tract, worsening the symptoms." Man, it's almost like the penis doesn't want to be a vagina.
I don't want to be a vagina. I want to be a real boy.
It's resisting.
Oh, what a tragedy these lives are. To reverse this problem, the most common method is to do a skin graft taken from another part of the body, usually from the intestines.
Today I learned there's skin on your intestines.
Oh, God. To increase the width and length of the canal, this type of surgery is invasive, long, and leaves scars. Yeah, imagine. Yeah, fuck me in my intestine. Oh! The great benefit of our technique is that it's minimally invasive and there's no need to do abdominal incisions. Holy shit. So this story doesn't end here. Their next partner, man gets food poisoning in his penis after having vigorous sex with his wife. I mean, that has to be related, right? A man has contracted a rare type of food poisoning in his penis following a bizarre set of circumstances following rigorous sex with his wife. The 38-year-old man from Beirut, Lebanon, sought help after he found he was suffering from redness, swelling, and scabbing on his penis for the best part of a week. The man had also been suffering from severe diarrhea and vomiting.
Vomiting out the penis?
Yeah. After being consulted by experts at the American University of Beirut Medical Center, a swab of the man's penis was taken to check what the infection was. The results showed traces of Bacillus cereus bacteria in the penis. Bacillus cereus is often found in rice that has been left at room temperature for too long, and when consumed can cause sickness in the stomach. Rice can give you food poisoning?
Cooked rice if it left on the counter and then reheated after more than 4 hours of sitting at room temperature.
Do you have any idea how many times I have bought Chinese takeout or something, forgotten about it in the fridge for over a week, and then thought, fuck it, I'll eat it? Like,
Yeah, that should be fine though, because that's refrigerated, not left out in room temperature for 4 hours.
Well, sometimes I forget that it's out, and I don't put it in the fridge until the next day.
Well,
And
then
perhaps-
you'd have the problem.
And perhaps one of the most surreal conclusions.
Well, then you
a set of-
probably microwave it. When you microwave it, you probably kill off any bacteria.
Mhm. True, because I definitely heat it up afterward. And perhaps one of the most surreal conclusions a set of doctors have ever come to, the man was told his genital infection was caused by diarrhea and vomiting. Your genital infection was caused by diarrhea and vomiting, which was increased after he'd had sex with his wife due to the acceleration in blood vessels. The bacteria is likely to have made contact with the man's groin during intercourse where it infected the skin. You
Was
know
she
this
shoving
fucker
like food up her?
No. Come on. This guy is sticking rice, uncooked rice in his urethra. You know that's what's happening.
Oh,
That's gotta be it.
maybe he was fucking a rice cake.
Yeah,
Maybe.
he was. Wait, yeah.
Whatever gets you off, honey.
He was using it as a clerk.
Maybe he was pouring some rice pudding inside of it.
Maybe he
inside of his
thought-
wife.
Maybe he thought, let's see how far I can launch it. Stick the rice in. Jerk me off with rice. It is believed to be the first time a case of food poisoning has infected a penis. Despite the rarity of the incident, it was treated relatively simply with the fusidic acid, which is usually used to remedy eye infections. Imagine he just had sex with his wife while she had food poisoning and she had thrown up on his dick. A month later, like she was filleting while
Yes, we get it.
Okay. A month later, the burning and discomfort had healed up, and the patient and the infection did not return. Oh, healed up on the patient, and the patient didn't have to return. Okay. The study was published by the Annals of Medicine and Surgery, which noted that, quote, this is the first case in literature describing such an entity. The medics added, quote, in this current case, it is plausible that the diarrhea and vomitus which contaminated the penis post-intercourse is likely the source of skin. Did you shit on your own dick? How? What? How drunk were you? Ay. Referring to the rice. Yeah, I saw that. Thank you. Wow. All right. Well, that was something. It is now perfectly. What's this? Oh, you got me the Sonic the Hedgehog ice cream bar. Nice.
18 inches.
I must have it. It comes in a package too? No, I will never throw it away or open it. Oh, that's good. I like how the only problem is that the package looks just as derpy as the actual thing. And typically the package looked really good, but the actual thing was a train wreck.
Yeah.
All right. Guys, I will be driving to Vegas on Thursday. So unless I also get Monday off next week, or not, well, yeah, next week, chances of a show this coming weekend are pretty slim. But we'll see. So with that in mind, he's stalled looking for a video. Here, we'll do a video from Ogloy. All right.
FTD, weren't you going to leave?